that impact on the standings, where if Resolve don't take a 2-0 here, then their odds of getting out of groups are pretty much nil. If they do get this 2-0, if they do take down Cloud9 here, then it is possible the rest of the group kind of needs to go their way. But also, Resolve have had a little bit of a bad break recently. This is a team that hasn't looked in-game as good as they do on paper. So a win here would be massive to kind of turning around their fortunes.
And this isn't a slump coming from us as casters, right? We're not saying like, oh, this team's slumping. This is something that Resolve are saying themselves. They recognize that they haven't played up to the level that they expect, sitting 0-2 in this group, dropping to OQ. For a team that 2-0 TL and Proving Grounds, at least the core, right? The only change is that Array's in for Gorka this time around. They haven't been playing to the level they feel like, but talking with Winter, talking with the team, they had a sit-down after their loss on Tuesday. They feel like they've been able to sort some things out. They've had a better week of practice, and they're hoping that it's enough to bring them over the edge against C9, as, of course, these two teams have history. And on C9's side, they've been hot so far this year.
I want to flag something about our champion selector, as we have gotten through the first ban phase. Every game so far in the tournament, there has been a very specific ban against APA. Well, 2 to be exact. One of those bans we did get, that is a Lucian ban away, but Karma did get through. And I'm very curious, given that it's been perma-banned against APA, given how good he is on the character, but also how diverse his pool is, what we're going to see APA pull out here as we head into our second phase of picks here.
And getting started with this draft, XU, Diane has been a big pick for him, so that's actually a little bit of a denial coming out. But importantly, Graves on this patch got 2 more AD, and XU has been playing Graves even before the buffs. This is something that he feels extremely comfortable on, so already matching some of that magic damage and physical damage with one of the side laners and a jungler. I'm curious to see how they round it out here, as Aphelios, that's the hover that would be a good answer into Callista. Thresh isn't available for the pairing, but you still have Leona and Nautilus or Braum that bring the CC, can bring the peel to make that pick work.
One of the things we were talking about for Resolve was how we wanted to see them play towards the top side of the map, get something safe for Array, get something for Array that is going to be impactful kind of no matter what. And I'm excited to see a Callista for that. It gives a little bit of safety to Array. It gives Array a little bit of just scheduled teamfight power, regardless of what happens in lane. And on the opposite side, we have a Set. Presumably going up into that top lane, obviously could be flexed around. But if that is the case, then I think I'm very excited by what PCL is promising. I think this draft so far plays to Resolve's strengths.
It's something that specifically Rebel Fox was talking about, right? Giving Resolve that path to victory, giving Resolve a place that they can pressure the lanes, because that's been the big thing about these two junglers, is that XU, I think XU's had a very good split and has benefited from the patch changes, the fact that it's not a full clear meta. It allows him to play things like Lee Sin, like Graves, like champions even like Rek'Sai, where you can 3-camp gank, or and you have more options with pathing where XU's a little bit stronger, whereas in the full clear meta, Fnatic, with his mechanics, was outplaying people, winning the Hecarim Udyr matchup whenever he got his hands on Hecarim. And he hasn't struggled in this meta, but it just feels like the team really hasn't been playing together. And as we continue through the draft, C9, of course, we're taking away some supports and protecting a Nautilus pick, which they wanted, but that will be responded by Winter's Alistar and paired up with a Callista if they choose to lock in an Orianna. APA's yet to play Orianna this split, but it was one of his best champions the last split of Proving Grounds, and that is going to be the lock-in. So a lot of Orianna combos for Resolve. I like this draft for them. They have a lot of ways to pressure Aphelios.
Yeah, this is a really classic Resolve draft. They're so good in the team fighting phase, and they've kind of built for that. If you've been watching LCS this split, this is kind of a Dignitas draft. They've got a very, very strong jungler, and they have a very good scaling team fight. So, you build a draft that doesn't need to win in lane, but can be boosted by the presence of that Diana. Once you get towards the team fight phase, you have the ball delivery system in the form of the Alistar, and the Fate's Call as an extra tool to get that Alistar engages.
Okay, so what I want to see right off the bat as we wrap up the draft is going to be a Galio for Captain Shrimps, something that we haven't seen as much mid, but is a specialty pick for Captain Shrimps as he keeps on surprising us with his champion pool. Galio Graves, really strong mid-jungle duo, so I think C9 wants to play through XU, get Graves ahead, get him fed, whereas the side of Resolve, I want to see them get a TP advantage top so they can set up a bot play, because Kalista Alistar, you can attack bot like no one else, and it's an immobile Aphelios, so if you get that TP advantage for PCL, you can overload bot really easily. Set loves to flank. He loves to get behind their opponents. And Resolve will have to play this game out a little bit quicker as Gwen does win in the side lane.
Gwen does win in the side lane. She also is a little bit of an insurance policy for Cloud9, because if we go late, as Resolve typically want to, then Cloud9 are going to have the Gwen kind of coming online. They're going to have the teamfight power of a composition that has Aphelios Nautilus as their bottom lane, with a Galio to be that kind of secondary support, secondary source of CC. I think we've got a banger on our hands. Both these teams pointing towards a very spicy mid-game, Covey, as we do get into it between Resolve and Cloud9.
Going to get the panoramic as we dive into our first game of the day from our lovely production and observer staff behind us at EGL. As it's been fun being a part of the team so far, TJ, and fun getting on the cast for this one as we have a decider of the group. Resolve need the 2-0 once again to keep their group hopes alive for making it to the playoff stage.
And also, as you quite cleverly pointed out, this is kind of the third game in the best of 3 matches this season between Resolve and Cloud9 Amateur. Resolve taking game number 1 during Challengers Uprising, 3-1 their victory. Cloud9 Amateur blowing through Resolve in the quarterfinals of the Risen tournament earlier in these proving grounds, 3-0. Here we go, it's all on the line.
And something interesting that we're going to see right off the bat. So you see APA in the mid lane, starting off with the Mana Crystal. This is something that LS has been pioneering a little bit with Maxwelda and Viger V2. The Futures Market Orianna buy, where you can utilize that rune to back early, get a Lost Chapter guaranteed, pretty much. I believe it's on 4th or 5th wave. And then from there, that's a huge power spike for your laning phase in the mid lane. So I want to see if APA is able to execute that cleanly, as of course the Mana Crystal. A little bit of a weaker initial lane phase, but against Galio that should not be a problem, as both junglers actually starting on the bot side, trying to play towards top early, TJ. So we'll see if Fnatic can utilize that gank assist from the set to try and get an early advantage onto Gwen. Should be skipping over Krugs here to try and keep up with Graves and match that clear speed, where Graves on this patch, if done cleanly, I know if you start on red buff, you can finish your clear at 3:15. We're going to have to see how quick XU can make the full clear starting on his blue buff.
It's interesting to see both teams kind of pointing that way as well, because... Ooh, that's a sneaky ward. Because we were talking about how Resolve so clearly want to play towards their top side. And on the flip side, you have Cloud9 Amateur, where you called Wixie the best AD carry in Proving Grounds this season.
So, the best prospect in Proving Grounds as
he's getting
Arrow...
wiggly with his words!
I mean,
He's
Arrow's pretty
spinning
good, man. If you've seen Arrow play, and Arrow did get the best of Wixie in that best of 5 in Risen, where Wildcard Red did take a 3-2. But Wixie's looked fantastic with Breezy, and I think one of the reasons that C9 has had so much success is that in order to compete with a team like Wildcard, your bot lane has to be on point going up against Arrow and Daption and C9. One of the few bot lanes that can actually contend and compete with them that I've seen so far in Proving Grounds. So let's see if Wixie and Breezy can step up, as it is a Kalista lane, but Aphelios does a very good job of controlling Kalista with the right guns. Speaking of control, APA is in trouble.
Yeah, Taunt, an early visit from XU. APA's just dead. Very cleanly done. There's that early gank we promised from XU. A master of getting out of the jungle early on.
And that breaks the Futures Market potential buy from APA. He's going to have to just get a tier, burn that TP to get back. Fortunately for APA, was smart enough not to burn the flash there, as he was going down, as both flashes committed from Captain Shrimps and XU. And we talked about the power of Galio Graves. Good to see C9 playing towards that early.
Yeah, check out that engage from Captain Shrimps. Just very clean. There's no possible way that APA survives that. A perfect mid-jungle duo play. And a perfect punish from Captain Shrimps as APA steps just the tiniest bit too far forward.
Oh, Ghost popped here for Speedo. He might be going for this.
Haymaker spent. Speedo has to back away. Set's tricky like that. Always got a little bit extra left in the tank. Fnatic does roam up here, which is probably why Speedo was forcing that fight, aware that Fnatic was likely on his way. And so the timing works out quite well. Speedo's able to back, Fnatic wastes his time. PCL will grab that lane, and 2 TBs come through. Fnatic is actually still up here, which will prompt him to step out of the bush, but Speedo's already got a ward in it, lighting it up like a spotlight, so nothing happens up here in our top lane.
And Fnatic has nothing to do on the map at the moment, as Axiu got the early base with the early kill, or hasn't based yet with the early kill, that was able to deny the Krugs, as Fnatic, of course, was pathing. Bot to top will now be relegated to the Raptors. The good news for Fnatic is that he didn't initially take the Krugs, so the fact that Axiu cycled out is actually not the worst thing in the world for Diana, because the second creep spawns do give a significant more amount of XP. So if Fnatic's able to cycle back and benefit from that, it's not all bad. But it seems like Fnatic is actually switching up his pathing potentially, as he's not going towards the Wolves. He is actually racing towards his bot lane, trying to protect Array and Winter as they're trying to crash this one.
Yeah, maybe instigate something for the team down bottom instead.
Does he stay there?
There's a ward in the bush just ahead of him, and I don't know if this is communicated. Yeah. No sneaky play to happen. Will be a reset. This Drake is up, and I want to highlight that, Cuppy, because the bottom lane is very decisive towards who will get control of that first Drake in the game. As Array's back will be cancelled, so it does look like Cloud9 do have control of this Drake as people start positioning around him.
This should be Axiu starting it right away, as Winter did base. And once again, Winter has nothing to do on the map at the moment, just going to walk top to potentially protect or go for a play onto Speedo, as they know they can't contest the Dragon due to their base timers. And this will be a free first Dragon going over to C9.
And Array doesn't even get to back. He's still stuck in lane. So really, really well played. Winter did get to reset. He's now here in the river, and he's found a nice stun up against Speedo. This could get dangerous. Here is Fnatic, and there's that early game impact that we were looking for from Resolve. They're going to tie things up in the kill feed, 1-1.
Really good play from Resolve, as Winter recognized he couldn't do anything on the bot side, but once again, Array, because he hasn't based yet, because he was stuck in that lane and now doesn't have his support to help him, this could be a potential play coming down from C9. I'd love to see if they attempt this dive.
Cloud9 in the area. Array on the Callista is just a little bit too scary, I think. Early game Callista. Let's take another look at this, as Winter just found a very good opportunity, and this was one of your criticisms, because when Winter is playing incredibly well, when Winter is the defining force of this Resolve team, it is him finding engages. So it's very good to see him do that.
Winter oftentimes takes up the mantle of the main engage for Resolve, and Resolve relies a lot on their team fight. And Winter, in the last split, I think, was a very underrated piece. It took so many fantastic winning fights and started the party off on such a good foot for Resolve and so many other wins. But with Resolve's recent slump, I think Winter hasn't found all the right engages, but that was a beautiful play from him. Just understanding the fact that they couldn't do anything on the bot side. That Dragon was going over to C9, so look for a response somewhere else on the map, able to catch out Speedo in the river and find a positive play for Resolve while they're at a deficit.
It's exactly the kind of play that makes Resolve a scary team when they're at their best, made Barrage the kind of predecessor to this roster. One of the best teams in Proving Grounds during last season. Let's, if you don't mind, Cubby, kind of address this top lane, because we put an awful lot of emphasis on it. PCL, one of the stars over there on Resolve. And Speedo has won this lane kind of on paper, then gone shut down just now in the river. How's it going?
The big thing for Gwen is that over time, she starts to really outscale Set, who has early control over the lane because of the clap going up against the melee, right? You can just step up into the wave, press C, get the stun off, and find a positive trade for yourself. But over time, once Gwen gets some more items, more points in that queue, Scissors get a little bit stronger, and Set starts to struggle to deal with that. So the fact that PCL has managed the lane and has it at this state, I'd say ultimately Speedo's done an okay job besides giving up that kill, and that's been something that's been very common for C9, as Speedo, or used to go by Lawrence, has really started to establish himself as someone that is also a good piece for this roster. I think that he was one of the weaker points that C9 had in the last split of Proving Grounds, where they failed to qualify for the big event, or for the Tier 1s, I believe. That said, I think that in the off time, Speedo has really stepped up his game and become an essential piece to the success of C9, and one of the reasons that they have topped both groups and just took second in Risen, the last Proving Grounds tournament.
So let's check in, as we do have a pretty even game state right now. Cloud9 did just get the first Drake of the game a couple of moments ago, and now they're poised to use the Rift Herald they picked up as well, try and earn out an advantage. Because again, Cloud9 are staring down the barrel of Resolve's mid-game, which are these really scary teamfights that are unequivocally their strength when they can get there. So they'd like to do a little bit more damage during these first 15 minutes.
And I think that's why they're trying to focus so much on Speedo, TJ, because if they avoid the team fights, if they can just buy time for Axu to clear a little bit faster on this Graves, for Speedo to keep on hitting levels, getting items to start winning side lanes against both Orianna and Set, they can try and utilize that strength on the Gwen to avoid the team fights, where Shrimps and Axu are just trying to look for skirmishes. Yes, Nautilus and Felios can team fight, but going up against an Orianna, Set, Diana, this is a dog pile composition from Resolve, and that's one way that C9 can play around it. Get the Gwen strong. Get her to stretch out the map and prevent Resolve from getting those free 5-man stacks where you use often in the team fights.
I don't know if it was just the perspective or a glitch, but I just saw a ward vanish, and the Breezy killed an invisible ward. It was terrifying, and I completely lost track of what you were talking about, Cubby.
Plus 30, baby. That's all that counts.
He did get the gold. I watched it. So, map control resets kind of down the river. No early aggression out from Resolve here. They're still waiting on that team fighting, as we talked about, as we set up now for the Drake.
And this Drake could be a point of tension for C9. I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to manipulate their lane states to get a favorable Dragon take for them. As I know that there is no mythic item completed for Diana, for Orianna, for anyone over on the side of Resolve. That might be enough to prevent them from trying to contest this, but this is the strength of their composition. As APA is wrapping around, the Dragon has been pulled and Resolve. They are going to back off, so they're waiting to get at least one item down before they start to contest C9. As Galvio Graves is a very strong combo at this point of the game, especially because XU is the only member that has completed Mythic so far with that Eclipse on the Graves. So trying to avoid that lethality, avoid that spike at the moment. I do like the decision from Resolve, and they're continuing to try and lose gracefully before they can get their items online.
Yeah, you're still looking at around that 15-minute mark when everyone has their Mythic up, and that's when Resolve can start leaving their lanes, grouping as 5, looking for the objective team fights. Interesting note about that, obviously when you have the Rift Herald, quite often you throw it down in a lane to draw priority so you can get a Drake. Because Resolve didn't challenge for the Drake, Cloud9 didn't have to do that, so they just spend the Rift Herald later. Actually gets a couple of bonus plates, a little bit extra gold in his pocket.
Yeah, and Axu's done a fantastic job of accelerating himself ahead against the Diana. Graves clears very quickly, especially at this point of the game. And Axu's been really focusing on funneling himself as PCL. Oh, burns flash. Here we go.
Fnatic in for the Moonfall. Here's a heroic entrance over the top. PCL buffers it, trying to stall through the damage with a Haymaker, but he is gone. And this is disastrous for Resolve. APA is caught out as well, knocked up by the depth charts down bottom. XU's just chewing away at his HP. APA is gone. XU puts the bullet points at the bottom of that play as Cloud9 take 2 more kills in the top side.
Fnatic and PCL were not in sync there. PCL RKO'd Gwen out of the Moonfall, and Captain Shrimps was able to respond, but also XU, that flash to get over the wall, to dodge out on the Shockwave, that's what made the play a 2-for-1. A good response from C9, and a little bit of over-aggression from Resolve.
Yeah, very, very kind of questionable on the engage, because there's just no way Fnatic gets in range of the Facebreaker before Speedo can move again. So Speedo is either, that's why the RKO is, it comes out a little bit weird, because there's no way Fnatic's Moonfall gets there in time. Fnatic does an excellent job of traveling this distance. The PCL doesn't get the stun. Very, awkward as a fight.
Yeah, he casted it, but the RKO brought him out of the damage part. And then watch this flash from XU, because the shockwave's coming down. And he just says, nope, get right over that, dashes over the wall.
Clean
Beautiful
Covey.
movement on the Graves.
That's clean, Covey.
Really good play, yeah. As
XU
he gets to return on the map.
Actually, one of the players who's been kind of developing through this system, formerly a collegiate player, and he's made some great strides, Cubby, from going as an over-aggressive kind of mechanical god collegiate player, there aren't many of them, to now a formidable part of this Cloud9 machine that has built itself over the course of the last season.
And actually, talking with Wixie before this game, so this roster has gone through no changes, and fun fact, all 5 of these players actually played collegiate at one point. The core, Wixie, Tails, JJ, and Speedo all came from Harrisburg, but Captain Shrimps played for Waterloo, XU was on UC Berkeley, as you were referencing, and even Breezy, before he was on 100 Thieves Academy, played for Arizona State, who actually just top 4 in Gateway Legends, if anyone caught that. But one of the big changes he said, the only change they've made is they added Mist to the coaching staff. Mist was a player that took top 6 in Proving Grounds with EGP as a support, and he said, Wixie said that Mist's opinions in reviews and our team dynamics helped a ton. Just having that new point of view, he's pointed out a lot of things that they didn't really see as they were stuck in the weeds with their team, and he gave a lot of credit to Mist with their improvement from spring to summer. Speaking of improvement, Speedo, another player, gonna have to try and go for PCL.
He's fine. PCL may not be fine for long because there is a flank here. Rift Herald did just get picked up. It just got dropped in the top side of the map. That's going to be PCL in huge trouble now. Rift Herald summoned. PCL pulled in. Good haymaker, but he's just dead. And so is this turret up top. That's going to be the first turret break of the game. Over to Cloud9. Down bottom. Actually, I don't know which happened first. Down bottom. It was a shove through from Resolve. Cloud9 got it? Okay. It was very close.
That's the one time we really needed a voice announcer, you know? She said first brick. That's how I knew.
Thanks. What's her name?
I don't know, but...
Melissa. Thanks, Melissa.
When in doubt, think quick, right? That's what we're going with here. As we do have a full reset and 15 seconds away from Ocean Dragon spawning. And because Resolve are able to reset first, they are at a 3K gold deficit, TJ. But this is the strength of their comp. They have the first mythics, and I'm curious to see if they look for a fight here, as they really have to worry about XU. 160 farm and a Serpent's Fang on this Lethality Graves. A lot of shields for Resolve. They have shields on 3 of their members, and that's going to help XU try and rip through the members as we have a setup coming.
Yeah, they're split.
Recombo.
Cloud9 are split, but this works out well for them because each of their individual players are stronger. As long as there's not a full turn, which there is here. Speedo caught out. Speedo burned down. 1v5. Shrimps goes in. Huge shockwave slows things down. APA finding massive value, and Winters got the bouncy house activated as Array chews through the back half of the team fight. Cloud9 have done massive damage. Winter may eventually will go down at the very top of the fight. Here's APA trying to turn things around, but XU just demolishes him. And Array with the hop away over the wall. He's gone as well. Resolve, that is a valiant effort. But Cloud9 come out on top, keep their carries safe in XU and Wixie. And that's going to earn them the team fight and their third dragon.
And this is a good start to the fight from Resolve. I love how they just isolate Speedo. They drop a stopwatch to dodge out on the knockup from Galio, but Wixie over the walls, the big difference maker. No one can touch him, and he has Infernum doing so much damage, and he sees the right opportunity. Flash Gale forces to take down 2 members, and then XU on the back half. Keep in mind, he's the member that we're talking about that's just 2 fed already to start this game. And oh my gosh, APA just evaporates on the map here from XU. That's an auto queue, baby.
Did such a good job at the start of this fight. The whole APA Winter combo is exactly what Resolve built their bread and butter around. So to execute that perfectly and then realize, hey, we didn't kill XU, we didn't kill Wixie, this fight is just not going our way, is heartbreaking for Resolve.
I like how they're, once again, as you called out, TJ, there was an isolated member in Speedo. Speaking of isolated members, Breezy.
Now Fnatic in for a little bit of revenge. The Moonfall will connect, but Breezy finds the hook, knocked away by Winter. Here comes the TP, and Breezy once back in. Winter's nailed to the floor. Winter should be dead. He'll pop the ult for stalling. Wixie's decently low, but here comes X around the side as PCL tries to take to the front lines. Wixie's going to isolate that. Face breaker, haymaker, Wixie's dead! A 1-for-1 trade, but it's not over yet because APA's been found around the side. Winter dead as well. The Speedo, who's just been chewing up the bottom half of this fight. And so Wixie dies, but at the end of the day, it's 1 for 3 as the remainder goes over to Speedo. Late game Gwen, late game Graves, they're here and they're scary.
And for Resolve, they're behind. They have to fight. They have to try and get shutdowns, and I appreciate the thought, right? They're going after Wixie and Breezy. They're trying to weigh a trap. They don't have flashes up on either of those characters, but the TP from Shrimps comes in, it saves it, and they have to find fights where XU isn't. He's way too fed at this point of the game, TJ, and once XU and C9 buy enough time to get XU to the fight, that's when Resolve drop as Shrimps in the side lane, doesn't have any sums.
All alone, Fate's Call will get Winter right onto Captain Shrimps. He's a Galio, though, which means it's going to take a while here. They should get this kill just through the power of Callista, but as Array chews away, the rest of the map is C9's to run. They'll get some damage down bottom, not much else. A positive trade for Resolve overall. Very well played.
Here's a second look. Once again, it's a 3v2. They're able to at least try to get in range, but the big difference is the fact that Winter could never get in range to combo him. The full combo never comes down onto Aphelios, and they just overextend trying to fish for the shutdown. They do get it in the end, but Extra in the back half just one-shots the rest. And speaking of one-shots, goodbye PCL.
You'll be missed. Oh dear, though. Whilst that's happening at the bottom side of the map, the rest of Resolve are busy all up top, starting this Baron. This is the right Hail Mary to throw, but Speedo's about to sniff it out. Here comes Speedo. He's got vision, 3,000 HP left. Wixie over the wall, misses the Moonlit Vigil. 1,000 HP, Baron will go over to Resolve, but they've instantly lost 3 players. That is disgusting. Goodbye, Resolve. It's only Fnatic left. He's able to back with the Baron buff. But Cloud9 all but ace them inside the pit.
I respect it from Resolve. They C4, they instantly turn, but it's not enough in the end, right? XU, way too fed, and the fact that Fnatic was able to sneak out. The good things for Resolve, they take Baron off the map. If Baron went over to C9, that's most certainly doomed for them. Taking the Baron does buy themselves some time, but TJ, they're still in trouble because it's Soul Point for C9, and it's Ocean Soul on the Rift, so Resolve have to regroup, find another fight fast before this game goes haywire for them, and the first game goes over to C9.
And also, they've just bought time into a snowballing Gwen. So, I'm not convinced you're buying... I'm not convinced it's a worthwhile investment. Let's put it that way. Because the Gwen is...
I'm not either.
Just getting scarier over time. Eventually.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, once again, I respect it from Resolve. They're down 5k gold. They see 4 bot. They're like, you know what? This may be the best chance that we have to win the game from here. So at least they have the brains and the guts to go for it. But it doesn't mean they're not doomed, because we're 40 seconds out from Ocean Soul for C9. It's a 7k gold deficit for Resolve. And we've already seen the fights where they get the dream combo between Orianna, Set, Alistar, and it's just not enough to overcome XU and C9, as XU is level 15 on this Graves. Full lethality build, even has a Guardian Angel for this fight, so killing him twice, I don't even think Resolve can kill him once.
No, I agree with you there. He's a very, very scary old man right now. And Resolve are trapped in his beard, 10 seconds away from this Drake. Resolve on the flank have left their backlines exposed. It's PCL again, caught out again, dead early. Some ult spent for it, but it just doesn't matter. Fnatic's gone as well. APA finds a decent shockwave, but he's not doing damage anymore. That may be the game. Cloud9 clean up Resolve, and Ace, they'll turn towards the Ocean Soul. I don't think they can end this instant, but they can certainly start putting nails in this coffin.
And as you called out, TJ, against this comp, if you're C9, you want to be split. And the fact that they controlled the priority, controlled the vision, and found a split fight for themselves means that with this gold lead, it's game over for Resolve. And I know that, once again, talking with Wixie beforehand, he said that loss to TSM, that's how they started off their group. He said, we were getting a little bit cocky, right? We won Risen, or we took second in Risen. That's the best we've ever done. We got a little bit ahead of ourselves. That loss, it woke us up. We are not going to drop a series again going up against Resolve, a team they respect, but they feel like they're playing much better after that wake-up call. And man, what a performance they put on in this game 1 of this series, TJ.
This is a clinic. This is exactly what we've come to expect from good Cloud9 amateur performances, where they demonstrate that this is a team that plays as such very coordinated in fights, very understanding of what their opponents are doing on the map. Resolve have made some very good macro map calls this game, but they have never been able to get one past Cloud9, who are playing a very good vision game, who in that fight realized that there's probably people working the map around the river and come in behind them, cutting off inside the jungle. Here's Resolve with a last-ditch effort, the full murder bush. Speedo knocked low. Speedo stays alive through it all. It doesn't matter. Fnatic's gone. It might be one back as finally PCL's able to get some vengeance, but that's going to be all. APA, Fnatic, PCL dead. Winter and Array at the bot lane. Very, very low as Cloud9 come for their Nexus. Here's the bot lane, or the mid lane, opened up. Array and Winter will have a chance to defend here. 2v4.
No chance. As XU, C9, they're wrapping it up. Array and Winter, I think they're ready to go to the next one as, man, C9 led by XU, TJ. What a game 1 from the young jungler of Cloud9 Amateur. 11-0-11 on this Graves. Putting his stamp on the map from the first gank till the end of the game. The full lethality Graves paid off tenfold.
Yeah, really, really impressive performance by Cloud9 Amateur. I talked about their map play. We also, of course, talked about the individual play of XU. I want to give another shout out to how well, kind of the middle ground, how well XU and Captain Shrimps work together is a mid-jungle duo playing the map. They had some very good map awareness that played very well with the mechanical plays that XU was pulling off.
It was great to see. I mean, overall, C9, you mentioned it. It was a clinic, a clean game from them, something that they wanted to do after they dropped that first set versus TSM AM. A close one, I will say, but they don't want to make this one close as they take down Resolve, and Resolve, they had some moments. I could see the setup from them, but overall, I just got a little bit too far behind early. Couldn't quite put all the pieces together and drop to a very solid C9 in that game.
Man, I believed in some of those team fights, though. The APA Winter combo, I saw it for an instant.
Yep.
For a glimmer. That's all from us. We're going to head towards a break. There is a desk. There is another game. This is a best-of-3 series, and there's still time for Resolve to turn this round. We'll be right back with that right after this.
Gamers, did you put your sunscreen on before that match? Because if you didn't, you might be getting some third-degree burns from how disgusting EXU's performance on that Graves was in that first game. And I believe with that win, Rebel Fox, I'm going to need you to clarify for me and the rest of the audience here. Does this mean that even if Resolve were to 2-1, they are technically out of playoffs at this point?
This is a question that I'm contemplating at the moment, only because if Resolve ends up at 2-1 and they end up beating Cloud9 even at this point, Cloud9's already taken a game and their game score is going to be superior when it comes to map score, but the head-to-head will go to Resolve. So it's a dependency on, is game score or map score more important, or is head-to-head more important? I think in ultimate situation, head-to-head ends up being more important, and so Cloud9 might still drop. So from this point, Resolve cannot lose a single game. They might already be out, depending on if map score is more important. I don't want to sit here and say that they have a bunch of hope, but obviously I don't think Resolve is going to want to drop out in this series whatsoever, because there's still, I guess, a chance far off in the distance that maybe that light is still up there.
Right. It is definitely a question that kind of everyone would like to know, and so, as of now, we're going to assume that, especially with the way Cloud9 Amateur are playing right now, unless Resolve are able to kind of buckle down and then just, for the sake of being able to show that they have what it takes to be able to compete with one of the stronger teams in Proving Grounds right now, and show kind of glimpses of their form that a majority of this roster had back in spring and Barrage. And Jolly, we got to talk about EXU. I already kind of let the audience know that, he's kind of on fire, but if we can bring up his endgame stats along with Captain Trins there, this man, 256 CS at the 24-minute mark. Like, what? What is that?
Yeah, it's absurd, and that's actually kind of something we were talking about, is you had a little bit of sharing as well. Captain Shrimp's low on the creep, because you could see that Graves was just able to come through. XU clean up all of that creep, as well as the jungle. If you've already got XU kicking off on, I gotta say, his primary champion, the one he generally tries to pick, a comfort pick for sure for this player, you let him get something. He went with the Dark Harvest first off, so he had confidence going into this one, and then followed it up with the Eclipse build. Was able to get a Serpent's Fang and an Eclipse like pre-60 or pre-15 minutes in the game. Just absolute insanity. So that's definitely going to be something that Resolve needs to focus on, shutting down XU, and Fnatic certainly has to try to play a part in that.
EXU, when me and Kari first knew him back in 2019, we just knew him for Lee Sin and the occasional Nidalee. But now, like you said, in a meta where, junglers like Lee Sin are over-prioritized and they're being taken, or they have a high presence rate and they're being either taken off the table before they are being secured or taken away, like you said, Jolly, that Graves has been one of this player's few comfort picks. It probably his go-to, and I think it's surprising because I don't think there's any other jungler that has really shown an incentive or a priority for Graves like Lawrence has in this entire summer split. But God, he made it work, and this is a champion that in the past has not been able to do so well since of prior nerfs, but I want to, look forward into this game too for Cloud9 Amateur to see if we can, if that Graves is going to be warranting necessarily a ban, because I don't know if that is the case here, Rebel. If it's just more so the play style that he and Shrimps have been able to, lock down for Cloud9.
It's an interesting thought coming into this one, because now, of course, Resolve, they've decided to elect for red side, having lost that previous game. So when we get into draft, we're going to see at least a little bit of difference. And now being there, maybe they have the flexibility to take the Graves off. It was pretty clear that the combination of the Graves with something very powerful in mid lane, especially something CC heavy like the Galio, that if you give that champion over, that's clearly a play style that Captain Shrimps is willing to play towards, because of the sacrifice. You saw from the graphic a bit ago just how much of that CS had bled through from Captain Shrimps into the pockets of the carry in XU, so there's at least a commitment to taking that mid jungle. So I think even if you let it through, you still have to figure out a way to combat that mid jungle position if you're on the side of Resolve, because that's what broke down for you in really heavy, just pretty much the entire game, is what cost you a fair amount of your early mid presence that let you kind of get to these fights but not really have the backing necessary to take them. So ban it, if you want, if you think that XU is going to pop off on it, or if you're not concerned, or if you're concerned you don't have a response. But definitely control of that mid jungle is all that's going to be necessary. One way or another, that's got to happen.
And before we jump into this draft select, I want to kind of throw it to you, Jolly, just for a few thoughts. Even though if Resolve were to come back in this series, and if it doesn't affect their overall chances into going into playoffs because of head-to-head, what do you want to see from Resolve that you felt like you didn't get to see too much in Game 1?
I liked their composition. I liked what they were going for. I liked the idea behind the Callista. I just wish there was a little bit more focus as soon as, like Rebel mentioned, that mid lane jungle was taken over by XU. Fnatic likely should have roamed down to the bottom side. So maybe a little bit more focus on the bottom side from the jungle might help them out in the early game.
All right, well, let's see if Resolve takes to heart a little bit of that Game 1 in stride and making some improvements or making some changes as we get ready for the second game of the series, potentially the last one if Cloud9 closes out, or we can go to a Game 3 of Resolve come back swinging. But TJ and Cubby, they're going to be the ones guiding you through this next game.
Thank you very much, Rafa. I'm uncomfortable with the idea of me guiding anyone through anything, so I'm going to turn things over to you, Cubby. Just to kind of lay things out, game number 1 looks very good for Cloud9 Amateur. We also saw Resolve fall a little bit short in just a couple specific instances from their kind of ideal play style. Can you talk us through maybe the cracks we saw in Resolve that they'd want to tighten up before game 2?
Yeah, I think the fact that Orianna wasn't able to get a clean first reset and get that lost chapter hurt them in the long run. I credit C9 for making that proactive play, burning both flashes to make sure that didn't happen mid. But after that, the next real big point of tension that we saw was Fnatic and PCL trying to go for plays in the top side, trying to attack that Gwen with the set Diana. And credit to Speedo, he was able to get out of it, but also not really in sync with a couple of those ganks. I mean, the RKO out of the Moonfall from Set, that's not something that we're used to seeing from Resolve, and a couple of those misplays ended up costing them pretty big and costed them the game in the end, as C9 played out that game very well.
But it is a good sign for any League of Legends match when we're able to attribute the game to things that specific. Because yes, Cloud9 were in control of the game from top to bottom, but no, Resolve didn't make any drastic mistakes. There were a couple of mechanical errors, a couple of minor misreads of map positioning, and Cloud9 were able to punish them very effectively. And that's what gets us here.
I credit most of the game to really good play from XU and Wixie. I thought that both players were fantastic. The Aphelios into the Callista, it's an answer that we're seeing quite a bit of, especially on the LCS stage, but a lot of people don't really understand or realize what the answer is, and it's just that if you have the right guns, you can control Callista. You outrange her with green, white, red, white, she can't jump in. And if you have Graviton, then you can just stun her and, have her rooted and chain stun things from there. So I thought that Wixie put that out really well. That was one of the big differences in that game. But going into this second one, big adaptation coming out is that we have a side swap and no Graves for XU.
Yes, so we are heading into our second ban phase. It is important to note that Graves is gone. It is important to note that both Lucian and Karma are on the table, both picks that APA has been rolling with last game. They put him on an Orianna, which used to be one of APA's favorite picks. APA looked very good on the Orianna, hitting some really good ultimates, but wasn't able to have the impact that you want from that character due to an early gank, due to how well C9 played that mid-jungle duo. So we'll see what gets locked in here towards APA and towards the opposite half of that mid-jungle duo. As it looks like we're getting the Viego I was excited for, something Fnatic's been playing a decent amount of. And we're going to get the thing I was hyping up during the first draft, a Karma, presumably going into APA's hands.
This can be flexed with Winter, but as you mentioned, we expect this to be in the hands of APA, as his Karma, fantastic Karma. He is, I believe, 3-0 on Karma, at least before EGL. And for EGL, I'd have to try and pull some stats, as my stats
he hasn't played it. He's been banned every game.
Okay, he hasn't played it.
I was looking at the pick bans. I was looking at the pick bans, and literally everyone has banned Karma against him. He hasn't gotten a game on it here at this event.
Now, that said, getting the Karma for Resolve, good for them, good for their team identity, how they've played historically. But giving up Diana, Renekton, and Lucian, this is two powerful solo laners that you can pair up with Diana that she can play towards. Lucian gives her priority. Renekton gives her a lane to attack. But that said, Renekton, one of the matchups that he actually surprisingly doesn't do as well into is actually the Jace. So it looks like it's going to be a Jace for PCL in the top lane, trying to answer the Renekton upspeed.
I'm feeling dangerous because I really, really liked Resolve's draft last game, and then Cloud9 were just able to match them in the macro, able to shut down their early game with the jungle presence of Xu. So, whilst I'm looking at this draft right now and going, I'm actually quite liking all of this for Resolve, I think it will come down to what Cloud9 get for their all-star bottom lane, which is, of course, what's being decided here in this ban phase, because that determines the priority at the bottom side of the map, where we're very likely to see the early action of the game take place.
And I expect this to be an AD pick so they can preserve that Karma flex throughout the rest of the draft for Resolve, whereas C9 just looking to power pick whatever they can. This could be the Senna, and big surprise, they have actually played Senna Karma bot with Winter farming on the Karma in the past, so this could be something that Resolve could pull out, potentially use as returning to something that Array Senna pairings going up against all these short-range champions could be very good. And C9 have to respect that, as they're actually going to take the Aphelios. A lot of ADs were taken off the table, but Aphelios historically gets outranged by Senna as the game goes on. Not the greatest pick into it, but something that Wixie still feels comfortable with. Now we're going to have to see what they end up pairing it with, as it is going to be the Rakan in the end.
The Rakan Aphelios, the Rakan kind of coming out by default because we lost just about everything else. Here we go. So this is the decision for me. Assuming this is Senna AD carry, the idea that this Karma could be flexed down bottom is very intriguing, but I don't believe in it. Ooh, take it away.
It's Senna. I think it's Trundle bot. I think it's going to be a farming Trundle for Winter, as this is something that is brand spanking new coming out of Resolve, but is pretty good as the pillar. You can prevent engages from Diana, you can control the terrain around in Aphelios, and you can't get through the Trundle after the first few levels. He gets sustained off the minion waves, Senna also buffs him up, and Resolve going back to a new strategy, trying to empower the Trundle, give him the range that he needs. And I must say, TJ, I see the theory from Resolve's draft, I really like it. It's a short-range team composition for C9. And with the Karma, they have ways to engage, they have ways to outrange it, they have ways to manipulate the terrain around these fights, and I think Resolve has a lot of tools to answer what is a bread-and-butter comp for so many teams we're seeing in competitive right now with those first three picks, Renekton, Diana, and Lucian.
Yeah, I am looking at that short range over on Cloud9, and I'm thinking, okay, well, Jace, well, Karma, well, Senna. That's an awful lot of tools that can keep you at arm's length. The thing that's standing out to me is I don't see very good stoppage power. It's all going to come down to Winter to kind of stop
early. Yeah.
Hard engage coming out from Diana, Renekton, and Rakan, all of whom have fantastic access to this back line. And if C9 are able to blow up in the early game again with Xu, Resolve are never going to get to a game state where that Jace, where that Karma are serious threats in their poke. Because if you don't have the raw stats to blow people up, to be a threat with your poke, then Cloud9 can just run all over you and keep snowballing.
And for C9, yes, we do like the answers that Resolve has as the game goes on. We can see the theory of it, but early, all the priority should be in the hands of C9. They can win all three of these lanes in the first few levels. They should have a full court press for Xu on Diana. And we're going to have to see what Xu can do with that this game, as he was so incredibly impressive last game on his Graves, returning to the Diana this game. And for C9, I think a lot of it is going to be about Diana and Breezy working together with potentially Speedo to find picks. Skirmishes for C9 are going to be very good if they can fight around that Karma.
I'm just appreciating the duck. Game 2, Cloud9 Amateur taking on Resolve. It comes down to this for Cloud9. They could leave this with a clean 2-0, which would do wonders for their current standings in the groups. After TSM handed them an L on the first day here, Cloud9 quite badly want the win. Resolve need it. If they don't get a win here, if they don't scrape it out, they are effectively eliminated immediately. Already their path is very muddy, but a 2-1 here does give them some semblance of hope.
They need help from TSM. I believe they need TSM to beat OQ 0-2 now. We'll have updates on that if we get any, as Winter Showing off the troll dance, as comfortable Winter it is this game, as he is elected for a TP, a press the attack. And we're going to have to keep our eyes on that farming Trundle in the bot lane, and if Winter is able to make the impact we think he might be able to make on this pick.
Yeah, so you talked a little bit about the role of Winter as this kind of center support pick, but I want to go a little bit more broad steps for someone who hasn't been super involved with the meta recently. What's going on with Trundle? Why is he kind of stepping back into gameplay these days?
Trundle has a lot of good matchups in the jungle. We've seen Sejuani with the strong solo melee picks that we've had kind of get paired. Trundle's that traditional counter. We've also seen Olaf come back here and there, and Trundle just has the ability to control terrain so easily as a champion with that pillar. One of the most underrated abilities that we have in the game. Going up against a Diana, against a Aphelios, where if those two champions don't have flash, a pillar combined with Karma speed up, you can really attack and take advantage of those two champions. So we're going to have to keep our eyes on the flashes, keep our eyes on if Resolve can properly punish those, and keep our eyes on if Resolve can survive this early game, as we feel like it's very much in favor of C9 with the champions they have.
If Cloud9 are to win this early game, it comes from Axu, who put on an absolute clinic during game number 1 on Graves. Now he comes to the table with the Diana, and his mission statement is obvious. Gain access to Array, gain access to APA. Be that Diana backline threat, and don't allow this composition to build up their strength throughout this early mid game.
And because Breezy and Wixie had to leash, this sets up very favorably for the bot lane of Resolve. They were able to get there first, take advantage of the wave, and once Trundle gets advantage, he gets free health from any minions that die. As we do see a pillar combo miss with the stun of Array. Of course, you can use the pillar to try and manipulate more of that terrain around the knock or the stun that Senna has in her kit, as that one does connect with no help of the pillar.
That was very clean from Array. He's playing a very good Senna lane so far. Fnatic's also trying to get aggressive, punish what's going on down bottom, and Xu already half HP, burns the smite early. That was a shock blast from PCL, very nearly ending the fight just as quickly. But at the end of the day, Fnatic doesn't find much, does threaten this Grom.
I love that first three-wave plan, though, from Resolve, because the fact they get Diana's Flash, now they can punish it with Karma, with Trundle whenever they want, and this should be a double crab for Fnatic in the jungle. So getting ahead against the Diana early, good start for Resolve, a much better start for Resolve, who at this point, we're already getting blown up by Galio Graves in the mid-jungle duo.
And a direct adaptation to game number 1, where Axu was such a snowballing threat. Here at game 2, they say we're gonna, the three-wave plan like that needs to be set up during at least the level 1 as you start to figure out what your composition is. PCL burns flash here. So the idea that they come into this game or arrive in this game already building the plan to punish Axu to go early on this invade is a very good sign for Resolve.
They do get Winter's flash there, as, Shrimps also has to flash out. He dodged out from the tether, but the fact that he had the dash wouldn't be able to get over the wall. I respect the early flash from Captain Shrimps, as that does save a lot of his HP. And now Fnatic, this is awkward.
Axu in on Fnatic inside the river here. Flash burned. Name a flash, Cubby! It's down!
Am I supposed to know, like, I thought you were going for like a DC Conics thing there. It's like, oh boy.
Oh, sure. I would have taken that answer.
Would have not been good for me either, as PCL might be going down. Oh, a tower shot,
Speedo.
though.
Does he have Shock Blast? No. Cooldowns are low. I don't know that it would have gotten the kill anyway.
Shrimps is roaming. PCL might be in trouble. He has to retreat from this wave right now. Shrimps doesn't have access to the culling, but he will have to respect this movement, save that. And APA actually walking up to drop a ward. Will drop wave priority. Shrimps should be able to catch most of it. So an effective roam from Shrimps. Doesn't lose a lot. Puts PCL a little bit further behind. So we have resets coming out.
PCL feeling in tune with the speed force there. Knowing he's got to play safe in the top lane. Knowing Captain Shrimps is on his way out. Getting the call. Sliding back.
And importantly, once again, Axu, his camps are coming back, TJ. But Fnatic has done such a good job of getting himself ahead of this Diana, who, walking into the Raptors, this is spotted. They know where Diana is at the moment, and Fnatic has yet to reset, but he's going to get a massive first reset on this Viego. Should be able to get a Phage right off the bat, maybe more, as he works towards most likely that Divine Sunder. So APA is going to eat culling. A-OK on the Karma.
Didn't taste too bad.
Yeah, we return to a very favorable state of the game for Resolve. It's good that C9 has gotten so many flashes out of them. But we're just going to have to keep our eyes on who can punish the flashes being down first.
First Drake is up down bottom here. And Resolve are making a beeline towards it. It's going to be 3 Resolve members on this Dragon. Up top, PCL and Speedo are continuing to trade. And that's bolstered by the fact that Fnatic is up here as opposed to down bottom where the Resolve members are playing around that Dragon.
Flashes are down. He didn't go for the Fade. She actually went for the Kindle Gem and the Sheen. So Fnatic is very strong. Is spotted out. They're going to ignore the ward, go for the play.
Spreading the toothpaste. Fnatic for the engage. Speedo very low. No ult yet for Fnatic, but he still gets the kill. Here's XU. 1 for 1. Fnatic still not 6. At close range. Will get the kill.
And a favorable 2v2 goes over to Resolve. We saw Fnatic and PCL struggle to sync up in the last one, but they were perfectly in sync there as they get the reset for Viego. Getting all those abilities back up is what pushes them over the edge. As we talked about punishing the flashes being down, Resolve are first to the play. They were able to take down Speedo, get the win in the end.
And Fnatic becoming the Crocodile.
They laid a trap. They're going on him again.
And just like that, because he was the Crocodile, he could think like the Crocodile. Huge shock blast. They just wait in lane. And it's another kill on to Speedo. Resolve opening up the game now 3-1. Much of that gold going into PCL's Jace. A key part of this poke composition in the mid to late game.
Oh, Breezy might
that's a
down.
big root. Yeah, Breezy, half HP. Wixie has the Crescendum Inferno, though, and that's just so scary. That's enough to stop anything more from happening.
Yeah, they have to respect the Chakrams being stacked there from the Aphelios as they do back off. And Shrimp's actually roaming down. No flash on either bot laner here, but Fnatic's here to hover once again. He has the answer.
Fnatic here, but it's a 3v4. Array in trouble. Kite's back. Breezy dives in. Focused. Nailed very low. Shrimps will be slowed down, chunked away. Ultimately, still don't want to step into that as Resolve, but the defense is successful. Cloud9 waste their time down bottom.
That's such a good response from Resolve as C9. They committed so much to that play, TJ. That's 4 members being taken to the bot lane where they get absolutely nothing. It gets turned upon by Resolve. As we see the rinse and repeat, once this TP is casted, Fnatic says, I have a sneaky little idea. I think we could take Speedo down once again. They end up punishing the top laner of C9.
I love it.
As
Fnatic
returning to the map state now, TJ.
In the bush.
We talked about how important the early game was for C9, the importance of getting Diana off to a good start. That level 6 got delayed. They can't really take advantage of the Renekton Lucian as it has been properly punished in the top lane, neutralized by Karma in the mid lane. And now C9 find themselves in a tough spot as another dive coming through. APA's here.
Oh, poor Speedo. Dawning Shadow from across the map will chunk him, force him back. APA benefiting from the shielding. They zone Speedo off. Speedo played that actually very well to survive. Here comes XU roaming up as PCL will continue to chew away at the turret. XU plus Speedo. That's enough to scare PCL away. And maybe do more. APA and Fnatic are both here. APA fairly low. But XU doesn't want to get aggressive. Rift Herald is up. Drake is up. And it will be Cloud9 starting that Drake as we speak. A skirmish kind of breaking out down bottom. Winter does have vision over it. Shrimp's in trouble in mid. Needs to burn Flash to stay alive. That's okay. APA burn Flash as well. Nobody starts off this Drake despite C9 kind of posturing for it.
I actually love the roam there from Array. Understanding that once again, he's not a marksman. He's a support. He can go walk up and just let Winter leave him to his lonesome with the wave here in the bot lane, as he will have to return now as that wave will be shoving out. But overall, once again, a good game state for Resolve. They've weathered the storm. They've gotten Fnatic ahead early, and anytime Viego is going to get a reset, C9 have to be scared, and C9, it's a squishy team composition that's made even squishier by the fact that Trundle exists as, actually you might be caught.
We're back,
nice
baby!
Dash. Really good
Welcome
dash.
back to the top lane, Speedo. PCL and Fnatic charge in again, and Speedo is yet again scared off of his wave, dropped to half HP, forced away from his own turret. Array got that hit, blind.
Just fishing. Despite them losing that skirmish in the top side, and this Rift Herald should now be in the hands of Resolve, it's actually well played by C9. The dash from Axio and the dash from Speedo If they don't time those dashes correctly and eat the skill shots into the CC that were coming out from Resolve, they would have went down as well. So they do lose the objective, but they do save their lives. As Fnatic is working on the Rift Herald, will secure that one for himself. Resolve have 3 minutes to try and get some points with Shelly.
Cloud9 trying to set up a little collapse there. You saw Shrimps roaming up, Exu and Speedo coming down from the top lane. Very interesting that they're still trying these things, still taking swings. It's good to see from Cloud9. And it underscores that they're certainly not out of this game yet. There is a massive gold lead now in PCL's pocket, but everywhere else on the map, things are going pretty even, if not favoring Cloud9. Wixie still farming up a storm down bottom.
But he's going for the Immortal Shield Bow, which is a lower damage build, and now he might get chased down. He does have Flash.
Breezy. Winter drops the pillar. Breezy's rooted. Wixie just needs to run. They'll be able to do so.
Fnatic dropping a few camps to try and pressure the bot lane, but not a problem. As this Trundle Senna, you cannot move Trundle Senna at this point, especially with Wixie going for the Immortal Shield Bow. Now the next base, he will have a completed Cole, as he did start off the game with that, and Hunter Farm going to cash that one in. But you can still see the difficulty that C9 are going to run into, because a Senna Trundle comp, it's very easy to survive these fights, especially with a Moonstone on the Karma. And I don't know if C9 has enough sustained damage to win these team fights. They have to rely on finding skirmishes and picking members of Resolve off.
Array's at 50 souls. A fact I just noticed because that was the longest range skill shot I've seen in a while. It's been some time without a Senna in competitive play. Very scary signs. Resolve really coming online in this mid-game, and again, this is their preferred game state. They're going to be able to take that turret up top. They do have the Rift Herald, but I don't think it's going to be used for this. It's certainly not necessary. Down bottom, there is equivalent pressure from Breezy and Wixie, but nothing to back it up.
They could save it for the next one. The last patch, they added more local gold to the inner turrets. And once again, Resolve, they're A-okay giving up that dragon. That does not matter. Getting more gold into their pockets. They are the scaling composition. They favor themselves as the game goes on. So I love the fact that they're playing for gold early, and now Shrimps, keep in mind, he doesn't have Flash.
He'll just walk away, leave lane.
I got a little ahead of myself there.
Pay attention to Axu coming in on kind of the flank here. Shrimps is going to step back up as this Rift Herald is summoned. And Axu and Breezy fly in. Charmbound, Dawning Shadow for the backup. PCL steps to the front lines. Axu very low, dives on the APA. Will manage to get the kill, but dies immediately after. In the meantime, Fnatic's hard chasing Breezy. That's a step too far. Speedo comes in with the flash. Fnatic's gone. 1 for 1, 2 for 2 in the middle of the map. Rift Herald charge did come out, so it's a little more gold over into Resolve's pockets, but C9, you've got to take those even trades, and they will.
It's an even trade on the scoreboard, but TJ, if it wasn't for Fnatic kind of, you know, giving C9 a little bit of charity there, it's not even in these fights. And you can see the idea for C9. They have to go in and blow up a member of Resolve, but once they don't blow up APA, look at the team fight after all the initial cooldowns are burned. Breezy, Axu, they sync up, they go in on APA, but once he doesn't fall, it's so easy for Resolve to turn the team fights with the Moonstone Karma. Look at how high these health bars are afterwards. As Fnatic doing a little bit of limit testing here. It happens.
They don't call him Speedo because he's slow. But you are so unimpressed. Matthew Cummings Samuelson, completely unimpressed.
Honestly, as usual, I couldn't think of a response. As speaking of responses, C9 going after APA.
I like it. APA caught out. This time's the charm. Oh no! Flash to dodge the moonfall. And a TP coming out. That's PCL. He'll arrive. Speedo chained down. PCL obliterates Axu. Here are Resolve. And APA with the self-shield can stay ahead of Speedo this time round. It's 2 for North as Cloud9 lose out on their top lane play.
And this is the Resolve that's in their comfort zone, right? The ones that's taking brawls, taking skirmishes, as Wixie does have Flash. Breezy gets stunned up.
We'll be able to
guns are too good
survive the experience. Rakan, a fast little boy, the second speedy boy over there on Cloud9.
while that was going on, Shrimps did take down the bot outer turret and crashed a wave. And that's going to keep C9 within reaching distance of this gold deficit. They find themselves down 2.5k gold. And I think the big key for C9, once again, is they have to take down someone first. They just have to get one member off the map. And I think their targets they're going to be looking at, it's the Karma and the Viego. Because you want to either deny the resets or deny the team shields that would be coming in from the Moonstone. As they try to focus the Karma in this play. But APA with this flash, dodges out on the Moonfall damage, and that's all the time that he needs for a double buff Eclipse PCL to come in on this Jace and just bring the hammer down on the Axiom.
You know, I saw it the first time round, but watching this team fight, particularly the second half where they just kite Speedo like he's an MMO boss, absolutely delightful to see. Resolve demonstrating some of that team fight synergy we talked up at the very beginning of this broadcast and lacked during game number 1. This is how Resolve earned their reputation. Quick, clean communication in team fights. Very clear looking decision making. And here it earns them yet more advantage on the map. They do get a turret down bottom. Cloud9 did trade it even, but this will be Resolve shortly tying everything up. As it is 3 turrets to 3, the bot lane tier 2 falling.
Resolve went out on that trade as, once again, those bot inners, they give more gold with the recent changes made in 11.1.3. As Resolve now going for the reset in TJ, we might have a Dragon where things are contested. C9 do have access to a Rift Herald to drop mid to try and get more pressure around this objective. But 30 seconds out, Resolve just reset. C9 have the opportunity to get in this river first, try and get a setup, one they might desperately need, because they need to control vision, try and find a pick. I think it's the only way they can win some of these fights, TJ.
Drake, or Rift Herald, sorry, did just get picked up by Cloud9, so they're going to use that here on this Drake.
Yeah, they're farming. I think they're giving it. I think they realize they're too far behind. They need to find isolated picks, and playing into the 5v5 is playing into Resolve's hands. Resolve is going to force them to group up as they try and siege down on this mid-lane turret. And Wixie, the Karma damage with the pillar from Trundle. Wixie's down at half.
You love to see it. That's the poke composition that Resolve drafted.
You'd love to see it,
online.
but also, if you're a C9 fan, like, how does Wixie play this game, man, against the Karma Trundle at this point? Holy smokes. I mean, that, like, the pillar, he has access to flash, so but he has to be really smart about how he uses it against Resolve, as Resolve just grouping up, using the pillar, using the poke from Karma to try and take down this mid-lane turret.
I'm checking my notes, and if you are, in fact, a fan of Cloud9, you hate to see it, as Drake goes over. First Drake of the game to Resolve as they're finally able to get something out on the map that is the first objective in a while they've taken. The priority for Resolve much more on gaining gold, equalizing those turrets, which they did. Because at this point, as we just talked about, the poke composition is online. You have Jace, you have Karma, you have Senna. And that's going to make approaching the backline in a straight-up fight all but impossible. Instead, you need to focus this out, but PCL absolutely deletes Captain Shrimps. That was gross, and actually realizes he's put into far more than he bargained for. Winter gets the kill somehow, as a second kill goes over to Resolve.
And here comes the Trundle. This mid lane is falling, but I don't think they care about the turret. They want more kills. They're going to try and get the flash out of Wixie.
It's construction time. Pillar thrown down, and that builds the space. Wixie and Breezy drift back. Turret does fall. Second turret, tier 2. Now under threat, and Breezy and Wixie can do nothing but watch on, look in horror as their turrets, their bases melt. That's going to happen in mid for the tier 2, top for the tier 2. It's all exposed inhibitors from here on out. And guess what's just shown up on the map, Cummy?
The Baron. As
you're right.
That poke comp, they bring that into that top river. They have a chance to play around it. And I just love how Resolve are playing this game out, TJ. It's so much improved compared to the last one. Once they got that first favorable play on the map, they've really focused on just denying any opportunity for C9 to get a pick on the side lanes, which, to be fair to C9, that's what they have to do to come back. You cannot teamfight this Senna Trundle Karma comp. There's no way that you can get through the shields with the damage that you have. As Resolve, both teams understand this, and Resolve has had the right counters as TP from PCL. Woo!
Oh no! Wixie! Please, the humanity! Wixie goes down. Exu and Shrimps will run. Breezy able to hop over the wall. There was just nothing. There's so much ranged slow on Resolve.
And that's what I was talking about with that mid turret where they weren't going for the turret. They were just going for Wixie's flash, because then you can punish that over and over again. That's the main sustained damage for C9 as the Baron started. They can do this forever with Karma Senna. If they're going to try and use their poke to zone out the members. I'm curious to see what they do. I think they're going to burn it down to about 4K, and then we're going to have to see if they turn or they go to burn it, because it seems to be the turn. Breezy's in trouble.
Yeah, Xu, unwarded, does sneak around the back, but nobody's on the Baron, so he's all alone. The last kid in a McDonald's playpen, wondering where everyone went. Top side of the map, nothing to do.
How do you just come up with that? Did you have a tragic life experience in McDonald's playpen, TJ?
I think it was actually Carl's Jr.
Oh, okay. I got stuck on a Chuck E.
pit?
Cheese slide once.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I did.
How'd
They
you
gave me a
get
free
stuck?
pizza out of it. It was great.
I'd get stuck every day.
Yeah,
Actually, Chuck E. Cheese pizza? Maybe that was the punishment.
and once again, Wixie, he doesn't have flash in this play, and watch this empowered shock blast from PCL. That's it's pretty good as they go for the full commit, get the kill. And honestly, the fact that Resolve didn't turn that into more is a win for C9. A lot of that tempo burned by Resolve to, they burn the TP, they burn the flash to make the play happen, and they don't walk out with a big reward at the end of the Golden Rainbow. C9 were able to stall that, prevent that for themselves, and while they still find themselves in trouble this game, that's a TP that they can use, or Resolve can't use to respond to the next side lane play that C9 attempts. So a small win for them, even though Wixie goes down.
Yeah, Cloud9 doing a very good job playing from behind. This is something I love to highlight a lot when we're casting Cubby, where it is hard to play losing games and it is unrewarding because most of the time it's hard to turn things round in League of Legends. But Cloud9 are doing a fairly good job of accepting that they're behind in this game and just trying to find what minor risks they can take for positive trades on the map. And it's not impossible because they do have time. That is the one thing they get here. Resolve, at least till they're able to bring this Senna to bear, have kind of slow turret takes. They don't have the Drake yet, or they're ways away from the Soul. So, whilst Resolve don't do Baron, Cloud9 can just kind of keep this game going.
They can. I don't think it really favors them as things go on. But Karma can't really respond to Lucian in the side lane, as Karma wants to stay grouped with the team, and C9 is at least taking advantage of that, trying to pick up gold, trying to pick up objectives around the map where they can, as they do trade out the Dragon, which there is no world that they can contest for the top outer turret, or inner turret, so he's getting some more gold onto this Lucian, who... We talked about some of the aspects of C9 that they struggle against range. That Sorelda's second item will help a lot against the range, because the culling, that's a slow now in every single bullet, so... Oh boy. It's a big Jace.
Stun found. Speedo. Dawning Shadow. That is gross. PCL gets the kill.
And Array just gets to walk out, say thanks for the assist. I'm going to go take the credit card, do some shopping with that right off the bat. And so getting closer to that Rage Blade that Senna's working on. Of course, if you stack up the Kraken Slayer stack with the Rage Blade stack, you can get that true damage to proc twice. Pretty good for the Senna as these fights drag on. And, of course, Senna... A little bit of a bigger gold lead than it actually looks like for Resolve with the Souls on Senna as well. So Resolve, total control. Very much the opposite of what we saw in the last game, TJ, where C9 at this point had 20 kills and we're pushing into the base of Resolve.
Can we get a Soul check production? I'd just love to know where Ray is at.
I thought you wanted some like Stevie Wonder music to be blasted, Maria, some real Soul. As 102. Oh boy.
Woo!
That's pretty thick.
Soul.
It's a big Senna.
That's all you need. Like you were talking about, you kind of mitigate the item disparity with that Soul. And Array farmed up very quickly because they had a lot of skirmishing in lane, which is very bad. If you're playing into a Senna, you do not want to be constantly trading auto attacks. But Wixie constantly was trying to gain access to Winter, stepping into those auto attacks. Did like 50 souls very early on. Here's Cloud9, middle of the map. As Resolve kind of roamed down, they're in a 4v3, but not a winning one, which Cloud9 recognized. They'll back away here. The real goal is you don't want Resolve getting this Baron, and you want to keep harassing them to that end.
Uh-oh, Breezy, that's a W the wrong way. He might be in trouble.
Oh, he carries the root!
Oh,
Treason!
no!
Wixie now rooted as well. He's going to have to cut away. Fnatic
Overhealing.
goes a little bit too deep and gets burnt down. XU able to stasis to avoid the reset. Very well played. Very, very well played by Cloud9 to avert catastrophe there, as that could have gone so very wrong.
Well played from Fnatic, too, to get out of that one, but PCL's backing, and if he TPs right away, I think they might try and burn the Baron as, oh, it's going to be a trap instead. Oh, boy. Goodbye.
They know that Resolve have to do this Baron, so Resolve just wait around. Cloud9 step in. Easy trap, easy Baron.
Yeah, Constable Trundle says, get out of the alley, as he sends Captain Shrimps back to the gray screen. C9 now without Shrimps. No way to close the gap, no way to compete with the Karma grouped up. And it will finally be Baron for Resolve. As C9, that was a mistake from Breezy. They managed to save it. They almost managed to take down Fnatic with all the extra heals they gave over. As you can see, Fnatic, he's chasing for the reset here, as Breezy W the wrong way.
Ooh.
Ends up stunning up both of them, but the heal from Wixie, I believe, is what saves him. As, oh boy, that's not even close there. And Fnatic saved by APA as well. The Moonstone Karma coming up clutch.
I saw him carry that route, and my entire life flashed before my eyes. I too was stuck in a slide in a McDonald's playpen. No, it was a Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah. Oh. That's a bold dash there from Captain Shrimps.
Yeah, Captain Shrimps.
Yeah, no, you're not going to survive that. As he turns the corner, finds two members he wasn't expecting to find, and all of a sudden now Resolve find a Baron they weren't expecting to find right exactly there. They're going to try and stretch this one out throughout the 3 lanes. They can use Trundle to split push, and that's exactly where C9's going to attack right now.
Poor Winter.
He just
He'll
walks
be able
out.
to drop the cone and walk away, but he is getting burned down
He
here.
doesn't walk
Dawning
out.
Shadow across the map. There's the culling.
does.
Shrimps has got the shutdown. At what cost, though? Because down the mid lane go Resolve. Sure, they're down a player, but they don't especially need that advantage thanks to their pokes. They're going to take the mid inhibitor, expose the bottom inhibitor. Here comes Breezy off the reset. All 5 now here for Cloud9. 5v4. Can they save this inhibitor? I don't think so. Full burn down. The second inhibitor gone. The fight for the Nexus turrets begins now.
Yeah, Resolve are sticking around. They want to end it here, and they can. Winter has TP up in 13 seconds once he survives as...
Oh, Shrimps!
Look at
Just
Array.
burned. That was APA in Array just doing so much damage with the ranged poke. They can't leave the fountain as the Nexus turrets fall. Resolve step forward. All 5 pressing in for the Nexus. PCL shreds the side. Here come the auto attacks. Just on to the Nexus as Resolve are going to tie this series up. Cloud9 take game number 1 and Resolve drag us back to an even 1-all.
Hold on. All right, I think they had a little bit too much fun. 4 members drop. They're going to take down the Nexus right there as Winter says, I've had enough. He autos the Nexus and leaves the game. As you mentioned it, Resolve, they brought it back. And what a creative draft from them with that Senna, TJ. I was teasing the Senna Karma potentially. They could have found another pick like a Galio, but Winter breaks out the Trundle, and once C9 got behind, once they couldn't find the plays to get back into side lanes, Resolve just grouped up, end of the game, and a much improved look from them going into this game too.
And I think that, for that reason, that is one of the most exciting compositions I've seen in a while, because it was very deliberately created to do a specific thing, which is, hey, we're going to get to the mid-late game, we're going to have so much poke damage, nobody can get close. And then they're able to follow that up by pressing through the early game with that Viego so that they can get out of that early game, get out of that early laning phase without any risk.
And a credit to Fnatic, who him and PCL were able to sync up much better in that one. Also, Fnatic initially got the flash out of XU, got a huge advantage on the first 2 clears of the jungle because he was able to put Diana behind, was able to get 6 fast enough, and that combined with Jace going off in that side lane, it was the side lane that beats both Renekton and Lucian. PCL was funneled, took advantage of it, Resolve ended up taking the win.
So, I also want to give huge credit to Rebel on our desk, because Rebel at the very beginning of the day said, my ideal world for Resolve, PCL gets an early lead, the bot lane is kind of left to their own devices early, it's the Fnatic PCL show, and you snowball that into the team fighting where they do well. That's exactly what happens. So here's the question, what do Cloud9 draw from this game? We talked about how they instantly lost XU during the early game. How do you prevent that going into Game 3?
I think C9 gets red side. They have choice of side as they lost. I think that you just prevent it with red side. We're going to have to see if that's the decision they make as we are getting ready to hop into Game 3.
All right, we'll go to a break. We'll come back with the desk. We'll come back with that Game 3 right after this.
Class, we have show and tell today, and I'm looking at you, Miss Malhas. First of all, I noticed that you have something to your side. Do you want to share with the rest of the class what you've brought to show and tell today?
Yeah, I figured I'd do a little bit of a visual representation, of a replay before we look at really a replay of one of the fights that we saw take place. So we'll see how long it takes you to figure out. I'm not even going to show, it's going to be sitting right here for this one. All right, so this is a bush. We got someone in a bush. And then we've got, I don't have Speedos. But we got Speedo, who comes through. Here we go. Sorry, more summer. Speedo's coming through here. And out jumps the jungle. We got summer props. Summertime props.
Yeah!
Out jumps the jungle, the shark himself, in Fnatic. And you know, that was a killer play. I'm out, guys.
That was the best show and tell I've ever seen. That beats all the lame ones I saw when I was a kid growing up. But Rebel, I think Jolly is on to something here for our game 2, because it was pretty instrumental to why Resolve bounced back.
Yeah, Resolve was able to finally find something to attack. Game 1, they were kind of struggling in that regard, finding any advantage that they could in any particular lane or in their jungle matchup. And in this one, not only was it ganks, but also like there was resources going into topside from Cloud9 that was also getting denied. All of those counterplays and things that were coming about was really important. So now we've seen 2 games where like the clash has come through between the 2 members. Actually, I also have brought something to show and tell. I know this is not scripted, so you 2 don't know. This is Bunky the Monkey. He is the he is a results-based analyst, and he represents not Fnatic, but whichever top laner loses this game. So, yes.
All right, is he on the payroll?
It's adorable.
Is that
He's
gonna
on my
dock
payroll,
from
that's
me?
for sure.
Okay, all right, cool, we're good. I do. I like that you guys make an LLC together. You guys can get some good work.
Get that cash flow coming in. But we do have to look at why this affected the rest of the game for Resolve, because this was essentially a Siege and Poke composition. And one of the cooler things that actually came into the draft was that last pick, Jolly, which was the Trundle support. And if you've been if you follow Oliver on Twitter, or Winter's handle, you'll see that about a month ago on June 29th, he showed a lot of Trundle games in his support solo queue ranking history, and we didn't necessarily get all of a lot of Trundle action, but combined with the poke that you get from the Jace and the Karma, you roll down this Trundle pillar as well as a slow, and it's incredibly easy to hit as well.
It makes it really a self-sufficient bottom lane as well, but this is a nice little replay here of the first kill onto Speedo. Yeah, this is your job. Sorry, I'm the play-by-play, so I'm like, this is Rebel's job to jump in and do the replay breakdown. That's my bad.
That's fair. It's a back and forth, of course, that comes between these two, where, again, you're able to find one, and then Fnatic sticking around just to completely ruin Speedo's day. Not only shutting out, like, early pressure you could have into a Renekton to start the game off, but also, again, both accelerating Pycan lane's actual laning phase, because he decided to actually can lane instead of can't lane this time. The shutting out Renekton, putting resources into Jace, it just wins your top side for you pretty much entirely across the board. Mid lane struggling because like Lucian's playing into Karma. It's not super easy to pull a bunch of the advantage since Karma's really safe, not easy to play against. You saw that a couple times during the game where Karma just absorbed pressure and did not end up going down. And so all of this aggression that came out from C9 was just thwarted. Their early game for their Jace was like very good, and there was nothing happening bot side where like this Trundle is just like, okay, mid game comes, pillar, and they die. Pillar, they die. Pillar, they die. Pillar, what happens? That's right.
Even from the get-go, there is a plan that Cubby called out during the cast as well, from that 3-wave stacked timer from PyK Lord on the top side. Fnatic adapted his jungle pathing, didn't go for a full clear that you normally can do on Viego to match Diana. He invaded after a 4-camp, catching Diana in the midst of taking that Gromp, forcing them to flash out, and then not only you put them behind in terms of tempo, but also you are able to ensure double crabs on top of it. So Resolve just overall had a clearer and more cohesive game plan that worked out for them, because as we're getting into Game 3 for the next draft, and I want to go to you, Jolly, because last time you said in Game 1 Resolve had a good composition, but they just didn't execute it, and they didn't act on their win conditions soon enough, because by the time they fought around the third dragon, it was already too late. This Game 2, they took your words too hard, and they actually made happen on the map here. They got it done. So now, if we're seeing Cloud9 Amateur return to the red side, what are some picks that Resolve need to keep their eye out as they are trying to make sure that they can get the best first pick for themselves here in the draft?
Yeah, I would say Diana obviously is high pick for blue side, but right now, clearly she hasn't really been effective on either team here, so I wouldn't necessarily recommend that. I would say trying to kind of run a similar composition in terms of just kill lanes, and then down on the bottom side, something that's self-sufficient. And you hate to see all of the adjustments and the sway in wins on red side, and then Resolve knowing that they are going into this one, potentially looking down the barrel of a gun that they can't really avoid. But at the same time, if they continue to play like they did and just take advantage over these objectives, there's not a lot that can be done there on the other side there for C9 Academy, or Amateur, my goodness.
Rebel, and I want to throw it to you as well, getting in last thoughts is... I believe we'll be jumping into draft soon for Game 3, but as I take that back, but Rebel, I think the other thing that Cloud9 Amateur need to ask themselves at this point then is, when you look at a composition where Resolve are actually getting off the ground in the first few minutes, there was a couple of points where they try to find some team fights. You even brought this up as well, that even though Resolve didn't let it get punished, there was a moment where they pulled off the Baron and lost some time that potentially could have punished them had Cloud9 Amateur been able to stabilize and stall the game long enough.
Mm-hmm. It was it's clear Resolve has like this game plan for early, that mid game, like I said, that one Baron call, I'm not going to say is indicative of what's to happen in their game. Apologies. But one of the bigger things that I think will overarch here inside of Cloud9's game plan, especially for game number 3, especially if Resolve's able to come back to throwing punches early, which is really nice. Something I noticed was like Captain Shrimps was playing a lot of side lane. I don't like that. I don't like Captain Shrimps in the side lane. Not that he's not good, not that he doesn't have resources. More so that like you said it yourself, like I see him as a Fizz player first. I see him as like the Galio player. I want to see him as somebody that's interacting with other players because he's really good at the game. Like he presses buttons fantastically. So like I don't want to see him auto-click the turret and say, I push wave, I take tower, I get 200 gold, I had no use in fight. I want to see him actually go fight people. And I think that's something they were missing really heavily, was once mid lane broke down, once top lane kind of broke down, Lucian effectively was just a side laner and wasn't able to really put a bunch of impact in. I'd like to see them get him on something that's either more active early. Galio was really good if they want to go back to like an XU focused composition, or something he can smash on his own right. I know Rumble's one of those champions that like it's in the back pocket, but even things like LeBlanc or Akali that have like popped up in recent patches that can kind of generate their own advantage is what I'd be looking for.
TF.
Yeah, TF is also a good option because it is an enabler, right? You shove out your lane, and then you look to make plays with Destiny on the map. I actually want to then kind of challenge you even further. So, if you're in Cloud9 Amateur shoes, and you knowingly you did put Captain Shrimps on something that is supposed to get you lane priority as Lucian, but it was kind of nullified by Karma because Karma is just one of those champions coming into the mid lane. You don't necessarily bully the other person into submission, but you're able to go even, and you're able to nullify the pressure from that lane. Does that signal to Cloud9 Amateur that they need to take away the Karma, or do they just need to completely shift Captain Shrimps' champion priority in what they're giving him, not something like Lucian?
I think it depends on first what Resolve is prioritizing at the very beginning of draft, because we've seen some champions like Viego and Gwen start to slip through. I have a feeling Aurelia is eventually going to slip through the cracks, as we've gotten through 2 games now that have been competitive, so both teams are going to have more targeted bans to go to rather than Aurelia. And if things like that happen, then like Aurelia is not really flexible. APA's champion pool is a little bit reserved, my apologies, but like if C9 knows that that's going to be the case, like if you see something like an Aurelia or like a Camille that's coming in as opposed to something flexible across multiple lanes, like what would be Lee Sin or Ziggs for this team, you don't have to worry about that. And that means that like if you see that forecoming, you can wait to ban Karma, or you can like be like, okay, if we're leaving up things that are powerful but they don't go in the mid lane for this team, if they get picked, then they don't have to worry about banning Karma. They can wait till second rotation or not ban it at all. Or they get it themselves, because that means Resolve is going to prioritize Karma, and they can give themselves a bunch of drafting tools and things of that sort.
Okay. Well, let's see if it comes to fruition here for Cloud9 Amateur. This is going to be for Game 3. This is we're still calculating things in kind of the back end to see whether 2-1 for Resolve would actually be able to put them in playoffs contention or not, because there's other things involved apart from head-to-head, map score, and also game time. So depending on how fast Resolve closes out, then maybe there is a chance. But we're going to let TJ and Cubby make the final call on this last game.
Thank you for giving us that power, Rafa, and I can't wait because we are here, Game 3. It comes all the way down to the final map of the third best of 3 these two teams have played this season, and it's gone very dominantly both ways, Cubby.
And I just want to touch on Rafa's point real quick, as it has gone dominant both ways, but Rafa, guess what? We've done the math here while you guys were on the desk, and the winner of this series will make it to playoffs. OQs, they are 1-2. They won 2 maps, both over Resolve, and they're 2-0. But the fact that Resolve took TSM to 3 means that their game score matches would be higher, and C9's game score is also higher, which means that the winner of this series makes it into the playoffs as the second seed out of this group. So all the marbles are on the line for this one.
You just math-checked Rafa.
I
It's
did.
like a body check.
I had some more time, but I did math check Rafa. You know what? Every desk I'm on with Rafa, he host gaps me. So I just have to do it once to him. Just give him the business, right?
I like it. I approve of you getting a little bit of revenge.
Let's go.
As Resolve would be looking to, they did lose the last time these two teams faced. Cloud9 absolutely obliterated them, knocking them out of the Risen quarterfinals 3-0. We highlighted how earlier in the season the Challengers Uprising, Resolve did the inverse, knocking Cloud9 out of Challengers Uprising. Here we go, now for all the marbles. Winner of this game gets out of groups. Winner of this game continues here in our Proving Grounds qualifiers. Here we go with Resolve versus Cloud9 for Map 3. Resolve do take the blue side, Cloud9 get the red side. Let's talk through the bans. No Lucian, no Karma anywhere on this sheet, and a first pick Aurelia to Resolve.
And this enables XU to get back on that playmaker. Lee Sin, a key pick for C9, as both Speedo and XU can play it very well. As 11-14, Aurelia, a new champion, one that's been very powerful with the changes they made to her.
One thing I'm flagging is the fact that Cloud9, I think quite correctly, decide that the problem with this game is Fnatic. Thanks, Covey.
I had to mute for that. Not for you, but for the stream, you know. TJ got all of it.
I just got it in my ear. That was very good.
It's great.
Anyway, I think they quite correctly diagnosed the problem is Fnatic. So ban away the Viego, make sure he doesn't get that problem. Resolve are able to still get Fnatic a very meta carry right here in this Diana. I want to ask you about the Braum as well. Could you maybe give me the rundown there, as it will go to Winter, one of his trademark picks. What does it pair with right now?
Aurelia, right? Stack up those auto attacks. Get the Q reset off where you can easily proc Braum passive instantly. And it's more of a soft counter to Leona, and also comfort for Winter. One of his best picks that could potentially enable a Jinx or an Aphelios out of Array. As it's not the traditional pairing, but it is something that is playable. As Shrimps, oftentimes on red side, C9 will give Captain Shrimp's counter pick, but instead they lock in his champion early, and they're taking away 2 of APA's champions, kind of banking off the fact that, hey, we don't think APA plays Aurelia, as Aurelia is not a champion that APA plays, but with the new patch, we're going to have to see if he's been able to pick it up.
I'm very excited to see this. The Aurelia is in the pool. Here are the bans. It's Karma, it's Syndra, Cloud9 focusing in like we talked about. Shrimps will get the LeBlanc. And now we go into the second phase. Still 80 carries to be decided by both teams. We'll get our first one there. Wixie getting a Jinx, a character they are no stranger to, but a little out of meta these days, Covey. Is that why we get the ooh from you?
It's the U for me, because Wixie's really good at Jinx. And with a LeBlanc, if you can get that first kill, get that reset for Wixie, get the Jinx excited, that could be possible. As, oh boy. This hover,
wow.
So we've been teasing out the fact, Jolly mentioned that APA's champion pool, it's built different. And Scion mid into a LeBlanc, I believe, is going to be the pick here for APA's. That is his counter pick. And we're going to have to see if Speedo gets counter pick against Aurelia, or if Axie is going to get his choice of jungler here.
Constructed diversely.
Oh, I'd like to say
APA's champ pool.
Set's really good in the both Scion and Aurelia. I think this should be insta-locked by C9, and will make things difficult for Resolve as this game continues. Scion into the Blanc, it makes it so that the Blanc, like, you never have kill pressure, you don't really have the ability to have a lot of say in the lane, and Scion does get priority, but LeBlanc later does dance around the Scion very well. But it's a big front line for Resolve with this Scion, with this Braum, and it might even be like a Titanic Hydra Sterix Gage Scion to guarantee push. I'm really curious to see what APA actually opts for here with his build.
I think it's wild. We went through 2 games with such diverse picks for both teams. It was always kind of a play-style matchup. Here in Game 3, these are very similar drafts. These both have a ton of engage. They both have that single solitary sustained damage dealer in the Aphelios, the Jinx. They both have the Assassins to threaten the backlines. Obviously, it's changed where they are through that top half of the map, but it's pretty even, all things considered, and this is just going to come down to that skill check during the early game.
I mean, the one thing that C9 are returning to, it's that Lee Sin LeBlanc duo, this mid-jungle duo, is so powerful throughout the history of League of Legends, and that's how they won Game 1, TJ. It was with the Galio Graves. That was denied from them as Resolve took away the Graves. They're going to try and emulate the same magic with LeBlanc and Lee Sin. And my eyes instantly go up to what Rebel was talking about, the fact that playing through PCL, this is a tough matchup for Aurelia going into the set, but if Fnatic, if XU get involved, that could be a lethal topside, as we're going to have to see if Resolve can do something to get that Aurelia ahead and take advantage of how powerful this pick is on this new patch.
We saw it already during game number 2. PCL gets the lead, Resolve get the lead. The big difference, though, XU didn't get rolling last game. Game number 1, it was the XU show all the way, and now it comes down most likely to those 2 junglers. Fnatic v XU, Resolve v Cloud9. Game 3, it determines who goes forward in this tournament and who stays here in the group stage, crying like a child left alone in a bullpen.
Oh man, you just had to do that to me. It was like the middle of a slide too, and it Chuck E. Cheese. It was not good.
How did you get stuck in the middle? Because they go down. That's the part I'm struggling with. Slides are vehicles. They're one of the few devices in modern life that's designed to take a human being from the top to the bottom. So how did you get stuck midway through that?
I was 8. I probably shouldn't be going through those at 8. But, you know, it's a kid's birthday party. You gotta have fun.
No, how? Because I was 8 as well, and gravity worked on me just fine.
It was like one of those where it was like a slide on both sides, and like up top, there's no gravity because like it's flat, you know?
Oh.
So, as we are seeing the Set versus Aurelia matchup, and why it's so difficult for Aurelia, already demonstrated level 1. Really like that from Speedo. PCL is going to be away to lane. Might even have to burn TP to make sure he gets those creeps. So we are returning to the game state. We have Fnatic getting a leash from Scion, starting on the Raptors. So going for the camps first that respawn. I like this a lot from APA and Fnatic. This should get Diana going early, which is very important for Diana. If you get that early level 6, taking the Raptors and Krugs first does guarantee that. But unfortunately, PCL is going to miss 3 creeps on that first wave and will be very, very far behind in this matchup.
So how did they get you out? Did someone have to, like, crawl into the slide?
Oh, yeah. Employee came on in. It was not fun.
I'm having a lot of fun. Your pain at 8 years old was for this moment. Resolve start the early game drifting towards the top side in the jungle. Array dominating down bottom with the early Aphelios clear. Here's APA on his mid-Scion. No, you didn't end up in a different dimension. That's just how APA do.
And I'm really curious to see what APA builds, because Anathema's Chains is a very good item on Scion. Could really try and limit the damage of Jinx, who, as you mentioned, is that big single-target DPS individual for C9. And Anathema's Chains on Scion, the fact that he barely takes any damage to begin with, could be the tech that APA is going to opt for, as he already has the tech with Champion pick. As both
and it is kind of... It is kind of only the Jinx that's scary if you're Scion right now. Provided this LeBlanc doesn't get insanely ahead, which APA is missing a couple of waves here. A cannon minion just went down, so genuine tragedy. But
all he needs is the XP. That's what it's all about for Scion, just like top lane Scion.
But provided neither LeBlanc nor XU get very far ahead, and XU's on ward here, Fnatic
He's going for the
knows
dive,
exactly.
but this is spotted. A nice word from Fnatic. He's going to try and answer this. This could be big.
PCL playing the bait, double TP in, Speedo trapped underneath the turret. XU realizes the play's been read, and he will walk away. The game is up, and Speedo's caught out, tries to dash away. He's gone. First blood to Resolve as a ward reads Cloud9's map movements perfectly.
And what a counter from Resolve off of that ward, given the information. As Speedo, that entire lead that he received against Aurelia, thanks to the level 1 trade, evaporates at the hands of Resolve, who see XU on the ward, have the perfect answer in mind, and are able to execute it this time around. As Fnatic and PCL, they didn't sync up game 1, they were synced up game 2, and an early play with the help of APA pulled off by the top side of Resolve, get them a good start.
Very well played by PCL. Decently played by XU as well to just realize this is over and cut his losses.
This was kind of weird, though, from Speedo, because if the Haymaker actually connected with PCL, maybe he's able to get a kill.
Yeah,
and Burn
split
Flash still
decision.
dies. He was dead. Well, he was very dead.
Kind of split decision, do I have space to get out? Should I stay here and try and get the kill?
Yeah.
Net result, no real chance at either. Speedo burns both summoners.
And that's important because this can be revisited now by Resolve. We talked about playing through that Aurelia, enabling her in this matchup where it's not the greatest matchup for her, but now that PCL has this start, he can do a lot with it. And I want to see if Fnatic makes a revisit. He started on the bot camps, so if he takes the respawns, he can path bot the top and try and revisit. But it appears that he's going to put some love into his bot lane and help them at least get this wave shoved in.
Yeah, Drake is up, so both bot laners wanted to go down here. But the wave got so shoved forward that I don't think XU dared, especially considering that Fnatic's due in the area, and Fnatic currently has an advantage over him. You can expect, given these two team compositions, that Drake to sit around for a while. It can be lonely for a bit, just because no one needs it early, so provided nobody earns a massive advantage down bottom, it'll chill.
And despite Set and Speedo being put behind early, he did a fast reset to get that Bramble. It really helps against all the healing that Aurelia does have in her kit, as PCL is going for the W max. That max, a lot of damage on the W and a lot of damage reduction on the W, trying to help keep Aurelia alive. As their Q damage mostly scales with levels, so points in that not quite as valuable as putting it in the W. One of the changes, many changes we have to Aurelia. As Fnatic and Winter are both roaming up here, we talked about playing through PCL, playing through this Aurelia. That's the game plan here for Resolve. Let's see if they can execute.
That's Haymaker.
Yeah.
Haymaker down, flash down.
Oh, he has ult.
Wave
They're
will
waiting for
crash.
Oh, they called off.
XU was roaming up. You could see Resolve putting together the pieces, trying to bait XU into engaging onto PCL, and they don't get the opportunity.
I'm really surprised they called that playoff, actually. I thought that even with the Haymaker down, even Set being so difficult to dive, with an Aurelia, with a Braum, you can still pull that off. I guess they just didn't feel like they had enough upfront damage to take down the Set. Play ends up being called off, and some tempo for Resolve lost. Not for... they don't lose too much out of it, but still a play that could have went their way that doesn't, as APA getting double chain might be in trouble.
Yeah, you are kind of seeing consequences here. APA just dead. Breeze able to get the kill.
What can he do,
Winter's
though?
still here, kind of
Can he get a
brawling, and
response?
XU's going to get stunned up by the zombie. XU will get away. Meantime, what is this? Speedo just able to isolate and suplex PCL. And Cloud9 find 2 kills across the map as the tempo that Resolve lost from that botched top play really did add up.
And I want to see how Speedo was able to turn that one around, because that's a huge win for the side of C9. The fact that he takes down the Aurelia, PCL has to take the walk of shame as he doesn't have TP up. And him getting solo kill, they put so many resources into this pick, but Speedo was able to make it pay off. As, oh my goodness, PCL going down is huge.
Oh, he's got him on both sides. Yeah, just like that. The second you have minions on both sides, you as a set, you win that trade. Still gets dangerous, but he's got ult. Boom.
Oh, that's flash burn for PCL as well. Both summoner spells going down. Played steel caps now for Set. He has enough armor and enough heal cut to try and survive that matchup, try and mitigate it. As the Red Shield started for Fnatic, that Trinket Ward might scare him off. He pulls it again. XU's rotating. Shrimps might be able to make a play. Neither bot lane can be here as Speedo's walking down. This is dicey.
The call goes out, and Fnatic gets out of dodge. Rift Herald wanders for a bit, sees the sides.
Taking a walk. And I think that was the one timer where they could have gotten Rift Herald. And now that that's gone, they're going to try and shift their focus down to the bot lane where maybe Aphelios Braum, they can try and secure the first dragon of the game. But that's a huge win for C9, once again dodging out on the power of that Aurelia. So critical for them in the start of this game. The fact that Speedo now has more time to mitigate the power of Aurelia in that matchup. Big for C9.
And Cloud9, because they got that top half of the map open, can now kind of just run the tempo of this early game, which will pay very well for them, a team with a Jinx on it.
So that we keep track of APA's build as well, as it looks like it's going to be a Sterix rush for him, and potential dives coming in from both of the junglers. There is a double wave that PCL has to respect, has a control ward, so does not spot X2 yet. And Fnatic, instead of going for the bot dive, starts at the dragon. This is spotted by Shrimps.
It is spotted by Shrimps, but Resolve are fairly sure they have enough warding up on the top side of that map there to know what X2's up to.
APA's
so they feel... Captain Shrimps goes in. What is that? Captain Shrimps pushing into the middle of the pit, just kind of baiting. Speedo in the meantime cutting wave up top, continuing to bully. Drake will go over. Cloud9 in the meantime do get the Rift Herald, so it's objective for objective. Actually spotted on ward here again. Very good warding, paying dividends for Resolve. And it will mean that this trade is pretty straightforward. Drake for Rift Herald.
Opportunity to drop Shelly there was passed up upon by C9 as both teams understand the importance of this game, TJ. Resolve with the win here would own the game score, own the head-to-head to qualify for EGL playoff stage, despite dropping to an OQ team. Something that definitely hit Resolve very hard. I know talking with Winter, they said they had a big team meeting after Tuesday, and the vibe got a lot better. They know they made improvements. They were just hoping that they showed up on stage today, whereas C9 also dropping the TSM in a very close series to open up EGL. Said it was an ego check. Said that they wanted to go back and try to workshop what they were working on, and they're trying to come up with a solution to beat PCL, beat Resolve in this one as a dive coming in.
PCL all alone, 1v3, and there's not going to be any help coming their way. No TPs available.
Oh boy.
Goodbye, PCL. He is dead. If I'm not mistaken, APA had just TP'd back to mid lane. So there was just no way to respond, and that Rift Herald's going to crash. That's going to be a lot of gold passed over.
It is a trade of resources, though, as Aphelios Braum are trying to take place on the bot side, but are way behind in the race, and a second crash might come in top here as C9 attacking the Aurelia. We talked about the importance of getting that Aurelia ahead. C9 are denying that by playing towards that lane on their own, and the solo kill from Speedo really opened things up for them, enabled them to take that first break in the top lane, and now they're trying to crash a second one. They won't take that for themselves, but still, nice injection of gold available for C9 later in the game.
Yeah, big sets are scary, and it's been a while since we've seen one in competitive. But sets, if they get ahead, really can snowball. Xu may be in trouble. What a good hop over the wall. APA is still here, but Xu, the movement's good. Flash is everything he needs.
Speedo has flash. He's going. Yeah.
APA in trouble. Speedo finds the double stun from the face breaker. Fnatic to half HP. Stays ahead of the haymaker. APA is dead. This mid Scion struggling. Speedo gets chunked out here by the zombie, but should be able to stay ahead of it.
Yeah, interesting enough,
Resolve.
It's a Hullbreaker rush for Scion, as it does give him a lot more resistances if he's on his own in his side lane. Further benefits by the fact that every creep you kill, you get extra health on Scion's passive with the W. Very frustrating to deal with in the side lane, but when you group up, deal with him like that as 3, I talked about the set counterpick being really good because it deals with both side lanes really well. We saw that right there, the fact that Speedo was just able to flash in and go on the play and find a favorable trade once again for C9 as they're up 1.5k gold as plates are about to fall here in a minute.
And Resolve are just falling steadily further behind in this matchup. As you said, the all-important Game 3, Cloud9 right now about 1,000 gold ahead. Much of it earned from just mechanical outplays like this. Damn, that was good.
Good recognition from Speedo as I mean, I'm sitting here as a caster saying, like, he should flash and start the engage on Sion, right? RKOing Sion into the teammates of Resolve. That's a lot of damage, as, of course, do more damage the more max health you have there for the set. As further attacks coming in. PCL's in trouble, has Fnatic, but Xyu's here.
And Speedo just sidestepped the stun. Will drop the ult. Is it enough? Huge damage from the Moonfall. Xyu in trouble. PCL stays ahead of the Haymaker. Here's the rest of the team. Xyu finds 2 in the midst of all this. But once APA step up, they're going to find
they don't have
nothing.
Damage.
They don't get the kill. Xyu survives on a sliver of HP. And APA is left on an island. He'll go down eventually as well. It's going to be 3 kills passed over on the top side.
Once PCL goes down, that's all the damage for Resolve gone. As him and Fnatic fall first, good skirmishing from C9 that enables them, as they had more damage, to just turn and take a huge win in that top lane skirmish.
I was so sure APA was going to be able to get the trade onto Xyu, but he's had such a rough early game. He's got a Hullbreaker first item. He just doesn't do damage. In stark contrast to Speedo, TP's in here behind Array. And Array, what do? Can you get an execute? No. What a good rocket comes in. Array's gone. And this game keeps spinning further and further out of Resolve's reach as that gold lead balloons by 4,000, and this is how.
And PCL, he's trying to stall so much time here, TJ. Does have the max stacks for Aurelia's new 4-hit passive instead of 5. And the big key is the fact that Shrimps comes in, is able to wipe up Fnatic and PCL. He was somewhat forced to flash away from the Haymaker, but because he flashed out of the fight, was not able to re-engage, and once the 2 damage dealers go down, that's it. As we return to action, Shrimps trying to get chased down by Sion.
Able to stay ahead. Fnatic does not guess right. Shrimps will go down here. Interesting to me, Resolve, as ever, getting more aggressive as this game gets further away from them because they recognize they're not winning an even map state right now. So the correct response, the response they know they have to go with, is forcing these individual kills. But of course, this means the numbers can add up quite quickly.
It's not all gloom and doom for Resolve yet, as Aurelia in the side lane over time should be able to win against
late
both
game Aurelia
and Lee Sin. Despite PCL being far behind at this point, Aurelia does scale very well, and with the changes to Aurelia, much stronger team fight as that W max, the damage reduction for Aurelia makes her a pseudo tank that still does a lot of DPS throughout these fights. But at the moment, it's still all C9, so you see all the objectives on the map going over to them. Resolve need to buy time, need to stall out this game. I think the only thing they can really do is try and sync up with Fnatic, Winter on the Diana Braum, try and go support PCL. Maybe you find a pick on a side.
Rift Herald was picked up just now, carried around the map by Xyu for Cloud9, as they get yet more on the objective count. Array and Winter are here in the mid lane, playing safe against a 3-man shove. It's a 1-3-1 across the map for Cloud9, as they're taking advantage of Speedo's strength, and it has been a standout performance for Speedo. He's not gotten a lot of the kills, but his mechanical ability on this set, getting the counterpick like you talked about, has just done so much for Cloud9.
And he's made up for that early misplay he had, right? The initial 2v2, Fnatic and PCL got the best of him. He burned Flash, still went down. But since then, Speedo's the one that's brought them back into this game. The fact that he was able to find the solo kill on Aurelia, had the foresight to start that engage on APA, and then turned around the fight top, the big skirmish that Resolve lost 4-0. And that's why you see C9 so far ahead. Resolve so scared to step out onto the map, as I love the fact Xyu, no camps up for him besides the Krugs, spending his time just hovering Shrimps, making sure that this LeBlanc can shove safely.
APA is finally trying to put that Hullbreaker to use up in the top lane, where he's shoving with Fnatic. They're trying to take a turret there. And Speedo is here to receive, so I really do think this just doesn't mean anything. They're just not going to get anything. Speedo is more than capable of clearing this. Fnatic steps up, spotted by a ward. You're right, Covey. No, it's 10 gold.
Big win. Meanwhile, Rift Herald drop mid, the second one. That should be mid turret going down. Shrimps hovering below. Oh. Okay.
Moonlit Vigil
interesting.
does land. Turret goes down. Rift Herald will fall. Here's Winter stepping up. Shrimp spots the vulnerable AD carry and dives onto Array. Winter will step back. Meantime, full engage at the front sides. PCL gets a kill behind APA's ult. Array in trouble. Will go down at the back of the fight. XU on the dive. XU able to find one with Captain Shrimps as they now slide down into the river. XU's too low.
Here.
He has to retreat. Winter, though, similarly low. As Speedo arrives, the fight turns, and PCL's got to back away. APA's just trying to find an answer, just trying to get anything onto Breezy, and it's not going to happen. PCL now all alone in the middle of this map, trying to turn something round. Oh no, Breezy goes down to the zombie, and PCL goes down to XU.
And once we get the replay of this fight, TJ, that fight was won by XU. He was able to find the primary members of Resolve and escaped with his life. And we complimented his ability to play the ganking junglers, play the Lee Sin. We talked about how important this pick was to C9, as both him and Speedo can play it. And we see why he's got the pick in this one, as it was a great start to the fight from Resolve. They got PCL a reset. They found Wixie immediately. Good syncing up from both Fnatic and APA. Watch XU here. Flashes in, dashes, gets Array, safeguards out to Breezy, dodges out the knockup from APA, and then once he gets the Gore Trigger back up, he goes in again.
And him and Captain Shrimp spend this entire fight with perfect target calling. Constantly threatening Array. Even before they get the kill, they zone Array so far back that he can't contribute to the fight.
Oh, that Sonic Wave was gross too from XU, as his Lee Sin's so good in that fight. The skirmish is necessary as he goes 6-0-6. Just what C9 needed, as they want to keep their hopes alive for making it out of playoffs. It would be tragic if they drop to Resolve after coming back the 2-0 from OQ, as both these teams looking to push it to the end. But C9, it's all them at the moment, and it's going to be spotted on a ward, but not starting the Baron, instead just taking down more vision, denying that, as it looks like Speedo is soloing out the Dragon.
Yeah, the fact that they show on the ward up top forces Resolve to answer up top. And that gives Speedo a degree of safety, a modicum of insurance down bottom here. Start things up. XU's in here as well. It's now been spotted out by Resolve, but there's nothing much they can really do about it. So, Drake goes over. Cloud9 getting yet more in their bank accounts. Cloud9 getting yet more in XU's bank account, as this is his second hard carry game of the day. A stunning performance from the jungler.
And
good
looks like
movement from
APA is being
APA.
routed off, but oh boy.
Oh my lord, APA finds damage here.
Oh!
Will be able to get the kill. TP in as well. Resolve finding something, putting something together here on the top side. XU's still in the area, and he's trying to weave his resonating strike onto PCL. Can't do it. Breezy does have a flash. He'll be fine.
Yeah, because Speedo is on the bot turret. They have a chance to start it, but instead they're going to base, try to respond. But Resolve, they do find one shutdown. Good play from them.
I think difference between this and the last game where we saw Resolve during game one really throw a Hail Mary at the Baron is that, as you correctly pointed out, you have APA on the Sion, you have PCL on the Aurelia. These things get reasonably scary in the late game. They feel that if they play this out slow, Resolve still have a chance in the game.
And something that C9 will struggle with is a Kraken Slayer Jinx, but going Hurricane second. It's so good to sync up with Jinx's chompers, right? The Mega Gun where you get the multiple rockets, the big damage. But this does delay a Lord Dominic's regard. It's going to be very necessary going into a Sion, going into a Braum, even Aurelia. Speaking of traps,
TP.
Oh boy, here we go.
XU in, double TP now, coming out from Cloud9. Winter in the midst of the fight, drops the Glacial Fissure as APA arrives out of the TP, zoning off the back of the fight and splitting things. Captain Trips goes in, scared away. Great moonfall from Fnatic.
Oh!
He drops into stasis, but what a rocket! It obliterates PCL. Here comes Speedo. Fnatic's gone as well. 2 kills over to C9, and APA's done a great job stalling out the fight 1v2, but eventually the damage adds up. APA is gone as well, and that's going to be this Baron picked up by Cloud9.
Great recognition from C9. That TP coming in. It splits off Array from the rest of his team. We talk so much about how, with the Sion mid, you have to be really careful about how you position, how you manage your damage dealers in these fights. And watch this TP. Array's still in base. They're just trying to get vision, trying to fight for the crabs again, stall out the Baron. C9 realize it's spawning. They lay a trap. The TP's perfect. And the double TP instantly. Look at Array. He was going bottom. He wouldn't pick up the red buff. He's so far away from this fight. That's the damage dealer. So C9 gets to play a 5v4. And no matter what Resolve does at this deficit, they're going down against those odds. As C9 AM, they clean him up. They get the Baron. They give themselves the best chance that they need to move past this group. As they are looking to beat their second place finish in Risen with something better here. They need to make playoffs first. They're checking all the boxes to try and do that in this game.
And what a tragedy for Resolve, who time and time again are demonstrating their mechanical prowess in these team fights, but just not having the map play to quite give them the edge versus a team as good as Cloud9 Amateur, who do seem to have their number in this series. It's game 3. It comes down to this for their hopes in this tournament. Loser is eliminated. Winner goes to quarterfinals.
It's a tough task for Resolve, especially after that early game, as Speedo and XU really turning things around, and then Shrimps and XU just ran away with it from there. As it's now with the Baron, full court press is on. A lot of key summoners down for Resolve. They can't pull off a flash engage from anyone except for Winter. As the flash still being up on XU, Wixie, Speedo. This has to be respected by Resolve. They're trying to play this one slow, trying to keep their turrets alive. But under this 4-1 siege is going to be difficult.
Cloud9 looking to put the nail in the coffin of this game. APA got enough wave clear, that's hard. PCL at Array, similar problem in the mid lane. You can see the Baron damage kind of adding up, half HP on that mid inhibitor turret. It's not enough, and it's not falling fast enough. Cloud9 seeming a little impatient here.
And in this 4-1 split, APA can always press R and try and go for an engage. Has to be very careful about how he positions on this Scion. As if he goes too far in, there are so many things that can control him in the team fights, which is why we see his scoreline being 2-5. As
a single ward opens that up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see XU being able to force Fnatic away by landing the resonating strike.
That's one.
That opens the mid turret, mid inhibitor. And now it's impossible to defend the bottom inhibitor because APA is about to get flanked. He's trying to hold this as best he can, stepping up forward into the members of C9, zoning them off of the wave. And the hope that his HP makes this difficult to deal with, but he's going to get rooted. Shrimp zoning him back. APA pulled forward by Speedo. Will be able to stay behind the turret. Speedo goes in with the ulti, synced with XU. Array, Gale forces towards the turret. He's down in the middle of the fight. Moonfall from Fnatic will slow things down, but it doesn't do enough because Wixie is just chipping away at the side of this fight. It's a triple kill to Captain Shrimps and a complete ace as Cloud9 wind things up. It took them 3 games, but they knocked down Resolve and lock their way into playoffs.
We were talking about the flashes being down on the side of Resolve and the fact that XU, Speedo, Wixie all had theirs up as APA was trying to stall out the wave, but it gave enough time for C9 to get that angle where the ward dash into the kick flash from XU puts Array into a solar flare, into a WR combo from Shrimps onto the block. Beautiful team play from C9 as they wipe Array off the map, wipe Resolve out of this series, out of the playoffs as well, and C9 secure their spot in the EGL playoffs.
What a game. What an impressive series. I can't wait to see what both those teams do as we continue forward in the Proving Grounds. Resolve demonstrating their macro play, their awareness of the map. Yes, their strengths in the one game of the series they win, but Cloud9 demonstrate as well that they are the better team. Always a step ahead.
Yeah, they win the rubber match, and I think that XU, a highlight player for me in their 2 wins. Oh my goodness, the Graves and the Lee Sin performances. He was the one that was the big difference maker in our key matchup too, going up against Fnatic. That's a dynamite jungler as well. Resolve, their trail in EGL ends. This is the first Tier 2 that they missed the playoffs for, but we will see them in the Tier 1 for United Grand Prix, and I think they're a team that a lot of people will have to look out for, is much like last season, the spring Proving Grounds split, where the majority of their team was Barrage. They might be seated a little bit lower than a lot of teams have them and might be able to take some surprise games off of teams in UEA, but for now, all eyes have to go over to C9 Amateur, who continue their improved split and a second-place finish in Risen. I think they're looking for more. They did drop that series at TSM, but Wixie said that really gave our focus back, took the cockiness out of our play. We went back, looked, figured out what was wrong, and man, did their 2 wins look good here today.
And all eyes, at least those watching the amateur scene in North America, need to go to tomorrow, the first day of playoffs here at the Summer Showdown, as
Yeah, one more
we
game,
set things up for an absolutely astonishing day. We do, as you said, Cubby, have one more game today. That's going to be Kangas and Joshi stepping in to cover it, though, as we head towards AOE Esports versus Maryville. That's also going to be a banger, and you won't want to miss it. We're going to step away for now and throw things over to the desk, where Rafa can break down that game and set us up for the day ahead.
Thank you, TJ. But I think the only thing I'm going to be breaking is all of my Lee Sin achievements, because they'll never be as good as Lawrence in that one Lee Sin game. So it makes me a little sad that I'll never be as good as him. But man, it's very easy for us to get caught up in the flashy mechanics that EXU performed on the Lee Sin, and Cubby and TJ already spoke praise. But we actually want to shed a little bit of light on one of the players that actually surprised all three of us on the desk that didn't get as much credit and praise, is actually Speedo for this top laner, because when we go back to this spring roster, I think it was kind of agreed for a lot of the colleagues in the scene that Speedo was more so the weakest link on this roster, that he had the most improvement they had to make in a world in this roster where you have players like EXU, who comes from Collegiate, Captain Shrimps also, as Cubby mentioned, from Waterloo, and then of course Wixie and Breezy. Wixie coming from Harrisburg, and I think Breezy going from 100 Thieves Academy coming into this. But this level 1, and the way Speedo played out his lane against Piecake Lord, knowing Rebel that this is someone that they got the blind pick Aurelia for.
They did. It was, you wait a little while, you have this set up. This was really beautiful because, again, it pulls the wave up, and then also he was able to set up what would be eventually a dive coming in. So this is a level 1 game plan from Speedo that he's communicating to his team off the back of, Piecake Lord. He started W to initiate the lane, and so Speedo forcing that play immediately inside of this lane means Pi has no absolute control whatsoever what's going to happen with this wave. So eventually slow crash it, prepare for a dive on top side, and again, things like this would happen over a game. Unfortunately, this dive doesn't go particularly well, but outside of that, it was a pretty immaculate setup for Speedo on this top side, where he was just kind of bullying the entire game.
Yeah, we won't show the part where the dive gets completely botched, because it was, I will give credit to Resolve. Resolve had a great counter response. The play, though, and the setup and everything was good from Cloud9 Amateur. However, to save Speedo some face, we won't show the flash away mispositioning the Haymaker, because to his credit, Jolly, that is the only time he died that entire game, because we even got a solo kill return on Piecake Lord despite Resolve having that counter response.
Yeah, and even that one, you could tell the moment that it happened, Speedo was very upset with himself. Honestly, going into this, though, I think everyone did a really good job, in Speedo in particular, of avoiding PCL's hard stun. If you can avoid that on the Aurelia and allow yourself to get a lot of damage on her, there we can see. And that one, we were kind of considering the fact that maybe Speedo had the ultimate up, and it wasn't quite, PCL wasn't quite aware that the ultimate was there and available for that fight. But still, a really good job of fancy footing around on top of it, not just playing out everything really well, but holding on to that Haymaker to the last possible moment to wait for the rest of the team to arrive, to ensure that the enemy has gone too deep. And that happened time and time again. So many plays coming off of the initial start of Speedo's plays as that set, certainly changing things around for the rest of the team.
And you go back to the original game plan formula that Resolve had in Game 2, which was get Piecake Lord on lane to win, and then you use Fnatic's pressure to snowball him ahead even further. It worked out when they had the Viego Jace set up against Speedo's Renekton, but as soon as you start dropping kills in lane to the set as the Aurelia, and you can no longer split against in this lane, then Resolve are kind of in a panic mode, and they have to start trying to find team fights out of nowhere. And in the skirmishes that they had, there's a lot of creative things that we saw from the draft, but the amount of mobility that was available to Cloud9 Amateur, when you look at the limited amount of crowd control that Resolve had, goes to show why Lawrence, aka XU, was the star of the show on this Lee Sin here, Rebel.
Yeah, it was a handful of situations through the whole series. XU has been amazing. This game was no different, as like this was kind of the breaking point that had set everything up to this. But again, XU was also kind of a driving force. Top lane had a couple of nice plays, and their lanes obviously were in good places. But this right here was really the setup that XU was able to drive to make sure his team was alive. Because when you lose Wixie this early into the fight, it requires a bunch of extra kind of effort to be thrown into everyone else. XU finding that assassination or helping find that assassination. And better yet, stalling for time so that Speedo, who is coming from top lane, could actually arrive in time. It speaks to just like how thought out that C9 has become over time. Because when we saw this team on their initial play at the beginning of last split, we were like, okay, this team, we had high expectations, or at least good expectations, but they weren't at this level yet. And this level of communication, this level of preparedness that they have for setting up their own plays, setting up their own fights, clearly has elevated well beyond anything that we could have expected, at least when we first saw the iteration of this team. All of that based on XU, who has just been immaculate for this team. He's kind of, I guess, like the pawn, or the king, queen, whatever you want to call it in chess, that sits behind everything and is really just like the pivotal moving pieces for the squad.
He is the Messi for any international football fans, and shout out also to Argentina for winning Copa America, Lionel Messi's first international trophy with his home country. But he is the playmaker, right? He is the one that is setting up and facilitating these executions and plays for Cloud9 Amateur to succeed in. And, you know, for me and Jolly, coming from the collegiate scene with our history, it's always nice to see collegiate players being able to transition out of the collegiate phase, where you might see even more crazy things crazier than you would see in semi-pro and amateur. But I think the amount of growth from players like XU, from Wixie, as well from these players that we saw a lot in collegiate in prior years past, being picked up for this Cloud9 Amateur roster at the beginning of the year, which, you know, as Rebel mentioned, there's a lot of skepticism about this whole roster being formed, but they're the second seed going into Proving Grounds. They don't even necessarily need to compete in the Unified Grand Prix Tier 1 that is coming up, because they already have a spot there.
You know, I think, too, something else really to touch on about these collegiate players and the road that they've made here is the most successful ones, the ones that immediately jump up to these amateur teams, these academy teams, and find a lot of success, are the ones who are focused very much on communication and improving themselves, but also being team players. The players that you see getting incredible KDAs are not necessarily the ones that are going to be signed over to the pro teams, because maybe they can't play well or communicate well or take even shot calls well when it comes from another teammate or player. So to see that in C9, to see such a quick adaptation of a lot of these players on this amateur team already finding the cohesion that you sometimes don't even see on the pro level is exceptional.
And, you know, just growth and development in general is always just an awesome thing to see, as whether it's over years from one space to another, or just even within the same year, as Rebel already pointed out in the beginning of the year. You know, Cloud9 Amateur going from one of the middle of the pack teams that didn't make it to the Proving Grounds final tournament to now they already got their spot, right? And we're going to take a look at the final Group B standings here, as TSM Amateur, they knocked out OQ in a 2-0 convincing fashion, and Cloud9 Amateur are able to complete the 2-1 over Resolve. Resolve did have a nice and solid attempt in trying to turn things around, as this potentially could have been their saving grace in keeping their playoffs hopes alive. But we will see them, because in the upcoming Grand Prix Tier 1 tournament. So any Resolve fans in the chat who are a little sad over the loss, you know, don't worry. You'll still see your boys competing to go to Proving Grounds, as we'll be showing you our full group list as well, because our last match, our second series of the day between AOE and Maryville, will be shown, which will basically determine whether one of these two teams getting the second seed or getting one of the other 1 to 2 seeds, because 100 Thieves next, even if they drop this series to Glaive, they still would be at max 2-1. And Glaive would be 1-2, and then whoever wins out of MU and AOE gets the other 2-1, and so, you know, those 2 seeds would be the determining. So for MU and AOE, this means a lot, as, you know, both of these teams, I kind of want to go to Rebel for this Maryville kind of setup first, because Maryville University have a lot of expectations going into this group. A lot of them kind of heralded them as the number 1 seed, especially off of their performance not only from the Gateway Legends Collegiate Invitational, but also their surge through Risen as well. If they were to drop this series to AOE, what does that mean for the team going into the rest of the Proving Grounds split?
It's obviously a tough loss, right? And especially for a team that's just kind of finding their constitution among all these other rosters, starting to find success, things like that. The last thing you would want is to take a confidence blow like that, where you end up falling out in groups the same way you did in your initial tournament, especially for a team against like 100 Thieves, who they've beaten before. They were able to beat them in previous tournaments and things like that. And against other teams like AOE, which is another really top competitor, it would be tragic. And to fall short like that would be pretty bad. And it would hurt. It would affect the mental of the team, I think, more than some of the squads who have been playing through every single, split together, who have been together for a longer time. A team like C9 could have bounced back from losing tonight, maybe losing their spot, but somebody like Maryville might be more affected just because their team is only just starting to come together. So if they start to see that foundation crack, they might, lose a little bit of that tenacity. Not that that expectation is there for them, but AOE also has some of that because they brought in a new support recently, so there's that to consider as well. Neither of these teams want to have their confidence shaken tonight by just being dropped out after having been beaten down by 100 Thieves throughout the entire group phase.
Yeah, 100 Thieves Next has emerged out of the woodworks like TSM Amateur, unexpectedly dominating the respective groups. We'll see if 100 Thieves Next can continue emerging as the first seed, or if Glaive, in their last defiance against the projected number 1 seed in this group so far, to see if they can take a series off of them. But we're going to be going for a short break, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready and swap gears and dive right in further into this MU AOE series. gamers, did you stack up on some snacks? Maybe some drinks? Because I know my deskers and I did. At least, I think they did. Did you guys get any new additions to the desk to bring for this upcoming series, or are we still
Why does he
holding
throw
out?
these things on us last second?
Actually, I had a supply of water, but then our casters came in and made me chug it all, so now I don't have any water.
I got my jolly bottle. I got my jolly bottle filled with water because I haven't been drinking it so far.
Sticking to the tried and true. It's okay. I think cold opens are the best way to break back into it, because if we go for the standard polish, then it's like, nah. You get to see the humanity, the people behind the IGNs.
Our
and the
flaws.
gamer tag. Yeah,
Very obvious on a cold open.
But we do have AOE taking on Maryville University, as we hinted before we went back into the draft, or getting into this game one. And a couple of things that we wanted to talk about and look at is this Group C standings. As we've said it before, 100 Thieves next. Whatever the outcome is against Glaive in their series off stream, Maryville University and AOE, this series, this is playing for playoff lives here. They will be granted one of the other seed spots, and then if for some reason, if we need further tiebreakers to determine first and second seed, then we'll let you know. But the point is, Maryville and AOE, they are playing so that they can continue playing in this tournament here. And one of the things as we were looking at the mid lane matchup, I think Rebel was getting super excited before we came back to live here.
I was getting appropriately exciting about this mid lane because it is an absolute it's an absolute bongo combination between these two. Because on one side you have Darkwings, who's like everybody knows him as like the winner of the 1v1 competition, stepped into like amateur competitive on just last season when he was on Zeus, and was a beast for Zeus the majority of the season, and has a bunch of that, like in that background, just how talented a player, but actually converted into competitive play, I think, excruciatingly quick. But you can still see those instances of that one-on-one. And on the opposite side, Spyrax, who stepped onto the Maryville roster right in the midst of like that the national championship, and had a few times where it was like he had stumbles out of the gate a little bit, but it's really come into his own as a superstar out of the mid lane.
Yeah, we got a first-hand account of how well Spyrax played, especially on stage. I mean, I think you two were able to really capture the best moments of Spyrax in Maryville University's dominating win throughout that Gateway Legends Collegiate Invitational. Not a single game dropped in that whole tournament run there, Jolly.
The whole tournament run, and the rise is what I was touching on, and basically that's one that Spyrax is just not able to get anymore. I'm way too good on that one. What was that?
I taught him that.
Oh, you taught him that. All right, okay. So all credit goes to Rebel Fox then. I want to see a 1v1 between the two of them. But and specifically looking at AOE, I guess we've got a new player, kind of we touched on with Zyko. But there are some connections here. I did a little bit of digging and found that, Zyko has played with some big names, Five Fire, but also Julian when they were on Supernova Sentinels. And Julian, as we know, now is the head coach of Maryville University. So there's kind of a little rivalry going on there, or maybe a little bit of a friendly encounter if they have a good relationship. I don't really know on that. That wasn't in Leaguepedia, actually. But Zyko has also played with Darkwings back when Dawn Esports Blaze, probably one of those names that people have kind of forgotten about. So there's at least a lot of familiarity. It has Zyko is a new player now in 2021. This was back in 2019. I'm talking about with the Sentinels and with Blaze Esports. So a little bit of time out of the scene, but hop back in, and yes, does the job really well, but given the little amount of time that he's been back into this scene and with this team, has actually been providing a lot for that bottom lane.
Yeah, this the bottom lane is something that we didn't get a chance to really touch on in the series when we were going over between Kangas and Joshi, but this is a bottom lane for AOE I want to look at first, because Sketch Streams and then the previous support was Fizzy for that roster, who we also did get a chance to see at the Gateway Legends Collegiate Invitational, playing for, I think it was IWU, if I'm not mistaken there.
He had the best stream of the tournament.
the post-loss hot tub stream
Yep.
at the Hilton, man. What legendary stuff from
Every night, I think.
from his. Did he do it every night?
I
Man,
think he did it
I
every
think
night.
every
of
night
the-
after they
yeah.
got knocked out. Yeah.
Every night.
Oh my
Incredible.
god! So
What a
much
way to-
content that we
what a
missed
way to
out
take
on.
it, though, you know?
But for this new support coming in, Zyko pairing with Sketch Streams, I think one of the things looking at AOE, Sketch Streams has always been an 80 carry that in team fights really gets to show a lot of their prowess. But in terms of being set up for it is where really AOE seems to struggle. And when we look at AOE's record throughout the entire summer split so far, me included, was one of the we're looking to project this team as a powerhouse, one of the at least top 5 going into the summer split for Proving Grounds. They come out first in their Challengers Uprising group, but don't get past quarters. They get out first in their group in Risen. They don't get past quarters again. So whereas you look at Maryville University, they didn't do so hot in Challengers Uprising, but then they had the surge through Risen, through the Gateway Legends Collegiate Invitational. So both of these teams not only are pretty much evenly matched here, but I really want to look at this AOE team and ask you, Rebel, what seems to be plaguing them from being able to get through that playoff berth?
That's kind of a tough one. In fairness, they pulled some pretty tough first-round opponents in the initial tournament, which is Challengers Uprising. They pulled their sister team, and of all the teams, especially in your initial opening tournament to pull, the one that's going to have the most scouting information on you is your sister team. So,
True.
like, there is that to start with. And then in the second tournament, I believe they pulled EGP, who unfortunately, like, they pulled second because they were behind, I think, Wildcard in their group, and ended up having to play off against them immediately within that tournament, which was a little bit difficult. I don't think that was exactly correct, but I do believe they played off against EGP or Wildcard Red in the opening, which again are 2 of the other teams that we're considering in the top 5. So you have that component to it of being a top team, where I feel like this is a roster that has talent loaded all the way down. They're still figuring out, I think, a little bit here and there, pieces like Zyko coming in obviously as being something new, and they're still trying to get their ducks in a row, I guess is the best way to put it, before they end up really making the run trying to take down teams to make sure that they can qualify for Proving Grounds, but they're not quite at that level yet.
I feel like there's so many connections across this team. It's as though there's like a thread sewn throughout all of them. They all have connections to each other somehow, but it hasn't quite been tightened and pulled together. You know what I mean? They need to figure out how to tighten and really clean it up. I mean, you've got Faisal, who, even though they're a young player, I mean, Sketch Dreams has basically played with Faisal on like every single team that they've been on. So there's that connection. You've got RBM was on Zeus with Dark Wings as well, and and I mean, still plays for Michigan State, but you've got I've got all these arrows like pointing at each other of this team in terms of their connection. So I do think that as time goes on, that cohesion will come through. They're just working out the best way to clean up their playstyle.
So a lack of a cohesive identity or that has been locked in for this roster, because you're absolutely correct, Jolly. The amount of chemistry that should already be built in between some of these members because of just prior team experience. And it's not like, we're looking at a roster that was just put together, a week ago. They've now had the past 2 months, playing together on this roster. But the fact that, greater success has eluded them this entire summer split, despite putting up impressive records and numbers, at least during the group stage, is kind of a head scratcher. And I think that is the only kind of answer that we have. Obviously, we would also like to get a chance to maybe talk to some of the AOE members behind the scenes, because we don't obviously know everything that is going on while they're not playing on stream or off stream, and we can't gather everything from just from game scores, right? But it does seem that way. There's sometimes a game plan will work, but then the inconsistency seems to plague them in terms of being able to always execute that vision that they have in their head. Now, going up against Maryville University, this was a roster that, until Julian came into the coaching staff, the players didn't really feel completely unlocked to their full potential. But, Rebel, from what we learned talking to Julian about the event, what is it about him that the players so much just enjoy better, and that they feel like Julian has been able to really bring out the best in this roster.
I think it is the individual level type kind of considerations, where it's like when you go back through a game, you could talk about how the team is supposed to interact, or how everybody's individual component can work towards like a successful goal. So it's like, okay, how did this, affect this, and this domino effect affect the whole team? Instead, it's a lot more focused on, okay, what did you do wrong here? What happened in this fight that could specifically lead through? And that kind of cleanup, I think, is stuff that's like Julian does very well, because he's been on teams before in a lot of competitive senses, still maintains challenger. I think he was ranked 1 or ranked 2 at one point. I'm pretty sure he was ranked 1 at one point, or at least very close to it. So they're all, he's an incredible player, and I think that is the one difference maker that he has over a lot of coaches and a lot of other situations, is that he's able to have that individual minute suggestion for all of these players to help their individual play, which certainly has been assisting them, because that individual play really has kind of stuck out as the main difference between what Maryville looked like 3 months ago and what they look like now.
Yeah, this Maryville University roster, the surge and the momentum could potentially be on their side today, but AOE also, as Jolly pointed out, that this is the makings of a really good roster. We just need to see if they can carry through, and if they go through with their prior Tier 2 tournament results, they should be able to take it to Maryville University, and we'll be seeing how all this plays out. As Kangas and Joshi are on standby, ready to make the first call for the first game of the series.
All right, thank you so much, Rafa. Welcome, everybody. I'm Kangas, joined by Joshi. Rebel, just want to say you're welcome for making you chug that water before going live on the analyst desk. Hydration is important, and also I'm definitely stealing your look right now. Joshi, what is going on with your outfit, though?
Look, I just gotta say, I had to get all the duckies coming in, going in to try and match Rafa, because while I'm looking like a bath time, he's looking like a whole-ass picnic, not just a snack over there. So it's a good time going on all across the desk. We're trying to copy, just do a little bit of what the analyst desk is doing, so we're looking pretty good so far. We're going to be jumping right into Champion Select, so you don't have to listen to us talk about our nonsense outfits for the rest of the day.
I want everyone to know I was going to wear a button-up, but as soon as I saw Rebel, I was like, I can't not do it now. But you're right. We are in the pick and ban now for Maryville versus AOE Esports. Joshi, the winner of this series, moves on into playoffs and can continue their run. And like the desk was talking about, these two teams have shown the ability to make it out first in their group in the past. AOE doing it twice, Maryville doing it once, but a little more recently having better success making it all the way to third in Risen. This should be a pretty close match ahead of us, and I'm still not quite sure who I'm favoring here, but a lot of that will come down to the draft, so let's catch up on that currently. Maryville on the blue side, taking away the Thresh, Viego, and Renekton. AOE on the red, taking away Xinjiao, Ziggs. There we go. It's a very popular band that we saw from last week, and the Diana.
I think the big thing that we got to pay attention to is, like, both these guys have already gone 1 and 2 up against 100 Thieves, right? So it's worth noting that because of the tiebreakers, starting with the head-to-head, 100 Thieves gets first out of the group no matter what, but these guys are playing for second and for those all-important Proving Grounds qualifying points. Man, that's a whole mouthful right there.
It's a lot to get out. And now we will also have a third place match, and that can affect points. And then also because we know based on how the rest of Cloud9 Amateur versus Wildcard, there's a chance if only one of them make it in, then third place would be the one to get that auto qualification spot. So there's a lot on the line here. If you can make it out, there's a good chance that you still can make that run for the auto qualification. But let's see how they do it. Maryville lock in the Aurelia first pick. Surprised to see that's still up here. It's seen a lot of priority, especially as Blue won.
It makes a lot of sense, right? Some people have been questioning, is this really a buff or is it just a placebo change? And sometimes that placebo change is enough. It is going to get picked up for Maryville, and we know this can flex between the top lane and the mid lane, between Chippies and Spirax, whereas on the other side, we've seen Set kind of have a lot of success up against Irelia, since she doesn't have the same kind of shield destruction that she did when she was first reworked. And of course, Gwen, very flexible. I like what both these teams are doing so far, especially after seeing the effect that all these champions had in our first series today.
We just saw the Set beat the Aurelia in Game 2 of that last match, where we saw Speedo get the better of that matchup. But the Gwen 2 means that we don't know if that will be the Set top lane, but we know it's not going to be Set support because Braum is locked in here. Zyko did play this last week, one of the champions that we got to see him on stream with, and he actually looks pretty good on it. We weren't quite sure where to power rank Zyko compared to other supports coming into this because we haven't seen a lot of his recent play, but I actually thought he looked pretty good last week.
I did too, right? It's one of the things where you have to look at him as somebody that you haven't had a lot to judge him on, and typically when I see that, I just assume they're not going to necessarily make a big impact, but he looked solid. He looked like he was holding his own against some of the better supports, but as Rebel Fox said during the break before we necessarily got on camera, just being able to do your job is not necessarily going to be enough against somebody like Shady, who we definitely have ranked as one of the best supports in Amateur.
And he's on the Leona too, so champion that can do very well in lane, but can also roam around, link up with junglers, help them out, go to the mid lane, help out there as well. So Maryville ban away Sejuani and Tristana. AOE ban away the Callista and the Ashe, focusing on that bot side, and they see one big key 80 carry up. It's not going to be worth a Thresh, but it will be Aphelios with the Braum.
And the Swain coming out for Azog. We've seen this a couple of times. He's definitely played it in the UPL, the Unified Premier League, where Maryville has been splitting time between the Tier 2 events and the Tier 3 events, and it looks really good so far. Just being able to bring these mages down to the bottom lane really threatens some of these mid to long range 80 carries like the Aphelios, because it's the exact range you want to be able to hit with that Never Move. You grab that, and then it's an easy setup for Leona.
And there's also AP on the team on the bottom side, so this opens up their draft to go for the Jace. So they're going to have AD in the entire top half of the map right here. A little bit of true damage sprinkled in there too. But the Jace matchup is interesting for me because I don't see it as a big counter into the Gwen in particular. And there's still a chance that it's a Gwen going into the top lane, and then the set in the mid lane. There's Graves locked in here for RBM, a champion that he's known for as well. So that means let's see, where does Gwen go? Where does Set go?
I mean, doesn't really matter, right? You just throw them around in a couple different places. Both these teams are here to fight, right? That's what you're seeing with all the champions that they've already picked up. We're not going to get any long-term scaling things, even though that's what Aphelios loves to do. These teams are ready to brawl, and you know, we talked a lot about XU, or we didn't talk about it, but we watched people talk a lot about XU's Lee Sin during the first series. Odd Orange made a name for himself when he was younger, before he was allowed to play for any of these teams, as a Lee Sin streamer. He's got a long history with this champion, and if XU can do it, Odd Orange is going to be looking to echo it once again.
Yeah, there's a lot that Odd Orange can do on this pick for these different lanes. If you get a Jace ahead, that feels amazing. Jace can really take control of any lane state. And also, you can play around an Aurelia who can set you up for those ganks as well with that little bit of CC, even on that bot side too. So Odd Orange, multiple lanes to try and play through here, but I'm happy that you highlighted fighting. That's what we expect to see with these two team compositions. And what a beautiful graphic right here. I love this new updated setup.
Yeah, it's very red on the Maryville side, very fitting with their logo, but the other thing that I want to pay attention to on this side is, again, this bottom lane is very lethal coming out from the Swain and Leona. It doesn't even need to necessarily wait for level 6. You just do so much burst damage with your combo that's really going to put Sketchstreams and Psycho to the test. As a Braum main, you should know this, that when the Never Move comes through, you can throw it forward and then it just doesn't go any further, right? You don't get the pullback at all, but if you miss that, you can throw it behind you, and it'll only hit you as the target, and it'll end up saving Aphelios.
Joshi, you got baited again. Everybody thinks I'm a Braum main, given the cosplay.
It's a Bard main.
I'm a Bard main, man. You know this. I do love Braum, though. I just kind of suck at him. But you're right. That interaction does, in fact, exist in League of Legends, as well as many others that we'll get to see here as both teams have loaded onto Summoner's Rift. Maryville University, collegiate representative here in EGL over on the blue side, and AOE on the red. AOE already going for a very early play right here. Does Chippy's fall for it? He's not going to. I like these, though, when you go for the Braum level 1s.
Yeah, he saw it coming through. They knew what was going on, so Chippies didn't get caught because he was hiding in the top side brush. It's definitely an interesting development of the meta where people are starting to go into these lanes really aggressively, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of fruit necessarily coming from it, so it ends up just being a lot of posturing to try and get something, and I have to respect it at the end of the day.
Yeah, you might as well go for it, right? Also got the new, hey, me and Rebel are matching Braum right now. We got the pool party skins on.
There
Love
you go.
to see it. But going back to that bot lane conversation you had talked about, if we expect this to be favored in Maryville University's side, what does that mean for the game state? Does that mean RBM needs to be thinking about, hey, I got to protect bot side? Does Orange get pulled down there? How does this affect everything else on the map if we expect this to be an overall skirmish-heavy style of game?
Well, I think the biggest thing that's going to have to do is it's going to be looking at a lot more teleports coming through from Darkwings and Phasal during this entire series, right? Because you're noticing Gwents have started taking Ghost instead of Ignite recently. They have a little bit more extended trading power rather than like the burst that Ignite provides, and it does mean that you can stay head-to-head with all the damage that Swain is going to be doing, and if Azog and Shady go too far forward in this lane, it'll give a great opportunity for this Gwen to teleport down.
Bot side here. Sketchstreams and Zyko actually getting decent amount of damage onto Azog and Shady right there. Before level 2, can be kind of difficult for the Leona to play against the Braum. He does have that slight range advantage, and the passive is a little bit better, but even as I say that, he is starting to take some trades back. That's Electrocute onto him. And we'll have to keep our eyes on bottom side, because so far it's actually looking a little AoE favored right now.
It should start that way, right? Swain doesn't necessarily have the combo that makes him dangerous yet. You need both the E, the W, and the Q in order to really get some good damage down. So when we start seeing level 3, we're going to start seeing this transition to a different lane. Azog actually not hitting level 2 at the same time as Shady. That might have an impact later on, unlikely, but the extra stats that'll happen when Zyko and Sketchstreams hit level 3 might give them a bit of an edge. I want to turn our attention, though, Kangas, to the top side of the map, where we are seeing the fighting potential starting to come through. Chippies is going to be backing away after crashing a wave into the turret. He will likely come back with an extra, going for the tier instead of a Doran's item. He's not going to have the same kind of extra combat stats, but it is still an opportunity for him to have that little bit of extra gold and extra corrupting potion stack for these upcoming skirmishes.
Helps him stay in lane a little bit longer, and also helps him get towards that 2-item power spike a little faster. So because of this, we can expect, I don't know, maybe another minute, 2 minutes faster acceleration towards that Muramana stacking. But Auto Orange does get the top scuttle. Really big meme going towards the bottom. This leaves a small window for Auto Orange to actually be ahead of the jungle clear. Postures towards the mid lane. Not going to find Darkwings, though. So early on, we're not seeing a lot of action between any of these junglers, any of these teams. But even as I say, that really big meme is starting to path towards bot side as they're duking it out. Zyko doesn't have the shield. That could be a bait here. Shady might want to go in now.
True, RBM is here. This would be a very dangerous spot, and you're noticing that Azog and Shady are going to be backing away, and now they are going to be spotting RBM. He gets most of this Krug scam.
Fine, though. Shady doesn't want to go in on top of him. And yeah, RBM, he gets a couple of those camps. Auto Orange will show up and clear the rest of it, but Shady loses half his health bar for that, too.
I think that's a pretty good trade here for AoE, right? You know, Sun Tzu said in The Art of War, every basket of rice that you take from your opponents is worth 2 of your own. Actual quote. Like, trust me, you can look that one up. That's this thing where taking half of your opponent's Krug camp is effectively taking your own entire Krug's camp, right? Because you're denying all of those, bits of gold and experience from your opponent. So even though RBM doesn't get the whole thing, it's still going to be half a Krug camp that Auto Orange isn't going to be playing with. And it's not a big lead, but it's not nothing.
Now mid lane, Spyrex in 1v1 against Darkwings. He might go for this one. Getting a lot of damage out, has a Conqueror procs, and Darkwings has to retreat. Not going to blow Flash, so Summoner Spell's still saved, but Spyrex has pushed Darkwings out of lane. He'll get help with the shove for Auto Orange right as Dragon comes up. I don't think they can actually turn this into an objective, though, because bot lane is going for a reset.
Bot lane is hurting. There's no teleports down here. We didn't see how Swain had to use the heal, or at least I didn't, because it is big that they're not going to have that power for an upcoming Dragon fight. Instead, Auto Orange turns his attention towards the top half of the map, where we've kind of been expecting, we've kind of been setting up in our discussions a little bit more fighting, but they haven't gone for it just quite yet, and it's resulting in this small lead coming in for AoE, as the mid lane in particular had a gold lead, had a CS lead, and should be able to continue to build that as he now comes back with his skill caps.
Yeah, finishes the boots. Darkwings will now catch this wave as it crashes into turret. Underneath the turret, no plates even going over to Spearex. So let's see what Spearex goes for. Gets a Vamp Scepter, gets some boots. Will he TP back into lane, though? No, not technically. There is still one slot open right now. I don't get a Rejuve beat or something, put a slot in there.
But the Vamp Scepter, Kangas, he's got it. He's got all the sustain, so suddenly Irelia becomes so much more dangerous in this lane. But I like this, too. As we look towards the top lane, Chippies slow pushing this wave. It is a big wave. And Auto Orange potentially looking for a dive, but instead,
and Spyrex
going
sent
to be
TP.
back away.
Oh, Spyrex walked all the way to land, so he actually could TP to the top side. We could get a 3-man dive up here. Darkwings realizes this, and he's already walking up here. There's the teleport. Faisal ghosts away and is out just fine. Dive will not come through here for Maryville. They do push Faisal off, and we'll get some plates, but immediate answer from AOE is jump on the dragon.
True, but look at how much this Gwen is missing. That's like 3 full waves that Faisal can't walk up for, and it's going to be an extra plate or 2. So this Mountain Dragon, the most effective of just like the dragons on their own because of all the extra armor and Amara gives, but look at this brutal situation that Faisal finds himself in. He has to get in, and he's just taking so much damage to even just get these caster minions.
He made it! He made it, Joshi! Faisal got past the wall, got past the bouncer. He's like, come on, man, I have tickets. Let me back into top lane right here, I swear.
Yeah, kind of feeling like having a fake ID, though, with how much like scrutiny he was under that entire time. So he's going to have to try and do something to recover, because that's a big experience difference, a big gold difference, and Chippy's now has the serrated dirt to try and go up against the steel caps, and I think we still are waiting for this big fight to happen.
Sketch Stream's level 6, Azog's gonna go for it, but Really Big Meme is here. The turnaround, easy enough. Shady's taking so much damage, and first blood over to Sketch Dreams. AOE Esports fully prepared for that fight, but Azog's going for more. 1v3, are you kidding me? Azog gets the turnaround kill.
Oh, that's the Swain, baby, just going in, doing so much damage, having all the sustain, and it looked so good for AoE, but Spirix was on the way down. They couldn't really stay. Now they see in mid lane, they might be able to push in the wave, but this back and forth fighting is what we're expecting. The difference, though, here is AoE don't need to wait for the ultimates to come back up, whereas Azog absolutely will need to. So as we take a look at this again, notice how important, like as soon as Azog hit level 6, Shady threw out the Zenith Blade looking for this fight. They knew they wanted to go for this, and they have a lot of damage, and that's why, you know, it's crazy, right? You think of Leona as super tanky, but when you have as much sustain as the Swain does in this kind of fight, you can't actually hit him, and he has the confidence to know that with all these low health members, they can't stick around, stay in range, and because of the short range of the guns that Aphelios had and Graves, Azog can just walk up on in and find a counter kill.
Nicely played from the Swain, getting a kill. Now Lost Chapter in that lane, not going to be struggling for mana, but as we come back to the live, we see Maryville, we're able to pick up that Rift Herald on Orange, making sure that he is still using his time wisely while Really Big Meme was on the bottom side. Reset went to the top side. So now we'll have to see where do they want to use that Herald. Top side already is down to 2 plates, so that will be the turret cracking if they drop it top.
I think you do want to take it up here, right? You want to crack this turret. You want to get all that money into Chippy's Jace. He's already shown that he can do it very effectively, and as he's starting to posture very aggressively up against Faisal, it is an opportunity
Really
to give
Big
him so
Meme's
much
here.
gold. Oh no,
Not
the mismatch.
spotted. Chippies could be in trouble. Flashes early. Wise to do so. He will stay alive, gets out safely, and he does have Odd Orange nearby to back him up if Faisal and Really Big Meme get too aggressive right now. Faisal's walking forward. You got to be careful here, Gwen. It's a trap if you go for it. Chippy's getting some good damage, and we'll just walk back to lane. All right, so no scraps, no fights happening either way. But I'm still looking at that Herald thinking Odd Orange could just walk up and drop it.
Absolutely. I mean, Faisal's going to be walking away here. Doesn't have to teleport. There's not a dragon for another 2 minutes, so it's an opportunity to get a lot of gold, but instead going to be hanging on to it. Remember, you can use it as a distraction when one of these turrets can be threatened at the same time as a dragon. So remember, the other big thing, we really want to have an opportunity to back at the 40-second mark or earlier, right? If you do it after that, you're not going to get to the dragon on time. So you got about 30-40 seconds in order to get it back in.
He's heading towards the bot side right now. 1.5 minutes until that spawns, so he's here a little early as Spyrex does take a pretty rough trade against Darkwings right there. Really Big Meme looking for a potential gank bot side. Spotted out, not going to find it. Azog and Shady back away, and Azog does have that ultimate available, so I don't even know if you want to go for a gank on this lane, but Darkwings all inning into mid lane right now. Spyrex in a lot of trouble. I don't know. Kicked over the wall, following Spyrex. He doesn't get the kill. Spyrex survives through it with the Conqueror stacks. Almost the betrayal from Odd Orange, but MU do pick up the kill.
That's crazy. Odd Orange and Spyrex barely working together properly. They gave me a heart attack at the end of that little bit of a fight, and we'll see why as we go through the replay. Because it starts off, you know, pretty standard. We saw this matchup earlier up in the top lane, but as we start getting members a little bit lower and the Haymaker starts up, Odd Orange almost kicks him in, but doesn't quite get the true damage part of it, so Spyrex barely stays alive. And I told you, full build. He's got the Vamp Scepter. Stays alive with just a sliver of health.
Yeah, plus that Conqueror stacked up. That is a decent amount of life steal especially once you have your passive stacked as well. Darkwing so close to that kill, doesn't find it up bot side. Oh no, Shady just blown up immediately. Chippy's top side also in some trouble here. Fies don't really beat me, both on top of him. Orange, too late for the play. Not going to save his top laner. Azog does survive in the bot side 1v2. And actually gets flash about both Zygo and Sketch Dreams. Azog, when he has ult, he can straight up just 1v2 them. Kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that at the end, right? Because Shady basically just died, but it does come at a crucial time. The Rift Herald is getting dropped in the mid lane, and the Dragon is available at the same time. So this is a distraction we were talking about, and instead of giving the gold over to Chippies, because he's currently dead, they're going to be giving it over to Spyrax in the mid lane. Take a big chunk off the turret, and it will give Maryville the first move on this Dragon. But we can pay attention again. Remember, Chippies had to use his flash earlier, isn't going to be able to get out of this, and unlike a lot of top laners, doesn't have a way to get over the wall. Has to go for a fight, but gets run down by the Ghost coming in from Gwen. Not really going to have an opportunity to escape, and ends up just giving over that kill to the top lane that he was dominating previously.
Yeah, opted to try and get some damage onto RBM rather than running to Odd Orange, his Lee Sin that maybe could have helped him out there. So, at the end of that, he does fall in the top lane. Again, bot side, that's another kill over to Sketch Dreams. This Aphelios now 2-1. Coming online here as Odd Orange getting aggressive on this blue buff, invading on the bottom side, but there's really no one here to punish him, even as I say that the Darkwing's in the area. Smite away, blue buff stolen.
Good stuff coming out from Odd Orange, right? Staying very even with this Graves, despite the fact that Graves is typically a much faster farmer. And that's going to be really helpful for Odd Orange as we start going into the rest of this game, as he starts getting towards level 11 and continues to power spike as this Lee Sin with the Gore Drinker. He's going to have a lot more freedom to navigate through all these different parts of the fight. So really like what Odd Orange has been doing so far in terms of his ability to roam around the map, but hasn't necessarily been able to convert a whole lot of it into advantages yet.
And we're just dead even right now, Joshi. Dragon each team, kills pretty much even, but the gold is definitely even right now. Before this game, before this series, we were talking to the desk, and I was saying, no matter what happens, I'm expecting it to be close. I don't think we're going to get stomps either way like we did before, as Shady throws down the ultimate instant cleanse from Sketch Streams. But yeah, we're seeing that right now. It's a very close game, number one, right now. Both of these teams have made it out of groups in past Tier 2 tournaments. Both of these teams have taken games off of 100 Thieves Next, who will be first in this group. And they're both threats. I mean, one of them has to make it out, and we were talking about it. Whichever one makes it out will be a dark horse in the round of 8.
Oh, Isaac getting jumped on.
He is getting jumped on right now there. They're chaining the CC. He's not healing up fast enough. Sketch Dreams has the damage and picks up the kill. 3-1 on Aphelios. Says Odd Orange almost falls down, flashes away from Darkwings. But now Spyrax could be in some trouble. No, it's Darkwings. Really big game. Doing nothing to help. He didn't have the smoke screen up. Spyrax just solo killing Darkwings in this mini 1v1.
This is the difference that you end up getting when you go for an Eclipse style build as the Graves. You don't necessarily have the same kind of consistent damage as you otherwise would with like a Gale Force style of build. Instead, you're gonna get this burst, and Spyrax has an 80% damage reduction on his W when he presses it, so it's really hard for RBM to do anything. Odd Orange is going to try and push around for this Dragon.
He got it! He stole it! Yeah, I mean, Spyrax is also right there. I'm surprised Spyrax stayed in the mid lane. I thought that he would just walk up and push really big beam off of that red buff. Yeah, that's true. He's got fate.
We'll watch this again. I wanted to talk about the Swain, but we might have an opportunity to look at that a little bit later. Odd Orange just starts it off with the kick and is just going to be getting over the wall with the help of his opponent, right? Because Darkwing separates the fight and RBM can't participate in this fight nearly as much. You're noticing that Spyrax just gets a 1v1 after Set has already used up all of their cooldowns because he used them all on Lee Sin, and it becomes an easy fight for Irelia, who's just a major auto attacker and can continuously bring the Set down lower.
Yeah, awkward showstopper there from Darkwings, actually saving Odd Orange, who otherwise would have had to flash over that wall, unless his E came off cooldown. But tail end of that play, it is still Dragons going over to Maryville. Here we go. All right, the 2v1.
Right. The point I wanted to make here was the difference between Swain ever since the item rework versus what he used to do beforehand, right? Typically, as the Swain before Season 11, you would have the Rod of Ages and you'd be relatively tanky. We'll get back to that as Faisal getting jumped on.
And the top lane, pushed back by Chippies. Shady, not quite sure if he wants to go in here. Odd Orange as well. They get the Solar Flare. Under turret, Odd Orange will pick up the kill. Slight hesitation from MU, but they do pick it up.
I was worried I was going to have to start seeing single ladies or something, right? If you want to commit to the fight, like, commit to it. They weren't sure if they wanted to go for it, and eventually Shady's like, yeah, we're doing this. Gonna put a ring on it, take down Faisal, and gonna be earning themselves most of the second-tier turret, if not the entire thing. But now, you know, where's AOE?
In some
they
trouble
gotta
right
be
here. Rom stacks immediately stacked up. Plus the ultimate glacial fissure. Spyrex ults back in. He's lifestealing a lot. He almost takes out Sketch Streams. Oh, Aurelia is a fair and balanced champion, everybody.
True.
But does go down at the end of the day.
It will end up going down in the 1v3, but it does mean that somebody, in this case Shady, gets you something. Oh, not quite going to catch Psycho as he backs away. Sketchstream's going to walk out, but this is big. Remember what we said, 40 seconds.
Oh, he goes for it and misses the Zenith Blade over the wall. He didn't even have follow-up there. I don't know if you even take that.
I think he 1v1s him, right? Leona does so much damage. But yeah, I mean, we see Spyrex coming in through here. He gets a lot of damage reduction, but unfortunately does the cardinal sin of flashing in a straight line. Ends up getting hit by the Braum ultimate, and it does mean that you have a little bit more freedom from the red team in order to just back away and potentially be at the dragon first, but instead they stick around and clean up some Krugs, and now it's actually Maryville who has first move to the dragon.
Wow, Maryville also with a 1,500 gold lead. A lot of that coming from those turrets that they've taken. 3 already. They even got a tier 2 topside. They have been putting in work up there. Chippy's on the Jace. And now stacking up these dragons too. Maryville putting themselves in a pretty comfortable position in this current game. We talked about the lack of scaling from both teams' compositions other than that of Felios. That's why I'm looking at Maryville. Like, if you're going to say a team is playing on a timer, it would most likely be them. They do have the, I guess, the Swain and the Aurelia, which are fantastic in late game team fights, but it's just so scary when you're looking at an Aphelios later on, especially one that's 3-1. So, yeah, they're even accelerating this game even more right now, trying to take a 4th turret for their time.
This is really big. They're getting all of these structures down, right? The fact that Jace got the entire tier 2 top turret is big. That's an extra, like, 600 gold that he's getting for himself.
Azog, Gravitum, under turret, pops the ultimate. They're diving. Zyko will tank up here.
Oh.
Actually, it's got streams. Now Shady looking to turn it back around. Spyrex teleported in. Now TP from Chippies. Can Maryville find the re-engage? They're going for it. They got it. Zyko and Sketchstreams out of the fight already, just blown up. Flash from Chippies. Wow. They don't want really big meme to go anywhere. A double kill to Odd Origin. Maryville looking pretty dominant right now.
That's the tempo checkmate that we're always looking at. You have time to do whatever you want on the map. They were already threatening to crash the Rift Hold on the bottom side. They got the first hit on the bot lane turret, and so you know that their opponents have to try and do something. AOE gotta try and make a play in the mid lane, and it comes through, but it's so desperate. There's teleports coming in from both sides because it allows you to cut the travel time down by 80%. Both Chippies and Spyrex able to get here. Zyko and Sketchstreams are too far forward, and RBM and Darkwings just have to run, and you only have to ask, what does Maryville do with the time afterwards? Are they able to get another turret off of it?
Didn't go for one. There's still only 4 turrets on their side. Looks like they might have even gone for resets there. Got some vision down as well. Shallow into AoE's jungle, and now AoE back on the map again. Aphelios has 2 items completed, but he needs people in front of him. He needs some form of heal. Zyko alone was not enough. You need your Darkwings, your Set to also be there. Imagine Set's there to showstopper Aurelia away as she's trying to go in. Sketchstreams could have continued to pop off in that fight, so I want to look at the positioning from this AD carry, positioning from Sketchstreams as this game continues on, because he really will be the primary win condition for the squad, along with Faisal.
Yeah, but you got like very different terms of what you're trying to do, right? Sketchstreams is going to be the big DPS source that can chew through everybody on Maryville if he's not focused down, whereas Faisal is going to be the one that's going to be very aggressive. Unfortunately, you don't have the same kind of freedom as this Gwen to dive into a backline, because what is that backline? Swain? Swain's going to be able to tank up all of your damage. You got to instead just turn it on the front line and help Sketchstreams out through this entire thing by creating this big zone where Maryville have to try and hit you instead of actually hitting the Aphelios.
Or alternatively, put some side pressure on. Try and get people to come to you in a side lane here. We know that Gwen's very strong in those situations. It's just tough because Chippy's, hey, he went for that tier early on, that first back, and now he's already got that fully stacked right now. 21 minutes into the game. This Jace is going to be hitting hard, which makes it even harder for Faisal to do much right now in this current game state here. Baron's on the table. Teams could look to start going for that, but it's also minute 30 until the next Dragon. It appears like that's what Maryville is setting up for right now, is they're just getting all this vision down on the bottom side river and kind of choking out AoE's entrance points.
They can also look to start threatening towards this Baron, right? Because even though they don't have an AD carry, they still have both Irelia and Jace, two very strong auto attackers, so they can do this at a reasonable speed. I'm a little bit surprised they're not opting to siege at all, with the fact that they do have both the Jace and a couple of exciting pick tools in the Swain and Leona, if anybody from AoE stepped too far forward. But instead, they're playing it a little bit more calmly. The game might go a little bit longer. Oh no, he went forward.
Faisal's going in. He wants it onto Chippies, misses the ultimate. Gonna keep chasing him down, but Chippies, man, he packs a punch right now. That's just 2 Qs onto Faisal, and he has to back off. Chippies definitely winning that 1v1.
Faisal doesn't actually hit any of his ultimates there. Maybe he got the first one, but after that wasn't able to get any more damage, and oh no, Chippies is going to stop him.
Okay, he's going to get over this wall. That Zenith Blade was so close. Darkwing's in a 1v1 now topside against Spyrax, and we already know he doesn't win these, but with a little bit of backup, maybe he can! They turn it! Psycho gets the kill. Spyrax goes down.
Little help from my friends, that's all it's going to take. AoE now in dominant position to start going for this. You know that there are so many members of Maryville on the opposite side of the map. It takes you about 15 to 19 seconds in order to take down this Baron, and it takes a lot longer than that for Maryville to walk over. They tried to start the Dragon, but they didn't expect this, and this is going to be AoE picking up a clean and free Baron Nashor.
No response from Maryville. They even back off the Dragon. Now they'll go back onto it saying, okay, I guess we get this as the trade. But the tempo lead here for AoE is pretty big. They get the Baron and they reset back onto the map. They're going to start pushing already as soon as that Dragon goes down. Let's get a replay, though, of this play topside that set it all up.
The biggest thing here is we know Darkwings isn't necessarily going to win this on his own, but Set takes so much time that allows friends to come. But the big thing that we got to note at the same time is because they stopped Faisal's back with both Lee Sin and the Leona, it means that there's a lot of members of Maryville down in the bottom side. And AoE, we already saw the results of what they did, but I just got to give them props for recognizing what everything meant in terms of the map positioning coming out from the other side. And it's going to be a free Baron, and we got to see what they're able to do with it, because this is their moment to actually start taking down a bunch of these structures and start narrowing this gold lead.
Starting the siege now onto the mid-outer. They've only taken 1 turret so far to 5 from MU, and they're actually not hard committing to this one. Instead, making sure that Darkwings can safely get that top turret. RBM's kind of hovering in between in the river. And now we'll head back towards the mid lane here. So maybe on this next wave, they'll actually commit to that one. But already 1 turret falls with that Baron buff. AoE, they're not really going for a massive push with this, though. They're still playing a little reserved.
They don't have a lot of wave clear or like a lot of long range champions that can easily hit these structures, so if they want to do anything, they have to do it in force. And I think they're a little bit hesitant to go for some of these team fights up against the Swain, who now has a stopwatch completed, only has 1 AP threat to deal with, and the Zonia is going to be getting a lot of extra value during all of these team fights. So AoE a little bit hesitant, not getting as much off of this, but they still have a minute of the Baron buff that they can try and do something with, but chilling the enemy jungle is unfortunately meaning you're not in a lane. You're not going to be able to crash any of these waves as effective as you would have otherwise.
Baron buff about halfway through here for AoE. They got 2 turrets so far, and Maryville have staunched the bleeding as of now. They're catching these waves, even pushed out topside. Spyrax got that whole wave shoved. And still, the gold's relatively even between these 2 teams. We only have a 1,000 lead right now for Maryville, despite the fact that Baron went down over to AoE. And that Dragon Soul fight will be massive. If you're AoE, you can't just keep giving these over and trading for other objectives. You will eventually need to answer them on that. And that'll be in about 2 minutes, 45 seconds. So that means both teams going to be looking to set up as much as they can until then. And wow, I'm looking at that bottom side, the gold differential between Azog and Sketchstreams. That was about a 3K right there, Joji.
Unsurprising, honestly, considering how effective Sketchstreams has been so far. He's got a big CS lead. He's got a bunch of the kills from the interactions previously based on how Shady was playing, and This Aphelios we always knew was going to be a threat, but Sketchstreams now, we saw last time that you and I casted them that Sketchstreams had some really good fights as Tristana, and then a couple others where he kind of phoned it in and wasn't necessarily as effective as we were hoping to be. So I'm hoping that we get the version of Sketchstreams that is going to bring this game back so we have more League of Legends to watch, rather than the one that just goes too far forward and gets caught by all the dive potential coming out from Maryville.
Nice thing is he went for the full team fight crit-based Aphelios build, so he won't even be able to Gale Force in this time, Joshi. I think we're in a pretty safe position with Sketchstreams currently. I also want to bring attention right now. Shady has a very strange build. I'm just going to call it that, because you already highlighted the fact there's only one AP threat on the other team. So going for the Abyssal Mask, you're amplifying the damage from, I guess, yourself and the Swain. But the magic resist isn't putting in that much work, so I'm actually, well, I'm not the biggest fan.
Remember, Abyssal Mask isn't quite what it sounds like you might think it is, right? It's no longer the AOE magic resistance reduction. It's every time you crowd control somebody, they take increased percentage damage. So everything he does, right, because he's got the ultimate, the E and the Q, is going to increase it. And it's kind of like a, you know, in Anathema's Chains, right, where Anathema's Chains increases the crowd control against a target, Abyssal Mask is going to increase the damage against them. So it does have opportunities. If you recognize that AoE is predominantly just an Aphelios threat team, it can be really valuable to just get that extra like 10% damage against them.
You can maybe show that off right here if he can get onto really big meme, but Zyko is nearby, so Maryville do not pull the trigger right there. But we could actually see a fight here 30 seconds before Dragon spawns. If they get this pick onto Zyko, that'd be big, but that's a Braum. He's got the shield. Teleport coming in right now from Darkwings. That's the set. That's the frontliner. Gets rooted right away. Boom. No engage coming in from either of these teams. They're just dancing around this Dragon that will spawn in 20 seconds.
AoE has the choke point under their control. Maryville will have to walk through this, and while they do have a lot of poke, as we already see, RBM having to dash away, they end up giving it up, and now the Dragon spawning in just a couple of seconds. It's Maryville. They're going to be taking control of the geography, where Sketchstreams might be on the wrong side of the choke, and might have to walk back through it in order to re-enter the fight. Beautiful scouting.
Oh my goodness, Chippy's hits like a truck. I love this build too with the Cyrildas, because if you hit, that's a slow, and then Azog can follow up with his own W. So it actually helps set up even more poke to follow that up. Darkwing's around the other side of this Dragon Pit right now. He could be in some trouble. Takes a blast.
Oh, he's over.
Now in a 1v1 against Odd Orange. Spyrax can't get over the wall, so he's got to walk all the way around, but Sketchstream takes a huge chunk of damage. Shady just chasing him down, but gets blown up. Sketchstream's still alive, but he's limping away. The rest of his team will have to finish up the fight, and that means that Maryville can just shred through the remaining members. AoE without Sketchstreams cannot fight that. And that is Dragon Soul over to Maryville.
Ocean Soul coming through for Maryville. Huge opportunities here for everything that they're doing. Suddenly these fights that we already said might be good for the Swain as they go along are going to be even better. And not only that, they're going to be in prime position to pick up this Baron buff. There's only the Aphelios and the Graves to come in, and unfortunately they're both AD carries. This is on RBM to try and steal. There's no way they can fight this.
He can look for it. He's got the collateral. No, he doesn't actually. He's just going to go for the Krugs.
He is
collateral. That's just Baron. All right, Baron's over. Maryville University, they got it. They got Dragon Soul and Baron off of the one team fight, and now with a 4K gold lead, it's going to be really difficult for AoE to do anything from this state.
And I really want to point out how Shady plays this last team fight as they go in, because remember, he does increased damage with it, and look at how much damage the Q does from Chippy when it's got the extra crowd control on it. He doesn't even need to kill the Aphelios, he just needs to get him out of the fight, because the rest of the members of AoE do not do enough damage to try and turn this fight around. There's too much coming through from the rest of Maryville, and just giving over his own life in order to make sure that Aphelios is not a threat in the fight, absolutely huge, and wins them not only the Ocean Soul but also the Baron.
Now Maryville poised to take this game here, Joshi. Chippies with 4 items completed. This NA Jace is popping off right now.
Let's go. What's Jace?
what was well, I guess this is an NA Collegiate Jace, so maybe that's a different thing now. Niles just like this one too. Spyrax just goes in and just takes out Sketchstreams himself.
Oh, okay, but that's not it. On the other side of the map, there's also a death going down. Chippy's dies on the side to RBM and Faisal, but because they're not there, we're getting the turret
Darkwing's
dead.
going for the engage. Zyko's here to back him up, but it's basically a 2v3 right now. Darkwing's, you don't do enough damage for this, buddy. Zyko's like, what do I do? I'm just trying to auto attack as a prob. Now I'm getting engaged on. Azog picks up that kill. Faisal teleport flanks. Can he find the engage? Azog no longer has the ultimate. Swain's not as big of a threat, but Auto Orange healing up off of these minions. That will be a middle inhibitor falling. AoE did not find the engage that they were looking for off of Darkwings. They might go for it here, Joshi. They're taking a little bit of damage. They do have to back off Faisal. He reset. Now he's going back in here. Shady, got to be careful here. Azog as well. Auto Orange jumps back in, but that was not the correct play. He's taking a lot for himself. Faisal's still alive. Faisal's down. Auto Orange looking to run away, but he will fall as well. Multiple kills, multiple shutdowns over to AoE. Gold in their pocket, but they do still lose that middle inhibitor.
All right, well, we're going to see how Chippy's actually dies in this. Oh, he does see Graves there, but by the time he realizes it's a little bit too late. Gwen, so strong. As long as you stand in that circle, you take absolutely no damage from anybody. And yeah, they are able to pick it up, but it's a trade. Because you have members in the bottom lane, they can't get back here. It takes 8 seconds to back, and then another 10 to get here. That's 20 seconds of a full 3v2 going in favor of Maryville. So they are able to win this. They are able to push back the members of AOE, and they get the inhibitor for it, and they try and go for the end. If the Xenoblade had landed, it might have been enough, but they don't, and then Gwen's ultimate takes over. We get to see how strong this champion is. As long as you have your circle, nobody can touch you. Stay out of my safe space. I'm just going to hit you, and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, Azog tried his best to turn this one back around, but yeah, once Swain doesn't have that ultimate available anymore, not quite as big of a threat. Can actually get blown up in these fights. So hey, good on AoE to defend, keep themselves in this game, but they're still 4,000, actually now closer to 3,000 behind Dragon Soul for Maryville. And that's going to be Baron and Elder coming up in about 2.5 minutes. Shady looks for the engage over the wall, not going to find it though. So that's Solar Flare on cooldown for another 40 seconds.
There's also a minute left before Sketchdreams gets his flashback, so there is a potential opportunity here where Shady should have his ultimate, but Sketchdreams will not have the flash, so we might just see a very aggressive play if Maryville are correctly timing the summoner spells, but instead, going to be sieging a little bit, and remember, they're the ones with the Ocean Soul. If you get hit by any poke coming out from AoE, well, you can heal just by hitting your opponent, so throw out a skill shot.
Yeah, I mean, really the only poke you're worried about anyway is Aphelios, maybe a little bit of Graves poke if you can hit those Qs or an ult, but it will be healed up right away also, even with their builds completed. 4 items also on Spyrex, 3 items on Auto Orange, not quite 3 on Azog yet. He is kind of trailing behind right now. Speaking of, Sketchdreams has pretty massive items, but he also takes a lot of damage.
He does. He's pretty squishy. He doesn't have like a shield bow or anything, and unfortunately, there's not a whole lot that the rest of his team can do about it. They don't have any heals, and he just has to walk back every time he takes a Jace shock blast to the face. And so this is kind of coming up against the wall. They have to try to do something, and they get 3 roots.
Oh, what a massive engage there from Sketchdreams. Can the rest of AoE follow up? They're diving out to the back like Darkwing's there, but Azog flashes forward, doesn't take down Sketchdreams. Can Auto Orange find him? The Lee Sin going for the hero play. He's down! Sketchdreams outplays him, and AOE Esports win the fight. Backs to the wall. You cannot doubt this team.
This is huge. This is coming up right before the Elder Dragon is on the table. So, with both members of Maryville dead, with Auto Orange, Spyrex, and Azog down, and only Faisal down for the count, this is an opportunity for them to try and play for Elder Dragon, and everything that Maryville has done up to this point is now in jeopardy. Chippies and Shady have to defend this upcoming fight, so there's a big opportunity here for AoE to try and do something as we get some big damage coming out from Chippies. They can stall the RBM. He's a jungler. He's going to heal pretty quickly.
Chippies can just keep throwing them out, though. That's the crazy thing about Jace. Although there's a smoke screen slow. Shady in trouble here, has the flash. Might have to use it. Shotgate does get him to safety.
10 seconds for
Chippies and Shady are back out now. Teleport is available on Spyrex if they want to go for it. He will have his ultimate, but there's Elder Dragon. Shady goes over the wall. He's just trying to spot it out, but he's dead. That's Dragon. That is Elder over to AOE Esports. Maryville were not able to deter them. And that is a massive tempo swing, massive objective swing, rather, over to AoE.
Wow, gold lead is now dead even once again. AOE has evened it back up after a couple of huge defenses of their base, and Maryville not able to just quite close it. The Ocean Soul is strong, but it's not quite as strong as an Elder Dragon buff. Now they're going to have to see if they can pick something off here, if they can pick up this Baron, because they're the ones on the back foot out of nowhere.
Odd Orange is over here. He's not spotted. He's got the ward on it. He's in.
Not gonna get
he
it.
doesn't find it. Immediately has to flash out of the pit. It was a valiant attempt. I'll give it to you, Odd Orange, but not meant to be. That is Elder and Baron on AoE.
So the Elder Dragon will run out before the Baron will. We still have 2 minutes 45 on the Baron, and you only have 2 minutes and 30 on the Elder Dragon to start with. So you're already running through a good 40% of it by now. You have a minute and a half left in order to try and do something with it. So AOE do have opportunities to be very aggressive, but Maryville has everybody back online, and they still have the Ocean Soul. So as long as they don't get engaged upon, they should be able to weather the storm.
Can they hold the siege? There is a push from AoE on the mid lane right now. 4 members grouped up as Faisal pushes bottom lane here with 4 items on Gwen. And yeah, Maryville, they're going to have to just lose as little as they can. They cannot fight against Baron and Elder. Wait out the Elder. Just give over inhibitors. But with this kind of push, wow, they are taking these objectives fast. AoE, they might even look for the end right now. They only have 4, though. Faisal's still not with them. So if Maryville's going to go for a fight, now is the time. Darkwing's looking for a flank right now. We're going to get a full 95 under the Nexus turret. Darkwing goes for the engage. Sketch Streams hasn't gotten off a lot of shots yet, but there we go. Now the Dragon's starting to come into play. The turrets are already going down, and that's just going to be team fight 1 already. Sketch Streams pretty much untouched in that fight, and AOE Esports mount the comeback. Triple kill to Sketch Dreams. They don't get the ace, but they will get the game.
Wow, what a crazy game, King, because we knew the series was going to be close, but I wasn't expecting it to go Ocean Soul to one team to Elder Dragon to the other after a miracle series of defenses coming out from AOE. This is really strong amateur League of Legends coming out between these two teams. We knew this group was going to be one of the groups of death because of how close everybody was going to be, and it is already proving it right here, right now, as we see who's going to get out.
Yeah, we were talking about the scaling of both teams, who could win the later team fights, and that Aphelios got to a point where he wasn't actually touched very much in the later fights. Odd Orange was doing his best to get on him at that fight below the bottom inhibitor turret, but they just couldn't kill Aphelios, and from that point forward, I mean, once Set's in front of you, once Brahm's in front of you, even the Grave smokescreen, it is kind of hard to get on Aphelios with that composition, and hey, we saw some good, clean team fight out of AOE Esports, and it was off of a comeback. Chippies was so strong throughout that entire game. That was absolutely ridiculous. So we're going to send it over to a short break right now, everybody, before we're back with the analyst us and break down exactly what happened in that game number 1 while we get ready for game number 2. So you're not going to miss it. We'll be right back after this.
Well. So, originally we were coming to the segment, and we had an entire thing planned for talking about how Maryville took a very well-thought-out, cohesive early game, but then we just threw that out the window because AOE, randoms, my goodness, they stalled the game long enough, and they found that one window, and they took the fight under the bot inhibitor tower, they get Elder Dragon, and then boom, bada bing. It is, I guess, that simple. So honestly, much credit to AOE for being able to find the one needle in the haystack that they needed, and essentially wait out a composition that, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Rebel, I know you were kind of being so close to the Maryville boys. You had a lot of things to say in the last 5 to 10 minutes of that game there.
My biggest problem that happened, and it's something I was like super disappointed to see, was it felt like it's their game to lose because they've got this advantage. They've got Ocean Soul. They've got all this resource. They've got powerful champions for all the intents and purposes, capable of winning the game 100%. They just could not get a fight to stick in their favor. If they were like poking away, they were not patient. They weren't like, okay, let's let Swain and Jace do a bunch of the work. They were like, let's get Orange or let's get Shady in the back line and let's try to force immediately. And they're not using that tool of like, okay, we've got range against everybody on the opposite team and trying to put those two pieces together. It felt like there was a bunch of individual mistakes that also came through where it's like Shady went too far, Spyrax would go too far, somebody would get caught out in a side lane, and it just like trudged this game to a slow, like, pulse, and it waited and it gave this opportunity over to the side of AOE. And it's Maryville's, it's just like, you know how to win this game 9 times out of 10. Why is it like that this game is the one that you decide to just like make all these kind of like boneheaded mistakes is the best thing I can call it.
Yeah, you know, they did win the early game. We can give them that. All right, they used the composition of the draft at least in their favor for the beginning, but you're absolutely right. It certainly felt, especially I think the really big point where it was like, you know, hand to face for me was with the Elder Dragon spawn, and they decided to continue to put pressure on the base, and I mean it just absolutely gave away that Elder Dragon and gave a lot more pressure and gave you know, Aphelios the ability to just completely wipe the enemy team.
Yeah, and we have to look at the cataclysmic fight that AOE was able to find victory in and came out through against all odds, as this fight happened so fast for us watching on the desk that, you know, being able to understand how this really broke down, because what you were talking about, Rebel, is the kind of the target selection, the priority, people kind of not being on the same page. It is a complete contrast to the earlier fights that Maryville University had taken, where the Solar Flare in combination with Chippy's long-range poke on the Jace, being able to snipe out Sketchdreams from the beginning of the fight, not allowing him to be able to participate. The fact that Sketchdreams actually gets to fight in that, and we talked about how damn good he is in team fights when it comes to the late game situation. Even this composition that Maryville was able to build up plays well into a short range composition between Aphelios and Graves being the only 2 marksmen who are, you know, both below the 550 range, if I'm not mistaken, without Green Gun, of course. Then Swain gets to live his best life, but not on the same page there. AOE are a great enough team to recognize that once the opportunity presents itself and the mistake is made by Maryville University, they take that lead and they punish and they accelerate the game back into their own victory despite not having Ocean Soul. So if we're going into this game too, AOE now have the advantage of the series score. You know, does this really change the momentum here for Maryville University, or you know, do AOE even necessarily need to change anything up, because considering that Maryville had a majority of the lead in this game 1?
I gotta say, honestly, you know, I have confidence that Maryville can take the early game again. Their compositions tend to go for that. But I also have confidence that AOE can absolutely pick up on any of those balls that are dropped by Maryville. And just based on the fact that, you know, you've got Azog in the bottom who had that Swain, if you can get a lot more push, if you can get an earlier amount of pressure there from Sketchdreams, AOE absolutely has it in them to make this a 2-0 sweep in their favor.
I feel like walking out of that game as Maryville is like it feels like poison. You have a lot to fix because it's like there's a bunch of stuff that's fine, but you know how sour that taste has to feel, where it's like it feels great coming out of a game and being like, okay, we were in command and control the entire time. We messed up at the end. Here are the things we can fix for the earlier stage, because there are clearly things like even when they were doing well, they like even lost like a 3,000-4,000 gold lead around fights and things like that just shouldn't have ever happened. Giving away that Baron buff was not something that helped them throughout the mid game and things of that sort. But this is all stuff that's I feel like is like pretty quick fix. It's like these are kind of dumb mistakes that you will not make a second time. It's clear that they have like really solid individual talent. Their team fighting looked good from time to time, but now you've got this backlash of we're down a game. If we make that mistake again, if we make any mistakes, all of a sudden do you like fall down this like trip line of are we just done? Like if we make a mistake again, or AOE just gonna put us out of the tournament immediately? And that fear, for some it's really positive because it'll make sure that you're playing like at absolute peak performance. For others, it's crippling. It can hurt you. And I know Maryville has been able to put that up or shut up in really high tense situations before, so I have belief that they're not going to crumble here. But still, that presence is going to be felt.
It's a clean it up boys kind of situation for sure. Like you guys know what you did wrong. You all know what you did wrong. You all know where you made mistakes because you all did.
I'm not mad, just disappointed.
Yeah, you're right. Exactly. Clean it back up. All right. No, not as many loose ends out there.
Yeah. Whereas when you're looking for AOE Esports, even though this is a game that we might argue that this was Maryville's game to lose, not necessarily AOE's game to win. AOE get the advantage of now being one up in the series. They just got to take one more to get the W and then advance on to the quarterfinals, and that in enough is a huge relief. And they've already identified some of the issues that plagued them in this game one. They knew they walk away from this game knowing kind of the structure of how this composition was built and how it answered their short-range issues, and being able to actually deal with the poke and engage onto the team. So going into this next draft phase, I think AOE is going to be coming in with more answers, understanding what Maryville wants to play for, as you already pointed out, Jolly. So this kind of makes this game 2 even more interesting, because now there's this conundrum of like, okay, Maryville, do they really know how to play going into game 2? Because AOE might pull things under the rug and shake things up going into this next draft phase. But, before we get further into talking about this series, I do want to kind of break away from Group C and actually talk about Group D real quick, as we do have matches occurring off-stream. Unfortunately, we don't have access to the links to those matches being played out. But at the moment, Zeus is about to play, or starting playing, against AOE randoms. Now, to give you kind of the sitch for this Group D, Supernova did 2-0 Dignitas Mirage. And so, what this means is that Supernova and AOE randoms are in contention for the second seed. If AOE randoms were to win a single game, if they win a single game against Zeus, and even if they lose like a 1-2, because they have the head-to-head over Supernova and then the better map score, they would be the second seed advancing with Zeus. So in that series, AOE randoms just have to win one game against Zeus in order to qualify, even if they lose the series. So Supernova, they are hoping, they are praying that Zeus is not taking any mercy on the randoms, so that they can go for tiebreaker for that second seed. Because then that's what would have to play out if Zeus were to 2-0 AOE randoms, which I don't believe we'll be covering on tonight's stream, but that would be very interesting, as in that series, Supernova actually pulled out Lilia jungle a couple times, which Rebel is shaking his head. Man. Dude, here's my thing about Lilia jungle, Rebel, and I don't know if you feel the same way, but like Lilia, when that champion first came into play, even though I appreciate it in terms of jungle diversity, I don't have fun playing against that champion. And so seeing it back in meta, if I don't think it is meta, but it's just like Maddie Moo's comfort pick of choice. We've seen Lawrence and RBM, they have Graves. For Maddie, it's Bambi, man.
I don't know. It feels like Shake to me, where it's like the interaction with that champion is just so painful on both sides. Where like I don't have fun playing it. I don't know a bunch of people that are like, yeah, Lily is really fun to play, and then also it's insufferable to play against too. So I don't know. I don't know how Maddie is like comfortable on that. Obviously, strong enough to use in certain situations because Maddie's willing to bring it out if it's his pocket pick. But like, not something I would want to see, or at least not something I would want to play.
I also have something to bring up too here because we have a little bit of a ride. Red side wins completely today. All 4 matches that we have seen have been red side wins. So if things go according to this trend, then AOE are on the right side of this pick right now. Assuming that, Maryville picks red side going to the next one if we do get to a game 3. So if that trend stays, then yeah, that might be a little bit of an advantage for AOE.
100% red side win so far. Is that, what does this indicate about the meta, my fellow desk analysts? Is there too many OP picks? It seems like we don't have enough bans anymore, and that kind of luxury, if we were to say that to all of the players that have been playing League since Season 1, they might hit us back with back in my day, we only had 3 bans. And you guys are spoiled with 5 bans each, and you still say that's not enough, but sometimes it still feels like it's true. You've got Viego, you got Xin, you've got the Enchanter sometimes. Lee Sin comes up into the conversation as well. Nocturne, Gwen. I mean, like, guys, so many things to prioritize. And in a kind of refocusing back onto this Maryville and AOE series, it is... I think one of the things that has to be considered going into this next game is, especially for the early game, is having a good jungler in your hands for that early agency. Xin Zhao was taken off the table, and we saw how much work Odd Orange was able to do with that Lee Sin. Not to take anything away from Graves, but as we saw in our Cloud9 Amateur series, the way that the Graves picks work is when you are able to have lanes that can facilitate it and get it off the ground early. Otherwise, Graves, you're kind of scaling. You are power farming until you can get online to that point in the game. And Jolly, when we're talking about this Graves pick for RBM, even though AoE came out with the win, we also know that he has played Lee Sin in the past during the spring split of Proving Grounds.
Yeah, so that is going to be the champion of highest contention here for sure, because both of these teams very much focus on getting the top side, as we specifically saw in the last game, the top side and the jungle, as really we've seen in this last meta, and all day today focus for these champions and these players. And you've also got, Azog, who is kind of running these mages a little bit more self-sufficient because they tend to have a little bit more tank and survivability there. And then you've got the other side, so of Sweet Dreams and Psycho, of just kind of, they're resilient. They can maintain themselves down in that bottom lane. So Lee Sin, that's the one good thing to blue side, right? Is at least you're going to get that first pick. That was the case with Maryville, but it didn't lead them to victory.
I'm of firm belief this game that, especially, there's a few things that could be fixed for Maryville. There's a lot of individual stuff. One of the biggest things I took note of is bot lane was under lock and key from the side of AoE. They smashed that laning phase. It was terrifying to think because it was an Aphelios versus like a Swain and a Leona, and they were beating that lane hard. And I don't know whether it was uncomfort with the Swain inside of the laning phase. Maybe they haven't practiced it in competitive a bunch. Maybe it's just like scrims and it's the first time they've tried it. But it was very clear that like the Swain doesn't have the same effect that Ziggs does, where you can just like perma shove waves. You don't have that safety to sit in lane on your own. So neither Shady was allowed to break out, and also the lane wasn't powerful enough, at least after like some of the early trading, to really win out on its own. So I'd like to see Maryville go back to having their bot lane have that support, either with a mage that's safe enough for Shady to go affect the map as much as he could, so he's not just like lassoed to bot lane in potentially a bad situation, or go to something that's lane dominant to try to shut down Sketch Streams and Zyko in that bottom side. I think that would give a world of opportunities that were not there in game number 1.
If there's any bot laners that would be capable of pulling out control mages, Azog is the player to do it. If you've been following this guy in collegiate since his time on Granville University before coming over to Maryville University, or even watching some of his semi-pro and amateur play back on Frostfire Scouting Ground Circuit 2020, Nico bottom lane specialist, even before all the other kids were doing it and bringing mages to the table. Between that and Jinx were his 2 comfort picks. But Kangas and Joshi are ready on standby, and as we'll see whether Maryville University are able to bounce back or if AOE will clean this out in a 2-0 over their opponents. Kangas and Joshi, take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Rafa. Welcome back, everybody, as we are getting ready for Pick Ban for game number 2. Also, credit to whoever pulled Rebel out of that Mordekaiser ultimate from before. He's looking great right now with the new lighting, so looking fantastic, man. Happy that you invested in that QSS. Joshi, we just heard the desk's thoughts on that game number 1. What do we think about it going into game number 2? While we're waiting for the pick commands to come up here, let's start with Maryville side. What do you want to see different coming out of them than what they showed us in game 1?
Honestly, I liked their draft pretty much top to bottom. Every single part of it made sense with the way that they were looking to play. The biggest thing that I think we're really struggling with is, as they called out on the desk, is the fact that the bottom lane was losing, right?
Yeah.
I was saying this is supposed to be a pretty good lane for the Swain and Leona, and we saw that Sketchstreams and Zyko looked really good in that lane, and that was a big opportunity for MU to really pull ahead.
Up until Azog hit level 6, and then he was able to 1v2 them pretty much when he had ultimate up, but as long as you played around that window, AoE were able to, still just get those small incremental advantages. But we also do have different sides this time around, so that will change things up, as Jolly was just saying. Red side 100% win rate on the day.
True.
Very impressive stat right there. Let's see if MU can bring it back with just that alone, or if AoE can wrap us up here with a quick 2-0. A reminder, winner of this series will go on to the round of 8. They get into playoffs. So let's catch up on the bans so far. AoE on the blue side banned away Gwen, Renekton, and Viego. A lot of focus here on these strong solo laners that can also be flexed around, whereas Maryville focusing on Aurelia. Very common ban here on the red side with Xin Zhao and Tristana.
No big surprises coming out right now, except for the fact that AoE is banning both the Gwen and the Viego on the blue side. Oftentimes, at least one of these is going to be a red side ban, but it does leave the Ziggs open, and we've seen Sketchstreams play this a fair amount, so you look upset. I'm gonna be honest.
100% win rate on red side over. AoE win the draft, everybody. The game's done. We don't even need to draft anything else. They got Ziggs.
We got it. We got it. Ziggs coming through. I mean, Ziggs is one of my favorite champions because of his flexibility in the different lanes you can go, but also he allows for really dynamic games because you know at least one of those lanes is going to be locked down, and you can instead rotate between everything else. So you get very dynamic side lanes a lot of the time when you have a Ziggs. So Maryville responding with the Thresh and the Lee Sin, we're already seeing some of that dynamism come through.
Yeah, the Lee Sin can still be flexed around a little bit. We've seen it creep more and more into just a jungle core role recently, though. So, and Odd Orange liked it last time. He looked pretty good on it. The big thing is the Thresh. Thresh has been banned out a lot on this patch. He is getting some nerfs on 11.15, but those haven't come through yet on the current patch 11.14. And he has been a top priority support. You compare with a lot of those things. They could go for the Aphelios themselves now if they really wanted to. Can struggle against that Ziggs range, but the Ziggs will be paired with the Nautilus either way, so engage support. They can also roam around, leave that Ziggs alone. And we do get the Diana again, kind of return to the AP junglers.
The Sylas coming out a little bit early is a bit surprising to me. He does have some good ultimates he can steal from everybody on AoE, to be honest, but it is something that can have a couple of weak early laning phases. It does say to me that they are going to try to push the Ziggs down to Sketchstreams playing it, which makes some sense, right? Because there are ways to punish a Ziggs, but on the other hand, he was probably going to be playing it anyway, right?
Yeah.
This is something that we've seen Sketchstreams play and haven't really seen any play coming out from Darkwings just quite yet.
I like the Ziggs in the bot lane particularly because you just have a better lane to try and push through. It's kind of tough for a Ziggs to push mid and then take plates on it because multiple ways for a jungler to get on top of you. But if you have a support with you warding the river, you can push that bot side pretty easily. So yeah, that means that we will get the counter pick mid here for AoE. Let's see what they want to go for. They're banning away the Aphelios. They're banning away the Jace. But here, Maryville, they're hovering the cliffs. They haven't locked it in yet, but that seems to be what they're looking at.
I like it a lot, right? We already see a very early game focused team coming in from Maryville. You have a lot of opportunities to be aggressive, and now they also have the Callista, which I've heard a lot of rumblings of really, really good into the Ziggs, just because you can punish it. You look to dive it on wave 3, and unfortunately, Sketch Dreams, without the help from his team, without RBM coming down, there's not a lot of freedom that he has to try and resist it. And I mean, Fiora, very bold pick. If they do go, he just locks it.
Blind.
But Fiora doesn't do a whole lot to try and counteract the dive.
Yeah, and blind is the big thing. Like, you don't know what Maryville's top laner is going to be. They could put the Lee Sin there if they wanted to, but they could also just pick something that will hard shut down this Fiora in the 1v1. I mean, I guess we'd have to look at Chippy's champ pool. Does he play things like the Jax? Does he play things...
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, there we go. It's locked in. Yeah, I mean, like, you can hard shut down Fiora if you just have the right champion pool. So now it just comes down to how comfortable does Chippy's feel on this.
This is a classic Chippy's champion, right? He used to play this all the time when he was on Legacy back in Oceania. So I'm excited to see how he's going to be playing this. But the interesting thing coming through is, at least for now, Darkwings is hovering it in the mid lane, going up against Spyrax. So that is, honestly, I kind of like it, right? I was going to make a joke that this isn't Wild Rift. You can't play Fiora in the jungle, but you can play it in the mid lane in specifically this matchup, simply due to how weak Sylas is early game.
Interesting. I guess, yeah, you can also repose those chains. It's a fairly telegraphed ability, so you can try and avoid some of that, and then also you're guaranteed to hit the stun afterwards. All right. I guess we're getting the mid lane Fiora for Darkwings. If we're going to get a player to pilot this champion, Darkwings is the one that I'd want to see on it, although I do believe we saw Faisal pilot a Fiora recently. I'd have to look back and see which tournament it was in. Yeah, but... regardless, some flexibility here on the side of AOE in a very unique draft. They got the Ziggs bot lane. We were excited about that, but suddenly our eyes are now on the Fiora. So if you had to recap here, Joshi, what's AOE trying to do? Like, what is the team identity of this composition, and how are they going to try and play out this early to mid game?
The biggest thing we got to go back to is the dynamism that comes with the Ziggs, right? Because you know that the other team can't do anything about your mid lane, basically ever, after the first couple of turrets start going down. You have a lot of freedom to move everybody else around the map. Faisal, RBM, and Darkwings can split push really effectively. RBM can choose to shadow one of these guys and turn what is normally a 1v1 into a 2v1. Unfortunately for them, Maryville does something very similar in the side lanes. The one thing that they're lacking, though, is an opportunity to really push against Sketch Streams on the Ziggs effectively in the mid lane, so they're a bit more reliant on actually making these side lanes work.
And also, you were highlighting the fact that Callista potentially can shut down the Ziggs, depending on how the lane state goes, if they can dive on that third wave here. So out of Orange, let's see if he decides to path top to bottom and help out in that endeavor, because if you shut down the Ziggs, that really shuts down a lot of AoE's comp wants to do. Because the more I think about it, the more I agree that, yes, the Ziggs kind of creates a different game state than what we're used to. It accelerates the laning phase, oftentimes taking turrets early, and then at that point you just put the Ziggs any lane that has the turret, so Fiora can just kind of hang out in any lane after that. So we'll see if they can find that game state. AoE on the blue side here, hoping to end the red side win streak on the day. Maryville, though, looking to continue that and get themselves back in this series here, Joshi. We talked already about the AoE side of things, so now let's recap Maryville's game plan here. Is it really just play through bot lane, or do they have other avenues to success?
Oh, they have other avenues. You still have this Jax up in the top lane. You can just have this really big fight later on in the game, and he's just going to be pushing and pushing and pushing and getting stronger and stronger. Spearaxe looking for a stun. Not quite going to find it as he hops over the wall. Very aggressive play, but Zyko standing too far back. So
surprised Shady didn't throw out the death sentence. I mean, you can start Q on Thresh. It's not that bad.
It's not that bad. I think you're really worried about doing that, especially up against a Nautilus, right? Because whenever you wind up your hook, Nautilus can just throw his out, and his is faster, and he does more damage than you.
Sure, fair enough. Now, I guess you don't have vision to see if others were in the area, but regardless, not going to go for it, so Zyko does get away. We do get a ward placed in that tri-bush, and so both bot laners will know that neither one's leashing.
Well, they don't necessarily know where they are, right? They do know that the bot lane's not leashing, but it's not 100% obvious, as you're seeing that Jax is also in the top lane. The bottom lane for Maryville is already showing, so there's not a lot of information for AoE as to where this Lee Sin is starting. You can kind of guess that he's going to the red buff because he does that one quickly and it helps us clear, but he's not necessarily going to need to. He could really be anywhere in a couple minutes.
Chippies is still hanging out in that top rush, wondering what that's going to turn into. Shady flays back Zyko. Good early trade from Azog and Shady here. That's really going to hurt Nautilus's push to level 2, even if they get that early. Probably not going to go in now.
Does need to be very careful, and this is interesting. He's going in mid lane already.
Literally from camp to gank now. Odd Orange, you got to pull this off, though. Otherwise, you're going to be very far behind the Diana in the clear speed. Already a full camp down. Doesn't actually go for it. Ooh, that's not great for Odd Orange here.
It's not great, but he doesn't quite show. As long as he doesn't get spotted up by a ward here, it'll probably be okay. Dark Wings recognizes that Lee Sin is hitting this, but I don't think he actually saw Lee Sin. I think he only saw the Raptors moving, so they don't know how far behind he is just quite yet, is my guess.
Probably assumed he went to Krugs and then down to Raptors.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, let's see what decision Really Big Meme decides to go for there, because he could look to go topside, maybe try and dive jacks, otherwise just take those Krugs away, but he'd have to read that there are Krugs available. At the end of the day, it'll just put Odd Orange back one camp. I really want him to go for it, but now bot side, the double hooks here. Shady gets hit by the Hexplosive charge from Sketch Dreams, and Azog does take a really rough trade right there. Zyko, he trades his health bar for both the enemy AD carry and support.
He's like chugging through a couple of potions right now. We do get to find out they did not see Lee Sin, so they don't know exactly what his pathing is. They don't know how much time he spent in the mid lane, so they are not going to necessarily know that the Krugs are still available, and that is one of the saving graces coming out for Odd Orange. But one thing, Chippy takes a bunch of damage. As
he's losing out really a lot of CS too. Like, look, that's what, 4, 5 caster minions, 6 caster minions dead. They're all dying.
Yeah, he gets the XP, so that's something. But it is going to be rather rough as, good attempt from Darkwings to try and predict the stun, but not throwing it out from Spyrax. One of the things I want to pay attention to in this lane with both Ziggs and Nautilus is Kalista is the only AD carry where if you slow her movement speed, you also effectively slow her attack speed because of the way it interacts with her passive. And both Nautilus and Ziggs have a lot of slows in their kit, and we're already past that 3-minute mark where we were looking at a potential dive coming out from Maryville because Odd Orange spent so much time in the mid lane that this early lead that I was kind of expecting to see from Azog is not coming out yet.
And that can heavily affect the state of Maryville's early game too here, because it's not just the fact that Kalista can't push in, but it's also that Sketch Streams is getting the push. But as we say that, Odd Orange is down now. Oh, I like that. Sketch Streams reading the play, sees the lantern, goes out and says, nope, we are out of here. And now mid lane here, Darkwing's getting a push onto Spyrax. Ooh, he's taking a big trade. Oh, I thought he took a turret shot right there. Spyrax wants it, though. He's going aggressive. Darkwings. Oh, he throws out the parry. Repose has to flash away. Odd Orange goes to the drive-by, doesn't find it.
Does he miss that on purpose? I actually wonder if that was intentional, right? Because he doesn't want to get himself stunned, but a fight down bottom, RBM's here.
Do they just want to push this wave in? RBM will just help them out in that endeavor. Zyko's like a lot of damage from that Death Sentence and Azog combo. So we'll back off. Jungler's not finding successful early ganks.
True, but it is going to be AOE coming out a little bit ahead. Remember the farm differential that we saw coming in from Odd Orange? They know now, because they did see him, that he's a little bit behind where they might expect him to be. And also top lane, Chippies is getting outstatted right now by Faisal Says. We see another fight bottom.
Oh, bot side, Zyko could be in some trouble. No, but it's actually Shady. First blood over to Shady. Teleports came through, though. Darkwings is here. Spyrax as well. Azog's got to be careful. He's got the flash. He will flash away. Spyrax looking to disengage, too. Darkwings goes forward. He gets the kill. Also has the Executioner's Call. The Spyrax has less healing, but it doesn't matter.
He has no mana.
Gets a kill. Sketch Streams, no mana. Might flash away, but does not. Just waddles away as Spyrax will take the wave.
Wow, overall, it's just going to be back and forth. Everybody just kind of splitting things on the junglers, now duking out in the mid lane, and we're going to see Odd Orange really come out in a much better position here because he is going to get a slightly larger wave than Iconic will, but this bottom lane, we get to see a lot of things happen here. Remember, like, Zyko can just throw out the hook at the same time Shady does, and he does more damage, so Shady dies first. But the double teleport is going to get interrupted by a fight in the mid lane.
Oh, here we go. Really big meme. Caught out by the Death Sentence. Shady with the roam mid, and Azog going there too. Really well read by MU.
So many people here. Ziggs' bottom lane. Is there a potential dive coming through from Spyrax from the bottom side? No.
Yeah, he's looking for it. He's around the Raptor pit, but I don't think they want to pull the trigger there. Top lane, though, Odd Orange potentially looking for a zone, or at least just backing up. Zyko, oh no, pathing into the jungle blind, and he's got out right there. Spire just sees one more auto, he's not going to find it. Shady takes a turret shot as well. Oh, Zyko looked for it. Not really big meme is here. It's only a level 5 Diana, but he still goes in regardless. Azog gets the kill. Now in a 1v1, 1v2, Sketch streams the flanking Ziggs play. Azog and Spyrax caught on the wrong side of the jungle. Double kill to RBM, but Spyrax, he's healing up massively right now. He can just flash this wall. He goes back in. He's looking for RBM. Flashes in aggressively, trying to get that damage down. Sketch streams. He doesn't have enough to get him first. A shutdown for Spyrax. It's traded, but now 3-1 on the Silas. What a play.
This is why I love Ziggs. This is the kind of games that happen when you have like this immobile mage that's just always wave clearing, right? People have to move around. You are forced to try and make plays on the rest of the map, and that's why Azog and Shady are here. They already find the first kill, and this long extended situation is kind of only still possible because Ziggs doesn't feel safe roaming through this entire thing. He doesn't feel like he can push until he sees the fight is already committed to from the other side, and now AOE can start rotating up the bomb rat, and it becomes this 4v3 and really like back and forth situation where you see the ultimate come through from the Fiora, you see Spyrax have a lot of impact in this fight, and at the end of the day, just the fact that you have the Conqueror, you already have the extra level 6 coming through on the mid lane, and the fact that Ziggs is a skill shot champion, just all culminate here with Spyrax having just enough damage to take down Diana in the 1v2.
And also, tiny little thing there. Shady missed the death sentence on the Zyko. If he had landed that on the initial catch onto Nautilus, would have been a very different play. But now back to live. We do see the Dragon picked up by Maryville University. Gold is even across the board. No turrets taken yet. So that one Dragon really is the only differentiator right now. But we also got to look at who's got gold, who's got kills. Spyrax was the benefactor of a lot off of that play. And that can really start to flip this mid matchup now.
I mean, we say flip, it's a situation where it was always a bit of a skill matchup coming in from Darkwings, and I don't know how much Darkwings plays this in scrims. This is the kind of thing where you just have like this deep tech that you just like say, hey, I want to play this is a good matchup, and you know, this is the opportunity to try things out potentially in order to show that you have to bring out all your tech before going through, because you need to use it in order to make sure you get through at all. So this Fiora coming through is a little bit further behind as we see a fight top lane.
Really big meme, took a long time to take that Rift Herald, has to go back for it.
Peyton.
And will pay the price. Chippy's chasing him down, doesn't quite get him. Really big meme's out. Can they go forward with the dive now? It's Faisal all alone here as a set.
Nice. Goes
over the wall. Spyrax has joined in now. Faisal ignited, taken down. Auto Orange lands a Sonic Wave. Really big meme gets out safely. So Maryville get a kill after the Rift Herald goes over to AOE.
But RBM gets out, and that is rather large. The fact that he has both these buffs still, and he's going to be able to back away and continue to build up a CS lead up against Lee Sin is very, very helpful. But again, notice where Ziggs is relative to all of these fighting. He is nowhere to be seen. He's pushing down in the bottom lane and can get aggressed on by Kalista if Azog ever gets too close. You see that he's already got to chug these potions and waddle away because the rest of the map is so much more dynamic wherever Ziggs isn't.
Let's see if he's able to get his loot-ins right here. If we can take a look at the gold after this replay, of course. Really big. Yeah, see, like, they took it, but nobody picked it up. He had to walk back in.
I think they were trying to give it over to Chippies, right? They were expecting just wait for the Q cooldown to come back up, and it was really, really close. But Chippies tries to get the flash before Diana comes through, but Diana too fast, and this doesn't really result in a whole lot besides the kills going through, right? There's not a ton of CS lost. Azog is able to pick it up in the mid lane and then go bottom lane and pick up most of that wave. So it is mostly just the kill going over in exchange for the Rift Herald, which is a bit of a consolation, ameliorates some of the issues that Maryville just had.
It's more gold into Auto Orange's pocket, though. He was quite far behind. He was a full 1,000 behind Really Big Me based on that early jungle clearing, and RBM did go for the Dark Seal, did upgrade the boots, so that means Auto Orange actually has this Mythic first. Bot side here, Shady could be in some trouble. He does not realize he's walking right into a death brush. Goes golden though. That stopwatch keeping him alive. Now the re-engage comes through here. Odd Orange plus the double TP. Spyrex and Shippy's both jumping in, but Darkwings has joined in too. We got a full 5v5 on the bot side, everybody. And it is scrappy. AOE drop first blood. Psycho picks that one up. Azog's all alone. Nobody's peeling for the Callista. Darkwings flashes forward, but doesn't have the damage.
The slow.
Oh, under the turret. Spyrex is now there. Darkwing's got to play this one very carefully. Low health bar, decides to back off. Only one kill at the end of that. Odd Orange goes down, but here's the Rift Herald. They're looking for a play on the turret.
AOE are the ones with options after the fight ends. The Rift Herald's going to crash, and this is a big timing window right now, Kangas. Not only do they win the team fight off of that, but they also get this turret as Ziggs pops it with the... Yeah, you can do it, buddy. It's okay. Okay, well, the minions get it anyway, so they're all going to be backing away. Remember, 40 seconds is the last call to get it back in, but they're going to be able to do it before that. They're going to have an opportunity to back away, spend all that gold that they just earned, and come back onto the map. But Shady, you can tell he thinks something's up a little bit and tries to dodge just a little bit of the damage coming through, and he does have the stopwatch, which buys him a lot of time. Unfortunately, the rest of the fight becomes so chaotic, and in these chaotic fights is where characters like the Set, the Diana, and the Fiora really thrive, whereas Callista really trying to just hit people off on the side, but because they put themselves directly into the middle of everybody on AOE, gets chunked out too hard, gives up too much of their own health bar, and ends up having to leave, where the rest of the team is still trying to decide whether or not they want to stick around for the turret. They do, and then they leave after realizing, oh right, they picked up that Herald in the previous fight.
It's just so hard to navigate those kinds of fights because, I mean, if you're on the side of MU, you're like, all right, there's a Set, there's a Diana, there's all these ults that can catch us and reposition us. And also on the side of AoE, you're looking at Spyrex teleporting in there, stealing the Nautilus ult, the Lee Sin and the Jax as well. All these individual threats, not necessarily like front-to-back threats. Very tough to navigate those kinds of plays. But end of the day here, we're back to a fairly neutral position, and we will get another setup for the Dragon.
Darkwings is the top side. He has a teleport, which is big. Chippies and Spyrex just had to use their own teleports in order to get to that fight. And now with the Dragon getting started, it looks like RBM and friends are not going to participate in it. In fact, they're teleporting sketch streams up towards the top side. Let's go. Little Ziggs coming up top in order to do so much damage to this structure. And they just need to get it down far enough. And look at the dynamism. How can you hate Ziggs? He forces so much movement around the map. They get the top lane turret, and it forces Maryville to try and do something in order to get more than just an Infernal Drake off of it.
And they got it before the plates went down. They got, I believe, 2 plates off of that before they expired, and then they got the full turret. So more gold into the pocket of AoE as opposed to fighting for these dragons. It will be a Cloud Soul on the map. MU do have 2 under their belt, but even if they can stack up to that Soul, it's just a Cloud. It's not like it's going to be the end of the world. I feel like Jack's probably the biggest benefactor of that one, maybe the Silas as well. But AoE say, no, we're just going to use the Ziggs to full effect here, 2, 0, and 3. Also, did not go for the Ludens build, has the Leandri, so a little more DPS in these team fights. Can help out in that department a little more rather than the clear wave clear. But let's see how that plays out as now back into the mid lane here with the outer turrets on the top and bottom side. Yeah, this mid lane is the next focus for sketch streams.
There should be an opportunity for them to be aggressive, right? You do have the Ziggs, and there's not a lot of counter wave clear coming in from Maryville, so AoE can be a bit aggressive here. But the big thing that I want to pay attention to instead of what the Ziggs is doing, because again, he doesn't tend to do a lot on his own, he just enables the rest of the team to be aggressive, is the fact that now we're starting to see Mythics come through, and we have double Gore Drinker available from Faisal and Darkwings. This is a kind of team fight opportunity, right? They're looking to do this in order to be more aggressive during all these melee on melee team fights. Callista is going to be coming in as well, so they're very effective here in order to create a front line for sketch streams instead of necessarily building for a lot of the one-on-ones as we had initially expected.
So let's see if we get another team fight now, because the Rift Herald started up and both teams are posturing around it. Big thing is Darkwing's pushing bot side, has teleport still. The split pushing from AoE has just been really brutal for MU to deal with. Shady's also taking a lot of poke right now from sketch streams. You got to be careful here. Yeah, the Mega Inferno bomb. Oh, they just go out of Shady, but now Odd Orange, he gets the pick. Golden goes the carry. Really big meme, trying to stay alive for as long as he can. Shady repositioning, sketch stream still not in there. Spyrex gets a kill onto really big meme. as now AOE pushing towards the top side of the river here. Dark Wings in the 1v2. Chippies takes down Zyko, but he pays for it with his life. Faisal's the front line of the Sketchstreams needs. The Zig's putting out work right now. Azog can't even kill Faisal. Has to retreat right now. Sketchstreams can keep chasing him down. The Zig's hunting right now. Azog's got to be careful. Doesn't have a lot of areas to run away to. Sketchstreams, he's hitting it. He's getting it. Azog, the bird, ace to Sketchstreams. AOE. What a team fight.
What a team fight. They're able to get everything. They're also going to be picking up this Herald, and if Sketchstreams wants to stick around, they'll get the mid lane turret as well. This is huge, a huge gold swing. I was going to say this looked like Dignitas versus Golden Guardians, but now when they're getting everything across the map, suddenly they're looking a whole lot better than Dignitas did. We'll take another look at this. They go very aggressive onto the one person that can get out of all the crowd control, but then Kingus, you know what Object Permanence is? Object Permanence is the reason why babies can play peekaboo, right? When you close up your eyes and they can't see you anymore, they assume you don't exist. And there's a little bit of that going on here for a lot of the members of Maryville. They go out into Fog of War, and then it kind of feels like the members of AOE forget that they're there until they all come back at the same time, and they realize, hey, Faisal, maybe he's playing peekaboo, but he's also this really big, strong dude that we're not going to be able to fight.
And also the fact that Sketchstreams, it felt like once they didn't kill him at the beginning of the fight, nobody was close to that Ziggs for the rest of it. Had a really good job positioning, but now bottom side, MU looking for a play on the Faisal. Good showstopper under the turret. Spyrax in trouble. He's taking turret shots left and right. Almost goes down, plus a Mega Inferno Bomb from Sketchstreams, but he does survive. MU don't even find a clapback play. This is what they're looking for, though, trying to find picks in the side lanes.
That's what they have to do. You can't go to Sketchstreams. You have to bring too many people to make that worth it, and Sketchstreams can play from such a long range away that's difficult to actually lock yourself down. So instead, we're going to be seeing AOE dropping the Rift Herald in the mid lane, building up more space for themselves, and this will allow their split pushers like Faisal and Dark Wings to be even scarier throughout this entire situation, because they now no longer have to deal with the free information defensive point that the mid lane outer turret provides.
I love seeing that combo. The Rift Herald plus the Ziggs bomb. So clean, so easy to execute
Full
there.
turret.
And AOE putting a lot of emphasis on it, now going for a fight themselves. Zyko engages here onto Shady. Azog pulls him back, and they do not re-engage. Instead, opting for priority on this mid lane, pushing this in. If AOE want to go for this dragon, that means they're losing mid turret for it, as Chippies also takes the top turret. I actually kind of like this from MU. They're just pulling AOE back from the objective.
But it's hard, right? How does MU now walk through Sketchstreams in order to get to the dragon? I guess the answer is, well, Sketchstreams just lets them. So we'll see if Odd Orange can steal.
Odd Orange is in the pit. They're looking for it. MU, they're all here. We got teleports coming in.
Ziggs!
All right, Sketchstreams gets the dragon, but now Chippy's right on top of him. Sketchstreams has no one to peel. And even as I say that, he survives. Really big meme jumping over the wall, and now it's a team fight wipe for AOE. They just got to keep it going right now. Azog's dancing around, but where? The answer is back to base here. Double kill over to Dark Wings. AOE win yet another fight.
Oh my god, Kangas. Look at this Ziggs. 405 at this point. He's doing so much damage. Has gotten so much extra gold, not only from his team fights, but also from these structures. It is so difficult for AOE to do anything. Maryville was, for Maryville to do anything, they were trying to get to the Cloud Soul and potentially force an Elder Dragon, as RBM, I think, walks away.
Yeah, Azog's looking for it. Teleport comes through, too. Really big meme. Oh, with the misplay right there. He will go down. Doesn't even get Azog for it. Just pops the shield bow passive. All right, that's a pickup for MU. Let's see what they can do with it as we look at the replay.
Unfortunately, Chippies just isn't that threatening at this point. He doesn't have the damage to burst out Sketchstreams, and even though he tries to find the stun, there's a lot of people who end up coming back in order to make sure that Ziggs stays alive, because they know they're going to win the rest of the team fight. They have enough threat if Jax isn't there, and because of how weak Spyrax currently is on this Silas, it's a pretty easy, not weak, but the fact that he went down so early in the fight just makes it so easy for the rest of AOE to bully their way through the rest.
I just want to give props right now to the player, the man behind the keyboard here of this Ziggs who's popping off. As Faisal isn't in trouble, so we'll back way bot side. But Sketchstreams, the Ziggs player, 405, joined this roster right at the beginning of the summer right now, but he could be caught out here right as I'm trying to talk about. The play is made. He's still running away. They can't get him on. Orange does get the shutdown. Finally, they kill Sketchstreams, but what does it cost them?
At what
Orange
cost?
already down. Shady died too. Azog, no summoner spells. He will fall as well. Another double kill to Darkwings. Sketchstreams, even when he's not carrying the fight, he's still the bait that wins them it.
But is it going to result in more that's coming through? They have a lot of members who are now looking at this. They show where they are by hitting that ward. But let's be real, Maryville already knew. I wonder if they're going to try and do something about it because they have a couple of Brawley champions. Spyrax is relatively strong. Do they want to hop the wall and fight?
3 members here. There's not a lot of DPS on the Baron. The Fior's going for it. The Diana as well. Spyrax there. Whose ultimate is he going to steal? The answer is nobody. They back off. That's Baron over to AOE Esports. Joshi, it looks like it. The red side win streak might just end here. AOE in a dominant position. 22 minutes into this game. 5k up with the Baron. Let's see what they can do with it. As again, Sketchstreams, even though he dies, look at all the space he buys and the time for the team to set up.
That's the big thing. He buys so much time. The locket is there. It comes through, and Darkwings knows that if he can keep Ziggs alive, the rest of the fight's already winning. All he needs to do is try and prevent Ziggs from dying, and from there, it's a rather simple cleanup. AOE had the opportunity to pick up the Baron, and they did so. Now Darkwings finds Spyrax.
And we are getting a little desperate here. They're looking for picks in the enemy jungle, but he's like, oh, that's so much burst. He's almost dead already. Spyrax, he's chasing it down, gonna get the Dark Passage. He's to safety. Shady has to burn ultimate. Odd Orange, meanwhile, 1v1 in Sketchstreams over here by the red buff. He's looking for it. Oh, the Zodias keeping Sketchstreams alive. Depth charge from Zyko. Where you going, Odd Orange? Back to the fountain. Really big meme picks up the kill. Sketchstream survives yet again.
Wow, every single time they're trying to find the Ziggs, but they're just not quite able to. And I was not expecting the game to be revolving around Sketchstreams this hard, but it's part of what happens when you're going to be doing so well in these lanes. They weren't punished in the first couple of levels, and instead they were the ones who really started taking off with their ability to participate from such a long range away in all these fights. And now Darkwings and Faisal have so many tools in order to try and make this split push effective, and I don't know if Shady can even go for this. He doesn't have anybody else near him, and it's just going to be a couple of turrets, at least one, going down in the mid lane, and we know how quickly Ziggs can burst his way through a second.
They're looking for another one for sure, and look at MU. They're sending 3 members bottom side. They are just giving over this inhib to hopefully get a pick on the Darkwings. But Darkwings, he's privy to it. He just backs off. He says, no, I'm not going to be the one that gets picked off in the side lane. I have a 600 gold bounty on my head. That could absolutely get Chippies back into this game, so that's just the inhibitor turret down mid, but they do not push for the inhibitor itself. AoE, they go top
they
side.
see 3
now,
people.
Shady going here onto Darkwings. If he gets hit by this death sentence, he reposts it. Now on Azog, he's going to take this kill. Oh, Darkwings in the 1v3. He does get shut down, but he makes MU work for it. And with 3 members bot side, this is the base getting shredded here for AoE.
Okay, all right, teleport coming through from Chippies. They are going to try and do something.
He's got the Dragon's Rage. Do they want to go for this one here? Spyrax starts off the fight. Now can MU finish it? Odd Orange is in there. Spyrax gets Sketchstreams. The Ziggs is dead. AoE in full retreat now as MU again death sentence on the Zyko. They take down RBM, Sketchstreams, and Darkwings along with Zyko. Everyone's falling except for Faisal. He's the only member left alive for AoE. He's got the Baron buff still, but MU, they did find the play.
And they are going to get the Dragon on top of it. This puts them 1 away from Cloud Soul. Ziggs picking up Dragon 3 earlier, now coming in clutch, because it means that Maryville not going to be having this Cloud Soul, not going to be having the ability to rotate as quickly around. But Darkwings, I mean, pretty bold here for him to actually just turn around and go for Azog. He probably could have just run away due to the fact that he just uses the Q over and over to leave. But turning around and killing the AD carry at this point in the game does buy his team a lot of time. They got the inhibitor turret mid lane, they got the inhibitor top, and the only thing that they need to do is make sure that Sketchstreams can walk out. But look at how they actually play around the Ziggs. He gets knocked up, and then in the middle of all the chaos is the one that Shady finds with the death sentence. And suddenly, with no more DPS available from the rest of the team, all of Maryville has to back away.
Maryville triple kill onto Spyrax, the big benefactor of that fight. There's still 4K in the hole, 4.5 actually. But with that dragon now, they're on soul point. 4 more minutes until that will be a major objective for them. But 1:50 till Baron. AOE with this gold lead, they can set this up, and they still have the Ziggs to poke from. They still have the split pushing composition. So even though MU found the play, it's still not looking too good for them.
See what they can do. It is a very tough situation because they don't have great primary engage tools. They can steal some by taking ultimates away, particularly from Nautilus, but everything else from Maryville is like secondary. You can get some good pick tools and potentially get a fight started that way, but this is why we're seeing Chippy's pushing this wave out as far as he is, because they know that they need to buy themselves time on the rest of the map if they want to try and go for a fight here.
AOE's looking to crack this bottom inhibitor. They're going to take the turret there. No inhibitor turrets left now for MU. AOE will decide to back off. They got 1 minute until Baron. A reminder, everybody, if AOE wins this, that's it. They're going to the top 8. MU, they need to win this game to stay alive in this best-of-3 series to then win another one. This one on the blue side. So they would have to be the one to end the blue side or the red side win streak. But they do have the inside track of the Baron. Shady is here early, so he's going to drop some wards down. They're going to be spotted, so most likely just clear it out immediately. Although I don't even think that one was. Shady's very far forward right now. He doesn't have any backup from the team. Darkwing's just going to spot him. He has to flash away. Mega Inferno Bomb lands. The blast cone over. No, he doesn't even get it. Darkwings, he finds him and gets the kill. Shady getting picked at the worst conceivable time.
It could not be worse, King is. Man, I wanted to point out and talk about, like, hey, there's time now. Chippies is over 100 CS ahead of his lane opponent. He's becoming really big on this Jax, but when you're just looking at this fight down an entire member, it suddenly becomes incredibly difficult to try and take any of these fights. Sketchstream's on 3 items, has the Horizon focus, so he just does a ton of damage from really far away. And now, Maryville have to try and do something without their primary face checker.
All right, let's see if they can do it right now. Zyko's going to play bodyguard, play goalkeeper here, try and keep Chippies away from the fight. He actually goes for the engage himself. He throws on the depth charge onto Azog. And now the engage, really big beam, almost gets onto him. Flash away from Azog. This is a good positioning so far from MU. They've successfully disengaged the fight and gotten AoE off of the Baron. That's pretty much the best they could ask for while Shady was down. And now he's rejoined, so they got 5 members. Well done from MU. They did have to burn summoner spells from Azog. That's the big cost for this. But they did stop that Baron here. AoE, they could still go back for it, but doesn't look like they will right now. So, man, Joshi, what a game. What a series so far. I've been on the edge of my seat this whole time. And what a matchup between Zyko and Shady, too. We were talking about the fact that, like, oh, Shady's a tough support to get put up against, but he's the one getting picked out here, and it's actually Zyko that's looking pretty clean.
Zyko's been looking good. He's definitely doing his job. He knows how to play the Nautilus Thresh matchup, but now it's crucial that he actually starts landing some of these hooks in all of these fights. We've been noticing, at least I've been noticing, that he's been in the right spot a lot of the times, which is barely coming up short on some of these hooks that can keep these fights going like we just saw in this last fight. So, with a minute left until the Dragon, gotta clear out some of this vision and threaten the Baron one more time. AoE have their teleports available. They're gonna be backing this Fiora away and starting up the Baron at the same time.
Look at Chippies. He's pushing bot lane. He takes it. He has teleport too. He's going to have to teleport into this play. He goes early.
Teleports.
So does Spyrax. All right, we might get a 5v5, but AoE, they can back off. They're like, all right, we got their teleports. Cool. We still have the split pushing comp. And now we can go for Dragon. MU, they're already on the inside track of that, though. Spyrax gets hit by the bomb. Oh, he has to go golden. Zyko doesn't land the Q. Spyrax has to flash away. That sentence from Shady lands on a Faisal. Now Chippies could be in some trouble here, trying to front line. Darkwing's running forward, but the reposition from MU looking pretty clean right now. Can they stay alive? Can they win this fight here? Really big beam with the 4-man moonfall. Sets it up for AoE for Faisal to knock him down. Darkwings picks up the shutdown. Faisal on a killing spree, and AoE running away with the team fight. Even Sketchstream's flashing the wall, chasing down Chippies. It's a shutdown for himself. A massive team fight win for AoE. That might just be game.
Really Big Me was struggling this game for some of it. He wasn't able to find the same kind of fights, but this time at the very end when it counts, he finds the ultimate that he needs to. 4 members all caught up in the ultimate, and now you see Shady trying to do something to cut the wave, but he's just one support, man.
He's
They
gonna do
don't
it, though.
care. They
He's got
just
it. He's
need
got the
these
wave.
minions, but they got the cannons. They can tank it up.
Azog's up
Shady,
in 10. All right, let's see. The Nexus
it's a good
turrets.
try.
They're going down. Nope, that's it. That's
That's
Nexus. Shady did his best, but the death time